I love playing games. It's a pastime I never seem to get tired of. After all, from driving games, horror games and adventure games, video games are awesome. This is especially true when you play on the hardware designed for the games you intend to play. In this case, playing PlayStation 1 games on the PlayStation 1, or in my case the PlayStation 2, is one of the most satisfying sights ever. Of course, it's 2020, and as you probably know, emulation is out there on many different platforms, including Android-powered phones, the PlayStation Portable, and of course, the PC. Emulation is an interesting topic for many reasons, but in this video, I shall be comparing how EPSXC changes the way PlayStation 1 games look and run compared to using real hardware. Is it better, or just a different way to play the games you know and love? To find out, I played several games on both real hardware and on the EPSXC emulator on the PC to see what the differences are. On the real hardware side, I'm using a HDMI upscaler with component cables set at line doubling to capture the footage to an Elgato HD60S Plus at full recording quality, and on the EPSXC side, I'm using the Feet Open GL2 GPU Core 2 at the best possible settings at 1080p. Oh, and I'm using my real physical PlayStation 1 discs as well. Now, let's get this show on the road. Resident Evil 2 is first up. It's a survival horror game developed by Capcom and it's incredible, even today. However, we are here to focus on the differences, and straight away, two key differences pop out at you. Using the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game here, we can see the texture quality on the 3D objects have been improved dramatically on the emulation side. I can see more detail on the emulation, as more details are far more visible more of the time. Also, the dithering that most PlayStation 1 games have is nowhere to be seen. Dithering, if you didn't know, are these little dots that are all over the screen here. A video in the link below explains it in greater detail, but regardless, it's a look you will have to live with on real hardware. I personally like the look, but the clean non-dithered look of emulation is amazing to behold. The 2D backdrops, however, look more blurry and much worse on the emulation side, whereas they look much sharper on real hardware and blend in much better with the 3D models to create a more consistent look overall. Also notice the emulation stutters and stumbles a few times, mostly during loading screens or when dialogue takes place.
Don't shoot! I'm a human!
Whew. Sorry about that, babe. I thought you were one of them.
Mind you, my CD drive in my PC sucks, so an ISO file or a better CD drive would clear these issues up. Still, it's interesting to see how EPSXC handles games like this, but of course the settings can be changed, so your results may vary. Speaking of Resident Evil, here's the original. The graphical style is the same as the second game, but not as good looking. Still, I wanted to see the differences, and again the results are similar to Resident Evil 2, although I do feel the 2D backgrounds are rendered even worse on the emulation side. Some parts are blurry, while others are detailed, and the rendering is more glitched here. It's very distracting and certainly hurts the overall look of the game. I still do love the improved 3D look of the game on the emulation side, and the amount of fine detail that is revealed is pretty stellar, and I do like seeing hidden details that you can miss on real hardware. As for the full motion videos, the emulation looks slightly better, but can you tell the difference?
Jill Valentine.
I also want to point out the colours. The colours on real hardware are more saturated, but the emulation has better colour depth overall thanks to the 32-bit option that you can enable in the settings. The real hardware is stuck at 16-bit colours aside from still pictures. Useful, obviously. Now we have Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive is an interesting game because it does not render in progressive scan. Instead it renders in 480i, or in my case, being a power gamer, 576i. Basically interlace mode, known as the high res mode on the PlayStation. It's great to see the effect, but interlacing in my opinion sucks! It causes many problems for different upscalers and devices that render in progressive scan only. Case in point, on my PS2 using the upscaler, the game is flickering as I play. This is the effect of the line doubling mode on the device, which has to de-interlace the video on the fly. The upside is there's a little lag added. The downside? The picture has this flicker effect whenever I play games with interlacing only. Also, to see the effect in action, you must have the video set to 60 frames per second, otherwise you will not get the correct picture using 30 frames per second. I will say, despite the flaws, it's still neat to play Dead or Alive on the PlayStation 1 and it looks good. But the EPSXE emulation is far better. The ghosting and combing artifacts of real hardware is not there, the interlace flicker is absent, and the texture detail is incredible. If you think this looks good, well, hot damn, I can't deny this is a really nice way to play the game, especially with all the improvements on show. Give the emulation a try if you like what you see here. Next up we have Demolition Racer. It's a spin-off game to the Destruction Derby games of the 1990s. I really enjoy this game and I have fond memories playing it. Playing the game on both real hardware and emulation revealed some interesting differences between the two. Some effects are missing on the emulation, such as the flags when you finish, and the dirt effects don't work properly. The game will also glitch out occasionally, although restarting the race in question will fix the problem. Otherwise, it's business as usual here. The game is fully 3D and this means the emulation looks smoother, more detailed and loads much quicker than real hardware. So I noticed the picture on the real hardware can be fuzzy in certain parts, which isn't the case in emulation. Still, running the game on real hardware is great, and I will say it does give me a nostalgic feeling that I simply can't get using emulation. Unlike the first game, Dino Crisis 2 returns to the pre-rendered backgrounds and 3D models of the past Resident Evil games, so expect the results to be on par with those games. In other words, a more coherent look on real hardware and better background detail, whereas the emulation has much better 3D models and more snappy camera changes and load times. I do like both for what they offer, although I do find the glitching of the pre-rendered background graphics on the emulation side to be a bit distracting, although it's not as bad as Resident Evil 1. Still, both look good overall, and it's amazing what can be achieved. Guilty Gear is an awesome 2D fighting game, and it uses both 2D sprites and 2D backgrounds for its graphics. In other words, this should be an easy win for real hardware, right? Well, no. Actually, the two do look very good side by side. Of course, there are differences. The real hardware looks crisper and more colourful, while the emulation is smoother and duller looking. Both look very good, run smooth and play well. You tell me which looks better to your eyes. In my opinion, I really can't decide which one's better. But due to nostalgia, I'll always go with real hardware, but emulation looks fantastic too. This is definitely one of the better times where both emulation and real hardware can look fairly similar. Good news! Do you love the Divid look? Then Ace Combat 3 will not disappoint. Look at it! It's Divid City Avenue! Amazing how these little dots just take up the whole screen. I mean, yes, the game is still very good looking, but this just makes the emulation look even sweeter. In fact, Ace Combat 3 just looks like the game was on the PC instead of PlayStation using the emulation. What a difference no dithering and higher quality 3D models can do. I also find it a lot easier to see enemies and upcoming targets thanks to the cleaner output. The bottom line? Emulation really can look incredible in the right circumstances. Now then, here's Buster Groove, a great dancing game that you should definitely play. However, in terms of real hardware against emulation, the difference is as you'd expect by now. Yes, the real hardware suffers from a lower internal resolution and dithering, but other than that, both the real hardware and emulation look really good.
Everybody wants to hear my Playboy philosophy, 'cause I look like stars when I'm smoking my cigar.
The colours pop more on real hardware, but the game does look incredible on emulation. The emulation of the game overall looks better, but playing this game on my real PS2 wowed me, as it looks a lot better than a lot of the PlayStation games that I currently own. Call me impressed. To finish off, here's two more games that I recorded. See how they compare when run on either real hardware or emulation. Overall, you guys can see that emulation can produce some really interesting results. Sometimes the games can be enhanced, and other times the games may suffer from graphical glitches and poor emulation overall. These days, PlayStation emulation has advanced to the point that most games will run just fine on most systems these days. If you want to give it a go for yourself, most of you should be able to get emulation up and running in no time. As for me, well, it's very cool and I do use emulation. It's great seeing how much better a game can look without dithering and high resolution textures and a lack of interlacing in the games that do use it. However, using the real hardware provides me with a nostalgic feeling that emulation can simply never recreate, and for me those feelings are what keep me playing retro games today. It just makes the experience all the more special for me, and that's why I will always prefer real hardware over emulation. Well folks, that concludes the video. I really hope you've enjoyed it. I loved comparing the emulation against real hardware. Let me know what you think of this topic, and until next time, I will see you in my next video. Here's a question for you. How many of you want to play retro games on real hardware only for you to be disappointed by what you see? Oh, okay, show of hands, fair enough, fair enough. Many people I speak to either exclaim, I don't remember my games looking this bad, or they say, can I make this look any better? I have a few theories on these answers. Either people are used to playing retro games on CRT TVs only using composite cables and haven't played a retro game in ages, or in most cases people are trying to play retro games on HD TVs, or in my case a UHD TV, using cheap composite upscalers and cables. This further degrades the already poor signal. Is there a solution? Yes, better upscalers and cables will help make retro games more presentable and thus give those who want to play them a much better experience. In today's video we shall be playing games in both composite and S-video. You might be asking, Affro, you have access to component cables, why not use those? I can indeed, but for this video, S-video is the cable I would always recommend if you are fresh or returning to retro consoles, and I wanted to show you folks the benefits of this cable type. Using the same equipment as my last video, let's see the results of playing PS1 games over both composite and S-video. Here is the Italian Job for the PlayStation. It's based on the 1969 film of the same name. It's basically a mission-based driving game, and if you think it reminds you of Driver, well, yes, same here. Still, I'm here to check out the cables, and composite looks pretty ugly, right? Blurry, lacking detail, and the colour banding is noticeable. So, what happens if we use S-video instead? Wow, big improvement! It's like the composite had a blur filter on it, and S-video takes that blur filter and throws it away. We also get sharper visuals too, and clean text. However, the dithering does show up in all its glory, so I guess composite does a good job hiding it. Mind you, it's either that or sharper visuals, and sharper visuals get my vote every time. Dancing Stage Euromix is a really fun game. If you remember, I covered Dancing Stage Party Edition and that game was also worth a look too. But to ignore that, let's see the S-video results first. As expected, the picture is clear, sharp and pretty nice. I'll say this, despite having access to component video cables, I do love S-video for some reason. Now let's see the composite cable results. Oh dear, it's made everything blurry and hard to see. Look at the Universal logo, the difference is night and day. I can also see hidden details on the S-video side too. This right here is why I mentioned at the beginning of this video, start with S-video cables rather than composite cables if you can help it. Gran Turismo 2 is my favourite racing game on the PlayStation. Much like all results so far, the S-Video is the superior choice here. But Gran Turismo 2 is pretty much in Divid City Avenue here. I never realised how much dithering was on screen. That explains why I never noticed it using composite cables. They blend the effect in with its blurrier output. Pretty clever stuff if you ask me. That being said, this clever trick does not make up for the subpar image quality from composite cables. Next up, it's Driver 2. I'm using the replay mode so that I can compare the two cables side by side easily. If you think the results are predictable by now, you'd be right. A clearer, sharper picture on S-Video and a blurrier, messier looking one with composite. I would also like to mention that due to the increased sharpness of S-Video, playing on my 4K TV is a joy as I can actually see properly, while I have to squint my eyes on some games running composite. Resident Evil 3 is an interesting game to test because it uses FMV, 2D backgrounds, still images, and of course 3D models. There's a lot of work for these cables to show the game at its best. I'll let you watch the FMVs and still images to let you folks form your own opinion on which is better in your eyes.
It's true that once the wheels of justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing. It was Raccoon City's last chance, and my last chance. My last escape.
Waiting orders. Open. All units proceed to Richmond and Victoria. All right. Let's do it. Let's move. Go, 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 go! Fire! Come and get!
As for the gameplay, thanks to S-Video, I can see details that are blurred or masked by composite video and the status bar, which is much more detailed too. I can even see the torn clothes and the flesh of zombies from a distance, which is a nice touch. The 2D backgrounds also get a boost, although it's more of a minor upgrade, which is interesting. Still, a clear win for S-Video. The last game I will take a close look into is Vagrant Story. This is one of the best looking PS1 games ever, and I love the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. Simply beautiful. So, will composite fall apart here? Amazingly, it actually holds up. Don't get me wrong, it's still blurry and lacking fine detail, but compared to most of the other results, the upgrade to S-Video is not as dramatic. I still prefer it, but it's quite interesting seeing this game look surprisingly decent with composite cables. I feel maybe if composite had these results more often, it would actually be a decent starting cable. And with that, here's a few more games that I used for this video to compare the quality of composite and S-Video. Enjoy! As you saw folks, video output and cables will play a big part in how you see the content you intend to see. Also, the screen you use will also affect the results. CRT TVs look good even with composite, while the same cable produces a blurry look on my 4K TV. If you're looking into retro gaming on real hardware, make sure you get decent cables, a decent upscaler if your TV has no analog ports, and most importantly, enjoy the feel of playing on real hardware. Thank you all for watching. I hope this video has been interesting. Let me know your thoughts on this subject, and until next time, see you soon. I'm sure you guys remember the 1990s animated X-Men television show, right? Of course you do. Other than having one of the best theme songs of all time, it was actually a well-produced cartoon with great storylines, memorable moments, and likeable characters. But I'm not here to talk about the show. Instead, let's focus on the arcade game called X-Men: Children of the Atom. Released in the arcades in 1994 and 1995, this game was basically Street Fighter 2, but better. Lots of super moves, many new ways to make combos, and some of the fastest action ever seen back then. If fighting games were your bread and butter, Children of the Atom was the filling in between. Naturally, by this time, most people wanted to play this game at home. The Sega Saturn got a port in 1995 and 1996 for those in the Western world. Acclaim surprisingly handled the port. Normally you associate them with garbage, but maybe they didn't screw it up this time, right? Anyway, I'm playing the PAL version right here. There was also a PS1 and PC port, but sadly both were compromised and I do not recommend either of those. But I suppose now the question we need to ask is, what makes X-Men: Children of the Atom tick? Well, this video should hopefully answer that, so let's get moving. Apparently, the Saturn port was a great conversion despite RAM limitations, resulting in about a third of the animations being left behind. Still, despite this, first impressions are strong here. I love the intro. It shows you what you are up for, plus it looks flashy.
Spiral Buster!
Ice beam!
It feels like the arcade version already. Before we jump in, listen to this menu sound as I cycle through the options. I have no idea why they chose that sound effect, but I like it. Oh, and yes, I play the game at Turbo Level 3 because I love playing my games very quickly. Well, anyway, let's see who we can use. There's 10 characters to choose from. Some are X-Men, such as Cyclops and Wolverine, and foes such as Omega Red and Silver Samurai. To be frank, there's a lot I could mention here, but for the sake of time, basically everyone handles differently. Bigger characters hit harder and are less susceptible to weaker moves, but are slower, thus can be juggled by the faster, lighter characters. Whereas the lighter characters are weaker, but they hit faster, thus allowing you to pin your opponent if you know exactly what you're doing. All characters can attack in various ways, including in midair. They can juggle combos, also do it in midair. Oh, and not to mention grab, which I love pulling off while airborne. Yes, you can grab while in midair, which again, fantastic. The super jump helps you get out of tricky situations, such as for example when I faced Juggernaut. The super jump let me escape his earthquake move. Another neat trick is being able to dash, sprint and attack all at the same time. This saved my neck, especially the low sweeping kicks as I dodged attacks while dishing out my own idea of punishment. Yeah, take that you jerk! Then there's the X moves. Basically, a bar gauge determines your power level. When it's full, you can use your powers, but once it hits level 2, your character will glow, then, using the right combinations of buttons, the X move will occur. If it hits, the damage is devastating. Sadly, I did not know how to pull them off, so when it did happen, for me at least, it happened by accident. Yes, I know, I suck at fighting games, forgive me. Lastly, you might notice the fighter's picture in blue there. As you get hit, it will go crazy. Basically, as you take hits, it will change from blue to yellow to red. The colours represent your current condition. If you take damage when it's red, you will go dizzy and be unable to move. You can mash buttons to recover quickly, but usually it's futile most of the time. If you avoid taking damage for a short time, your condition will gradually return to normal. Well, that's the basics covered then. What is the game actually like to play? It's great, honestly. The action never seems to stop and you need to be on your guard. The opponents can cut you down in seconds if you stand still. The amount of times I end up losing by giving even an inch cannot be understated. Look, the difficulty is on 2 stars, normally a breeze in fighting games. Clearly this game didn't follow the script, or maybe it's a bug. Getting my behind kicked on a low difficulty makes me sound like a newbie. It's pretty clear that learning the combos and the strengths of your X-Men is the key, naturally. There is a practice mode, and each time you lose a fight, the continue screen shows a move you can perform or even offer up hints, which is nice. It made me go, oh, I wish I knew that! An easy example was when I learned how to do Psylocke's range attacks at all 3 angles. This helped in fights where my foes were best at up close combat, like Wolverine. I also need to mention the controls. It's pretty much perfect. Using the Sega Saturn controller, the 6 buttons control light, medium and strong punches and kicks. Because the game is based off Street Fighter 2, inputting Street Fighter based moves works the same. Fans of that game should be at home here. Of course, the game adds new features to add more balance and chaos to an already great formula. The last thing to really say is, doesn't this game look stunning? Yes, despite a third of the animation being cut, the Sega Saturn port really represents the arcade original with style and grace. The colours just pop. I mean pop! It's so bright, but in a tasteful way to enhance the experience. The animations are very well done too. The only time I noticed some real cutbacks was when I was fighting the bigger characters. Even then it wasn't to the point where the experience was harmed. The frame rate also stays high and consistent, although I did see some moments of slowdown. Nothing to worry about, but it can happen when special effects really get going.
You lose. Round 2.
I also like the backgrounds too. There's a lot of life to them, and it can be interacted with, as you can see here in these short examples. I'm using my component cables and my trusty ODV upscaler to get the results you see here. Oh, and of course my Elgato HD60S Plus to capture the footage. I will say that despite my best attempts, I couldn't beat Juggernaut. This sodding bastard seems unaffected by most attacks, he spams this earthquake move at every opportunity, and even when you are down and out, he still finds the need to kick you. That wasn't very nice, asshole. The bottom line, this is a wonderful game and I cannot stress enough how good this is to play. There's a lot more to the game too, like how the X-Men voice actors from the 90s animated show actually return to voice their respective characters. It's great seeing this level of detail and care being put into a licensed property. Anyway, this game is highly recommended by me, I love it. By the way, this game was the start of the Marvel vs Capcom series. The series would truly start with X-Men vs Street Fighter, but the groundwork for the series started here. Alright folks, thank you for watching this video. Please let me know what you think of this game, and until my next video, I will see you all soon. I'm sure you folks know Street Fighter, right? If you don't, then go play it, I don't know. But for those of you who do know, Street Fighter exploded in popularity when the second game came out in the arcades. However, Capcom made other fighting games, and by 1994, a game called Darkstalkers or Vampire Savior in Japan was released to the arcades. While not as popular as Street Fighter, Darkstalkers was more visually interesting and it was still fun to play. 3 games were made for the arcades and all 3 got ported to home consoles. In today's video, we shall be exploring the Sega Saturn version of the third game, Vampire Savior: The Lord of Vampires, which was only released in Japan in 1998. Now the PlayStation version did get a port called Darkstalkers 3, but why the Saturn version, I hear you ask? Well, simply put, it's a far better port than the PlayStation. For now, let's just jump in and see what makes Vampire Savior tick. Vampire Savior starts with a really cool intro. It's flashy, colourful, but also makes you intrigued at what's possibly to come. You may notice most of the characters are animals or some kind of vampires. For a concept, I actually love it since we get very strange character designs. That being said, they all have personality and stand out compared to other fighting games of the time. When you do start, there's not many options, just arcade and versus modes. Definitely an arcade game through and through. The character select screen has dozens of fighters to choose from. Your head will spin, especially if this is your first time playing. Naturally, I chose Felicia, who is part human, part cat or something. Notice the game loads quickly with no loading times at all. For a disc-based game, this is unprecedented. I'll explain why this is the case later, but for now, let's fight. In the arcade mode, there's 7 fights to go through. Beat all 7 opponents and, well, you win. Anyway, the game is a 2D fighting game, and simply put, the first combatant to drain all of their foe's life gauge wins. Simple enough, right? In this game, the fights are essentially one long fight. When someone's life gauge is depleted, one of the back gauges disappears. How many of them represent how many life gauges you have left. Once they are all gone, well, you guessed it, the fighter is knocked out. To assist you, if you avoid taking damage, the flashing part of the life gauge will refill back up. This will keep the fights going on for longer than you might think. You see, it's easy to dish out lots of damage, only for most of it to be nullified by this mechanic. Naturally, the only way to keep it down? Attack like your life depends on it. It's a good thing then that there's so many different moves to pull off. The Saturn's 6-button controller has all of the buttons play a part in this game. Yes, basically everything. The top 3 rows control light, medium and strong punches, and the lower rows control light, medium and strong kicks. The left trigger enables a special timed move that can be used anytime as long as you have power in your power gauge. Again, like Street Fighter, inputting Street Fighter based combinations will allow for other special attacks to commence and help beat your opponents down into the ground. You can also dash and attack at the same time, jump around like a crazy person, and even bounce on walls and enemies. And yes, like any other fighting game, you can do special moves as well. The fighting engine is so deep and rich, most fights will not play out the same way. There's so many moves and combos to do, it's head spinning. The possibilities are endless. Well, that's basically the gameplay in a nutshell. Now, let's talk about why this Saturn version looks so impressive and runs so well. First, this game requires the 4MB RAM expansion card. What is that, I hear you ask? Well, in Japan, some games needed more RAM to work properly, or in the case of this arcade port, help make the experience as close to the arcade as possible. There was also the 1MB RAM expansion cartridge, which was more common and cheaper. More games took advantage of this cart, especially the Neo Geo port, but anyway, the 4MB RAM expansion cart really transforms this game into an epic visual masterpiece of 2D visuals. Remember when I said earlier that there were no loading screens? Yep, not one. No hitches, no hesitations, just buttery smooth and to the point. The sharp increase of RAM capacity helps with the loading of assets, and the results speak for themselves. The RAM expansion also helps with animations and speed. The amount of animations on display is truly breathtaking for a game of its time. Honestly, there's so much happening with both the characters and the background, it can all be a blur. Note that I'm playing at turbo level 4 too, which only helps highlight the animation quality further. The graphics themselves are colourful, detailed, and just a visual treat. The Sega Saturn was always a 2D powerhouse, and with the RAM expansion, this could be one of the best looking games on the system, period. I cannot think of many PS1 2D games that look anywhere near this good as this game does. I love all of the individual animations when characters do their victory poses, and even the victory screen. Of course, it's in Japanese, so I can't read it, but notice that the rest of the game is in English. Therefore, basically this game is import friendly, for the most part. But the best part about this game, it's cheap. Now, my brother picked this up for £35, but I've seen it cheaper today. As low as £20 sometimes. For a game of this level of quality, that is a steal. If you own a Sega Saturn and it's a Western one, like my PAL system here, get the Action Replay cartridge like the one I have here, and import this game immediately. You will not regret it. I have to address the sound. The music is top notch here, and it's just so damn catchy. I love it, and the action only benefits from the composition. It has the Capcom sound of the late 1990s, but they spiced it up with a bit of strange sounding instruments and fast paced beats. Definitely worth a listen outside of the game. There's also a lot of talking from the characters as they fight. I'll admit, it can get annoying as they talk or make noises a bit too often for my liking, but this only adds to the chaos on screen, and to be fair, it's at turbo level 4, so I think it only makes the game even more impressive that the sound can keep up this much. Honestly, this game is impressive on all feats, and once more, I highly recommend it. Please get this game. Honestly, you will not regret it. Darkstalkers 3, or Vampire Savior, is a wonderful game on the Saturn. It's fast, hectic, beautifully made, and cheap to own. It's also one of the best 2D fighting games ever made. I'm a huge Darkstalkers fan, and I look forward to getting more games in the series. There was a newer Darkstalkers game called Darkstalkers Resurrection that came out in 2013. Sadly, it sold poorly and finished off the franchise for good. A shame it had to end like that, but please do yourself a favour and play a Darkstalkers game today, especially this one. It's fantastic and worth every penny. Well folks, I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please let me know what you think of Darkstalkers, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Tecmo was a very successful company in the 1980s, especially with the NES console. Most of you will know of Ninja Gaiden, a game that was ahead of its time and known for its extreme difficulty. Oh, and Tecmo Bowl, a great sports title for the time. Sadly, the company's great fortunes didn't last, and by the mid-1990s, Tecmo was almost bankrupt. Tecmo needed a successful game franchise to survive administration, and the fighting craze was their answer. They made a subsidiary called Team Ninja and got to work. But how do you compete with Tekken, Virtua Fighter, and Mortal Kombat? Well, use a modified Virtua Fighter 2 engine, fill it with great looking Japanese ladies, and wham bam boom, success baby! Yes, Dead or Alive was born and ultimately saved the company. Us Westerners would get to see the game come home to the PS1, albeit with some changes, naturally. Japan also got a Sega Saturn port which sadly never left the country. Yep, another Sega Saturn game that was stuck in Japan. However, Dead or Alive 2 would be even better, and today I shall be looking at the PlayStation 2 release, which came to the console in the year 2000. I love this game, and well, I will try my best to explain why that's the case. Let's do this! I guess the intro cutscene would be a good place to start. It's a random collection of character cutscenes and bits of gameplay spliced in. All this to an epic soundtrack in the background, by the way.
Little combat championship. I don't think you commoners can handle it.
Your mouth shut!
Great stuff. A good way to get someone pumped for action.
Don't take me lightly, young man.
I heard Project Epsilon was a failure.
What do you know? What is Project Epsilon?
It seems like
When you get into the main menu, there's a lot to see. From your standard story or arcade mode to tag team, survival, practice and versus modes. Dead or Alive 2 gives you plenty to work with. Also, this game allows you to use the 60Hz mode for 60 frames per second, which is what you're seeing right here. It's one of those power games that allow for higher frame rates than normal. Actually, the options are vast, with many ways to make your playing experience easier or just different. Now, let's really get the train moving. The story mode has 12 characters to use, all with different strengths and weaknesses. Every character has a different fighting style and ways of being able to dispatch foes who may stand in your way. You can even change your characters' costumes too. I have quite a lot for some characters already, since I've already completed their story modes many times. As for actually playing the game, well, it's a 3D fighting game, pure and simple. You have a block button, a jump button, a punch button, a kick, and even grab buttons. You are able to mix up the punches and kicks, or press certain combinations of buttons to execute more powerful attacks. By holding the block button, you can move freely around the stage, which is handy. Oh, and you can knock foes to different levels of the stage, like this. Or this. It causes extra damage, makes you go onto a new playing field, and is useful to do when possible. The grabs are easy, just hit the X button and a direction. I love these not just because it's easy to do, but the animations are just amazing to watch and flow so well. More on that later though. I will say some grab moves can be extended for maximum damage. Here's another example of this in action. The most important thing about the game though is the counter-attack. You see, by pressing square and back or back down at the right time, you can deflect someone's attack and dish out your own idea of punishment. Yeah, take that you sod! It's the most effective skill you possess, and if you time it just right, well, your foes will never touch you. However, don't spam it, it will just fail and you will end up writhing with pain as you sustain a good back kicking. Timing is the key here, and you will not always get it correct, or you will try to counter too high or too low for the move to work. The counter-attack is quite a unique feature in fighting games. Now this technique was also in the first game as well, but it's so easy to use here and so much fun when you see it work in your favour. Although do be aware, harder difficulties will kick your ass with this feature, so make sure you are careful with how you choose to attack your foes. Alright, now let's quickly go over the story mode then. As I said before, there's 12 characters to choose from and each have their own storylines told to you via in-game cutscenes.
You always were the heroine.
Some character storylines will overlap, so if you want to see different perspectives, use other characters. As you learn more about each individual stories and reasons for being at the tournament, you realise that the game nicely ties everyone together to make for a more expansive world in the Dead or Alive universe. While there's not a lot going on in the game itself, it throws hints and other questions about everyone's fate and what else is happening behind the scenes.
I won't hold back, old man.
Don't take me lightly, young man.
In the story mode, you will always fight in 7 stages and eventually face Tengu. He will counter you as much as possible, use long range attacks, and sadly the screen will be heavily blurred, adding another handicap to overcome. This I never understood, but there you go. Luckily, if you chip his health away and you have more health than him, the screen will automatically de-blur. After this, you get the final cutscene and then the credits.
Daddy!
Tina! My baby!
You may also get a new costume to wear for the character, which will keep you coming back for more. Tengu will also become playable, but just not in the story mode, which is a shame, but hey ho, could be worse, right? I used a lot of different characters in the story mode, and I found Kasumi, Helena, Jan Lee, and Bass Armstrong to be my favourites. Kasumi is quick and nimble. Helena has these awkward combos that are hard to dodge. Jan Lee is powerful as hell, and I love this move. And Bass. Damn it, he cracks me up. Just listen to this.
Hey, Tina. From today, you'll be my Tina.
Did you say Tina?
What else?
Give my Tina to anybody!
Right, the last mode we really need to look into then is the tag team mode. You can pick from any two characters you like, and well, here's where the chaos begins. The fight starts as normal with a few twists. First, you can tag your partner in at any time and change characters on the fly. This allows the resting character to regenerate health back and keep them from being knocked out. If you can get a decent combo on your opponent and make them airborne, you can do a quick switch and keep the combo going. This is great for chipping down the last of someone's health, or for air juggling, which if done right will cause massive damage. Another cool thing is you can swap the characters, but in a grab move where both characters attack the opponent before switching. This results in some really cool tag team combinations, and I love switching in this method. It looks cool as heck and helps you add pressure to those you face. This is a great mode, and I'm glad they made it as fun as it turned out to be. This used to be where me and my brother played a lot of this game, trying to see whose combination attacks work the best and look the best. Now, let's address the graphics and sound. I'll do the graphics first. So, this game was made using the field rendering of the PS2 graphics engine. On the one hand, that means the game never drops a frame, not one. It's fast, smooth, and as quick as you'd expect. The downside? The game looks pixelated, more than most PlayStation 2 games, and sadly, there's no 480p support either. The game also looks dated for a PlayStation 2 game. The console is better than this. That's because Tecmo simply ported the Dreamcast version and left out its VGA 480p crisp output. In other words, in terms of graphical output, the PS2 is behind, which does not make a lot of sense to me. Why not bump up the graphics? Ugh, the game still looks great to my eye despite the technical drawbacks. Dead or Alive 2 makes up for this in many ways. The animations are top notch and some of the best in a 3D fighting game from this time period. It's a joy alone to watch the fights, let alone participate in them. This is all thanks to the motion captured animations, and I bet that took a lot of time to do, as it's well done here. The control is perfect. Everything feels snappy, responsive, and moves are easy to pull off with little effort aside from the timing of the counter move and the more complex combos, but newcomers will not feel out of place here. It's a joy to play, and not many fighting games can boast about that fact. The sound is excellent across the board. The punching, kicking, and other environmental sounds are high quality with good amount of force behind it all. Every sound enhances the fight, and the injuries which sound very painful indeed. It makes you feel sorry for these people having to suffer this level of punishment, but then again, it's satisfying when you are dishing out the pain. Sorry, I know I sounded awful there, but it's true. The music is also well done. Every song helps establish the environment, the character's background, and possible movesets from them. It's so well done actually, I might say this might be iPod worthy. Maybe play it in the car as well? You decide. Honestly, this is a pleasure to listen to and it never gets boring. The voice acting from the English cast is okay. Not bad, not amazing, but it gets the job done and it's convincing enough for me.
You stubborn kid! Come down right to the sun.
Daddy, I learned it all from you.
Would Dead or Alive 2 win voice acting awards? No, but it could be much, much worse. Bass cracks me up with his funny one-liners and I feel his voice actor performed the best out of everyone. He clearly had more fun being a goof with Bass's personality. I think I've made my case here. Dead or Alive 2 is a huge step up from the first game, and thanks to all of the tweaks and refinements put in this sequel, Dead or Alive 2 stands above most fighting games and holds up very well today, at least in the gameplay department. Yes, the PlayStation 2 version suffers from lower graphical fidelity than even the Dreamcast port, but if we ignore that and look at the game for what it is, what we have here is one of the greatest fighting games ever. The irony is, the PS2 version is easy to find and cheap to own, while the Dreamcast port, good luck, and getting great VGA out of one isn't cheap either. Well folks, that was Dead or Alive 2. Let me know what you think of the game, and until my next video, I will see you soon. I'm sure you guys know what a Neo Geo is, right? Well, if you don't, it was a cartridge-based arcade system board that was released in 1990. Part of the 4th generation of consoles, it was basically an arcade machine, but for the home market. Many games released for the Neo Geo were also in the arcade, so if you like to game there, chances are it could be brought home as well. The Neo Geo also had a CD variant that came out some years later to help with the cost, since the original was very expensive and was a niche product. Ultimately, I'm trying to say that owning any Neo Geo console is basically impossible for most people. Just look at the prices! The games are expensive too! How can you pay for this? Luckily for us, some of the best Neo Geo games did see a release on other platforms and compilations throughout the years. One console that did a good job here was the Sega Saturn. Yes, the console I love so much has done it again. The game I'll be looking into today is Real Bout Fatal Fury Special. This came out on all Neo Geo consoles at the time, and now it's here. The game was only released in Japan and it uses the 1MB RAM expansion cartridge to assist in the port. Let's see if it was worth all the trouble. When we start the game, we get a few options to work with. Just the arcade and original mode, which I do not know what that means. The shocking thing is, everything is in English. Yes, everything. I find that astonishing considering that this was not released outside of Japan. Naturally, you guys know I use a Power Sega Saturn with the Action Replay cartridge to make this possible to play. Anyway, choosing a character is cool. You get this over-eager announcer telling you what to do, and I like the simple rocky music in the background. For the most part, I used Mai Shiranui, but there's a lot of different characters to choose from. I think there's over 18, maybe more, which is a good amount for a game like this. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special is a 2D fighting game. SNK love these types of games so much, they must have gotten fighting game syndrome or something to that effect. The game uses the Sega Saturn's lower 3 face buttons on the controller. One of the trigger buttons can be used to switch planes, as you can see here. Some attacks will force you onto a different plane, making the fights more dynamic. At first though, I was disappointed with this. Only using half of the Sega Saturn's face buttons felt like a waste, and considering what Capcom did with their fighting games on the system, this comes across as a bit lazy on the developer's part. But I had to remind myself that this is a Neo Geo port and Neo Geo controllers don't have as many face buttons to use. Despite this, the game is fine to control. It feels great to play and everything works as you'd expect. The face buttons control a weak punch, a weak kick and a heavy attack of some kind. I say this because Face of Fury has an interesting fighting system. Most games separate the punches or kicks. This one makes you experiment with different combinations to then execute stronger attacks. There's also a delay when you finish your attacks that leaves you open to a counterattack if you fight too aggressively. The artificial intelligence will take advantage of you and oh, they are not pushovers either. As you'd expect by now, there's many moves you can pull off and the special moves will be your best friend. A power meter will build up over time and once it's usable, you can pull off special moves and eventually, if you can get it to hyper mode, you can pull off your ultimate attacks. This is really cool to see in action, but for me, I could never get this to work when I wanted it to, which seems to be a very common problem for me. The bottom line though, the game is great fun. I love the fighting action, and although you do need to fight a bit differently here, learning the ropes is fairly straightforward, and when you start to get the hang of one character, the experience is pretty engrossing. I mean, yes, the game is hard, but SNK were known for challenging 2D fighting games since, after all, this was an arcade game first. Being this is a port on a system with less RAM than the Neo Geo, the Sega Saturn is doing a great job here. The game looks great with nice animations, good character and background detail, plus there's a charm about the graphics that make it feel more lively than it really is. The colours also pop too. The Saturn is great with its colour rendition and it works in this game's favour as well. The background animation helps add life to the scenes and I love how the characters get introduced as well.
Round one.
Very dramatic, but hey, I love it that way.
Round one.
The soundtrack though is the true star of the show. The CD music tracks are fantastic. From rock out songs to slower jazz-like songs or even ambient music. There's a great variety of music types here and all of them are amazing to listen to. The fights are insanely more enjoyable because the music brings everything to life. The only downside is some stages have music that resets after every round and some don't, which makes no sense to me. Otherwise, this is a soundtrack to die for and I certainly recommend listening to it outside of the game. The sound quality of everything else is pretty good too. Punch and kick sound effects have great punch and sound painful. The bass helps deliver the drive and hitting someone is a lot of fun to do. There are quite a few different sounds for a lot of the attacks, which is nice to see. Most fighting games of the time only had a couple of different punch and sound effects at best. It's great to see SNK go a bit further in this department here. The character audio is just poor. It sounds rough and tinny, as if it was compressed or recorded in a tin can. It's bad. It can get irritating after a while, especially the female voices. This is the only real downside to the audio because otherwise there's not a lot to complain about here. Maybe the lack of modes could be another nitpick, but if you know what you are getting into, this game makes up for it tenfold. Trust me, this game is amazing. This is a great way to play one of the Neo Geo's finest fighting game series. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special was a major retooling of the series, and to see a great port on the Saturn is a joy. The big reason to get this version is just how affordable it is. I only paid £22 for my copy. Insanely cheap for a Neo Geo game. There's other Neo Geo ports on the system that I will look into once I get my hands on them. It's the only way I can play Neo Geo games on real hardware, at least for now. Anyway, that was Real Bout Fatal Fury Special on the Sega Saturn. Let me know what you think of the game, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Ah, Tekken. I love this franchise. I had the original game on the PS1 in 2000, and since then, I've played most of the main games in the series. If you want to see my full review of Tekken 1, check out the video link in the description. Tekken would go from strength to strength, getting better and more complex with visual candy to boot. By the time Tekken 3 came out in 1997 for the arcades and 1998 for the PS1, people wondered how can Tekken 3 be surpassed? After all, at the time it was widely considered to be one of the best fighting games ever. Namco did try with Tekken 4, but the general consensus seems to be that this game is not as good as 3. But why? I never thought Tekken 4 was bad, just different. Anyway, let's see if Tekken 4 was misunderstood or just the wrong move on Namco's part. We start Tekken 4 with an intro cutscene. This cutscene is actually important. Not only do we get to see the characters, but the tone is different. First off, there's voice acting which was not in the series before this game, and it gives off a more serious vibe than other games. Tekken always had a silly storyline if you are someone who follows it closely, but here the developers wanted you, the player, to be really invested in what's happening here. As for the game, we get the usual modes to play: arcade, survival, team battle, practice and versus modes. There's also a mini game called Tekken Force, but I'll get into that later. The main new mode is story mode, where we pick a character and experience the story from their perspective. Story events can also differ in certain characters' playthroughs to help mix things up. I also wanted to point out that Tekken 4 supports 480p progressive scan, which would improve the visuals, but for this video I'm using the 480i mode due to upscaler limitations. I already have most of the characters unlocked as you see here, but to get more you have to complete each character's story. Pretty simple concept, right? Now, let's get into the game. Tekken 4 is a 3D fighting game. It's been that way since the beginning, but Tekken 4 makes more of an effort to establish this fact. Gone are the infinite 2D planes of past games, now replaced by true 3D arenas with wars and some destructible parts to the environment. The game is now truly 3D. Of course, this now adds a new way to play. The walls can be used to pin opponents and keep a hit combo going. If you get the attacks right, your foes will be unable to break free from your grasp and you can repeatedly pin them in place. There is a way to quickly recover from a wall pin though, and this will save your life often. Without it, you will be at the mercy of an angry opponent wanting revenge for beating their asses. Yeah, take that, you sod! Other than these changes, most of the game is pretty much the same as Tekken 3. The game has the face buttons as individual limbs for the fighters, and there's a ton of moves to pull off. Grabs are less effective now as you can block them more easily, and recovery times are even quicker. Clearly then, apart from the new 3D environment, this is Tekken true and true, right? Well, yes, but not quite. You see, Tekken 4 feels more realistic than Tekken 3. Okay, that makes no sense, but Tekken 4 feels slower and more precise than before. Instead of mashing buttons like a crazy person, which can still work to a point here, the game now expects you to actually know the moves proper. That's because most characters can block or counter-attack more effectively, not to mention with more dodging opportunities present now, spamming moves and expecting to win isn't the way forward. You'll find when you play the game in the way it was designed to, it's actually a lot of fun and very satisfying to play. It feels really good to dominate your opponent as you learn about the character's abilities, not to mention dodging in this game is easy to do and always a treat to see work in your favour. A good example would be jumping over someone and then attacking them in style. Also, sidestepping an attack and then dishing out my idea of punishment in return is a great feeling. Tekken 4 is fun, no doubt about it. Yes, the game is slower, but I don't think it's that bad. Well, unless you play at 50Hz, then the game feels heavy, slow, unresponsive, and a massive step down from Tekken 3, so don't do that. Please don't do that. I think the main problem with Tekken 4 is it has an identity crisis. The game is trying to become more serious and slower paced, yet it still has characters like Kuma, Panda, and the cutscenes are just ridiculous. Just watch these.
Freeze!
It also doesn't help that the voice acting is just meh and not as good as it should be. Tekken, to me at least, is about fast, furious action while being able to laugh at how silly the story is. I feel Namco did not need to change the tone, and would have done well to have kept up Tekken's image from Tekken 3. This might explain most of the critical complaints people had for this game. The sound effects are familiar and mostly the same as past Tekken games, so yes, no real surprises here. The soundtrack though is amazing. Every stage has their own themes now as opposed to being character specific. The new songs are also dynamic depending on the fight and the stage, which I would also love to see come back in the future Tekken game. This feature was great.
Fight.
The songs all help establish the tone of the background and fight, and most of them are just well composed. Tekken 4 wouldn't be the same without these songs, and it's clearly one aspect of the game that needs more attention. So, what about Tekken Force? It's a minigame that has you fighting countless waves of enemies in different stages. You can change targets by hitting R1 or L1, which you need to do as the auto-targeting system only helps to get you killed quicker. When you eventually get a new target via the auto-target system, you only end up getting a cheap shot, and life restores are not all that common. Tekken Force is a hard mode, and I only got up to stage 2. I did have some fun taking out these weak bastards, and to take down multiple hordes of them was breathtakingly awesome. It's a nice distraction for a few minutes. Tekken 4 certainly caused a stir back in 2002. It was not quite what everyone hoped for, and its change in tone was jarring to say the least. But ignoring its identity problems, Tekken 4 was, in my opinion, a well-rounded game that was able to take the series forward and help show the public that Tekken could evolve while sticking mostly to what made the series a success story. Namco ultimately rectified many of the issues in Tekken 5, and now the series still goes on strong today. You could say, thanks to Tekken 4, the franchise now burns brighter than ever, and to this day still kicks butt. Well folks, that was Tekken 4. Let me know what you think of the game, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The Sega Saturn. I love this system. I never expected to be wowed by its charm or power, especially in the 2D games, but man, the Saturn really has won me over. I've owned my Saturn since February 2019, and back then I knew nothing about the system. Today, I have over 30 games to pick from, and I've even imported some Japanese games which I really do feel is a must to get the most out of the system. So far, I've made 2 episodes dedicated to reviewing the Sega Saturn games I buy to figure out if the games are worth the money. Well, I think now it's time to review some more and see if these particular games are worth buying for your own Sega Saturn collection. First up, it's Panzer Dragoon. This was a launch game for the Sega Saturn, and it was intended to prove how good the Saturn was at 3D gaming. The game starts with an epic intro. We see a rider going after a strange creature, only to be ambushed and seemingly left for dead. He is then saved by a man riding a dragon, only to be killed in the process. Before he dies, he entrusts the man he just met with all of the knowledge he had and telling us that his dragon knows what to do next. Now, it's up to us to avenge this man and of course save the world. Story aside, this was a great cutscene and I was pumped for action. So, Panzer Dragoon is a third-person rail shooter, and simply put, your task is to survive each level, taking down waves of enemies and then fighting a boss at the end. Sounds simple. To achieve this objective, you can fly around the screen shooting your basic laser attack using the on-screen crosshair. If you hold down the button, you can lock on to long-distant enemies and shoot a more powerful beam at them. This particular attack is handy, not only because it's more powerful, you can lock on to many foes at once, or in the case of a boss battle, attack multiple spots of the boss to take them down quicker. Dodging attacks is also key, and sadly for me, I can't do it so well because I'm so preoccupied with shooting down one enemy and I end up getting hit by someone else. Luckily, this radar helps you locate unseen enemies and which ones are actually attacking you. The flashing points are the ones who are actually trying to kill you. I also forgot to mention you can rotate the camera to shoot these enemies from the sides or behind you. This is neat, but you cannot dodge in these angles and sometimes the dragon's wings get in the way. Otherwise, this is a fantastic game with great graphics, good sound design and a soundtrack which makes the game even more fun and feel like a true adventure with a goal in mind. I felt really engrossed in the game, and despite not finishing it yet, I really wanted to know what happens to our new rider and his dragon. You can find this game fairly cheap these days, and I encourage you to play it if it's possible. In 1996, Panzer Dragoon 2 was released. The game is a prequel story to the first game. It shows a man who is told to kill these creatures as they are not welcome, plus cannot be easily sold for money. However, he cannot kill this one particular type who has wings, and he keeps the creature in secret. Sometime later, he and the creature's home village is destroyed by a battleship, and now you must destroy the ship and I guess rebuild your lives? I don't know. This game is similar to the first, so I will not go over everything again. That being said, this game has big changes and upgrades to the formula. First, your battles will take place both on the air and the ground. The ground portions show off great scale, and the air portions are more frenetic than before. The game has tighter and better controls than before, and the different camera angles feel more fluid. The dragon actually moves up and down this time in these angles, thus giving you some form of dodging, which I'm glad they added. I now feel more confident changing the camera and taking less damage in the process. Another new change is the special attack meter. A separate bar will fill up as you destroy enemies, and once it is green, you can fire off many beams of light to give those in your way some real punishment. The more you let the bar fill up, the longer this move will last. Also, this makes you invincible for a short time as well. Very handy for the bosses or if you are in a tough situation. I love the locations in this game. It feels more like I'm going on a journey, and all this makes the world feel more alive and real. You can also take alternative paths which will help with replay value, and lastly, your dragon will get stronger throughout the game. Do well at the end of each level and you are given points. Once you have enough points, your dragon will transform and grow stronger. The game looks much better than the first, with more detailed visuals, more effects, and a much more solid frame rate. The developers really pushed the system to the limit, and I love the results. But the soundtrack, my god, easily the biggest upgrade of them all. From start to finish, it's one of the most engrossing and beautifully made soundtracks period. The dark, moody themes stick with you long after the game is done, and their powerful inclusion only makes each level feel as if it will be a life and death type affair. All of this done on the Sega Saturn sound chip, by the way, not Redbook Audio. I tell you, this original soundtrack is a must listen. It's fantastic. What a brilliant game, and I highly recommend this to anyone wanting a great yet simple action game for the Sega Saturn. Alright, let's check out Tunnel B1. Well, I've never heard of this game. I hope it's good. Well, it starts out pretty nice. While I have no idea what is going on in the cutscene, the music is fantastic. It has this military sound that I love, and I like the harshness of it. I'm certainly eager to play now. After going through a very bland menu screen and checking the controls, I entered my destiny. Oh. What is... Right, there's a few things wrong here. First, the camera. Why is it pointing upwards? It's very unnatural, it makes everything look bigger than it really is. God, my eyeballs don't like the sight of this. The second thing is the objective screen. It's hard to read, uses poor colour choice, and it takes forever to get through. I just never cared enough to try and make any sense of it. Then there's the controls. It turns out we are in a hovercraft manning a machine gun, and God, trying to drive this thing sucks my eggs. It goes too fast to make precise turns, the turning circle is slow and makes me dizzy, and nothing control wise is placed in a convenient manner. When I wanted to switch weapons, I kept hitting the map, and trying to exit these screens is a pain. It takes much longer than necessary, killing any momentum this game could have.
Map.
The odd camera also makes judging distances hard work. I kept bumping into things that I thought were further away than I anticipated. However, no problem. This game allows you to get a score thing. Yeah, you will hear her say that a lot. The weapons can be upgraded via pickups. So you start with a single gun, double guns, then triple guns! Sounds amazing, right? Well, check this out. Wow, the sound effects are awesome! Well, I mean, they're completely useless and have no style. I can't hear anything! How did the developers think this was good?
Oh yes, let's make it so the player can barely hear a single sound effect.
What else is wrong? Oh yes, how about getting lost all the time? Even though there's a map, I still get lost. Or getting shot and not knowing where from. Or the health pickups, which will damage you if you don't pick it up in time. Oh, and the constant when your health is low. Yes, this is a bad game, alright. I will admit the music is incredible though, and it did help add some much needed atmosphere to the game. I love the way it sounds, and it makes me want to push on and do battle. Despite its best attempts though, Tunnel B1 is not good, and although some limited fun was had, I don't want to play this game anymore. Thanks, but I'll try the next game out instead.
Flares.
Now, let's check out Shell Shock. This game has a lot of tood behind it. Maybe Core 4 lots of tood would sell this game by the bucket loads. Anyway, Shell Shock is a first-person combat simulator game. You control a tank with a group of mercenaries who just say things I cannot understand.
See, they call me 911. You got a problem? You just call on 9.
I will never be tood enough for this posse. To start a mission, you have to enter the briefing room, and well, the slowest conversations ever occur. Everyone's speech has to load slowly, and it makes this part of the game slow and uninteresting.
Detour, Philip K. Dick never wrote no book called Blade Runner.
Oh, come on, get on with it, man! It takes 10 minutes for anything to bloody happen. Wow, thank God we can actually do something. So, this game has you mostly taking out set targets. Level 1, for example, has you taking out all of the tanks, and level 2 has you blowing up all of the buildings to smithereens. The controls are as you'd expect. For manning a tank, it's clunky and heavy. You cannot strafe, so dodging attacks basically means turning before your foe fires around at you and hoping it does not connect.
Yo, way to go!
You start with two guns, the main gun and the cannon. The main gun is better as things actually blow up, and the cannon, yeah, don't use it if you actually want to succeed. I will admit, while charging in guns blazing is not an option, I just dicked around and blew up everything.
Yo, way to go!
I mean, come on, you're in a tank, why wouldn't you? Trees, street posts, medical supplies, fences were all no match for my destructive nature. It sounds satisfying as well.
Yo, way to go!
Although this guy who keeps talking won't shut up. He has to comment on everything going on, and God, please stop!
Yo, way to go!
Dude, have you ever just, stopped talking for 1 second? The music is interesting, but I don't find hip hop or trip hop or whatever this is to fit the action.
What you doing, eat that sucker?
I get why they went this route, but I wished Core used military themes instead. It would work so much better. If you do fail, and you will, you get the weirdest game over screen ever. I will say, after each mission, you get cash and you have to use it to fix your tank, and then if you have any spare, get upgrades and new weapons to use. This is an interesting game overall, but it will take time and patience to play. If you can put up with the difficulty and tedium, this is a decent game.
Eat that, sucker!
Robotica is an early Saturn game released in 1995. The intro cutscene looked promising enough, and I like how we use a strange robot to fight through the game.
Maintain world order.
This is amazing, or so I thought.
Designed to unify mankind, but eventually, all those who could explain the
Once you actually start, things are still looking up. I like the heads-up display, and it all helps establish the robot theme here. Lots of different toys and equipment to play with, and yes, I messed around with what I could before I moved onwards. The most useful of the tools is the hoverjet. Not only can you get over spaces of depth with this, but you can dramatically increase your movement speed. I did this all of the time because your non-actual turbo speed is this. Yay, I guess. So, what's the objective of this game? You find a car key placed in a random location in the level, and once you find it, you attempt to find the exit, and that's it. Yes, every level. What's wrong with that? Well, first, the combat. It's slow, boring, and frustrating. It's also just tedious. Look, I stand here and shoot things, and then well, the enemy I just killed drops a shield regenerator to repair the damage I just took. You do have a map screen in the corner and also a radar to prepare for the upcoming foes. Sadly, the map is clearly needed because look at the level design. This is level 1. This is level 2. This is level 3. Are you seeing a pattern yet? Everything looks the same. The same grey square walls and same looking corridors and doors and rooms. I mean, come on game, a bit of decent level design is too hard for you? The 5th level does turn off the lights, which makes the game even more fun. When I say fun, I mean annoying, and wow, I can't see a darned thing! We go from dull and boring to I can't see anything and dull. This has got to be the dullest first-person shooter game I've ever experienced for sure. I feel sorry for all those who paid full price for this back in 1995. This is just poor. If it wasn't so dull, I could see this as a decent game, but there's just so much the game gets wrong, and I can't recommend it in good faith unless you find it cheap. Even then, this video game has very little to offer. Next up, it's Starfighter 3000. This is a port of the 3DO game, and that looked very good at the time. I thought the Saturn port would be awesome and possibly improved. Boy was I disappointed. This game is a flight simulator game where you have to do various missions. You have to start out training, which is a good thing. This game needs it, and well, things are not exactly awful, but needed a lot more work. Straight away, the controls. My god, the plane is oversensitive, and combined with the frame rate, which is hideous by the way, the experience is the same as trying to control a dog that drags you around endlessly. The objectives, while clearly laid out, in practice are poorly conveyed to you in-game. There is a map, but half of the time I was confused with what I was looking at. I knew where my ship was and the mothership, but that's it. Everything else is coded weirdly, and even when you reach a point of interest, the game doesn't directly tell you where the said objective is. I flew around like an idiot looking for this building to blow up, only to eventually just blow up everything in sight, hoping for the best. I will say, the environments are destructible, and seeing my lasers cut down the hills and set grass on fire was very cool. I could do this all day and level the battlefield. Anyway, aside from the lasers, you do have weapons like missiles, and while effective, there's not many of them and it's easy to run out of stock before you know it. Hitting anything but a ground target with your standard lasers is almost impossible. Oh, and did I mention the aircraft is slow? Thank God for the go fast button. The graphics are pretty poor with a lot of slowdown and ugly looking textures. The game also just looks unfinished somehow. It's hard to explain, but it just looks like a layer of texture or something is missing. The soundtrack is quite good though, with the driving beats, and it's quite satisfying to listen to. Overall, this game should have been good, but there is far too many problems holding it back, and ultimately, the experience is not worth it. I'm sad because I was really looking forward to this game. Here is another early Saturn game, Pebble Beach Golf Links. Believe it or not, I love a good golf game, and this was right up my alley. The game has a lot of different game modes, probably too many for me to count. I just chose the tournament mode and hoped to be decent. Before each hole begins, a video is played showing the course, and Craig Stadler offers his thoughts and opinions on the task at hand.
The first hole at Pebble Beach is a short but relatively difficult par 4. It's a must to get the ball in the fairway.
Yes, Craig is a real professional golfer, by the way. I like these videos, and the jazz music throughout makes me feel chilled out and calm. This is good because then the meat and potatoes of the game truly begins. You will have to select your golf person and caddy, and then you tee up, choose your club, and then set a direction, and then swing to finally move off the mark. Right, I did say an awful lot there. Basically, this game requires careful planning and well-timed swings. I failed a lot of the time to get a clean swing, thus my distance on direction was always off the mark. Naturally, the more times you swing, the less points you earn. There's many different ways to tackle a course, but I always hoped power would be the answer. It can be, if done right. Once you get to the putting part, this one includes the incline to the hole, and you need to make sure not to overshoot the hole. Yep, this game is punishing to players who are not willing to shred a moment of patience. All of this actually kept me wanting to do better and master the gameplay. I sort of did, but my golfing skills still need more work. The graphics though are a mess. The digitized sprites look very silly and do not fit in with the environment at all. Just look at that, is that even believable? The overall detail is lacking and everything is rendered in a very low resolution. Did I mention the game has a lot of slowdown and the pace is pretty slow? Amazingly here, none of that matters because the game is fun and the controls are excellent. Oh, and I love the music. Didn't I say that already? If you can find it cheap, pick up the best golf game on the Sega Saturn, at least to my knowledge. Vampire Hunter: Darkstalker's Revenge is the second game in the Darkstalkers franchise. This game only saw a console release on the Saturn, which is fair since the first game only saw a console release on the PS1. Yes, you can get this game in all regions for the Sega Saturn, where we know it as Night Warriors: Darkstalkers Revenge. Long intro aside, this is a 2D fighting game, and since Capcom made this, see it as Street Fighter but with vampires and animal based characters instead of humans. I've always wanted this game since I saw some gameplay once on YouTube. The soundtrack was the highlight especially. I've actually used the soundtrack in many videos in my past. I also want to let you guys know that this game does not use any RAM expansion cartridges at all. Considering how good this game moves and animates, it's incredible. Of course, the third game is faster and looks just damn beautiful, but the second game is still great. The fighting system is still a joy to play, the controls are wonderful and easy to use. Funnily enough, I found myself doing much better in this game than the third one, not sure why. I also love the soundtrack. I actually think it's better than the third game in this department. The songs are more engaging, more catchy, and the jingles just stuck with me, especially All Bass theme. I only wish it was longer. This is a fine fighting game, and I do recommend the Japanese version which I'm playing here. Why? The price. I bought this for £9. Yes, this is the cheapest game on this list, and yet it's a fantastic fighting game which deserves more attention. Did you know Dead or Alive came to the Sega Saturn? I had no idea. It was only released in Japan in 1997. This game is a nightmare to capture footage for. The cutscenes, title screen, character selection, loading screens, and even the gameplay all use different resolutions that freak out my capture device. Yes, it was so bad, every time I started a new match, I had to pause it and I always lost some health as a result. Not cool, man. Anyway, this game is still fun, despite those problems. There's 10 characters to choose from, and you can change their costumes by hitting down on the D-pad. The game is a 3D fighting game that uses infinite 2D planes to keep the action going. Dead or Alive uses the same engine that powered Virtua Fighter 2 and even uses the high res mode, basically 640 by 480 resolution to play with. The game has a punch button, a kick button, and of course the counter button. The punch and kick buttons can be mixed to get different moves, and if you hit back and counter at the right time, you can cause damage to your foes or simply block attacks and then dish out your own idea of punishment in return. Everything is fun to do and the controls work well. The graphics and sound are the best parts though. The high res mode on the Saturn provides sharp picture quality and it all moves at a locked 60 frames per second. The game's soundtrack is really cool too and definitely adds to the action. The first game always had a great soundtrack, although the Saturn version here does change some of the songs that I'm used to from the PS1 version, which is interesting. Overall, this is a cheap and easy way to play Dead or Alive. This game sold over 100,000 copies in Japan alone, so finding one is easy as buying a cake. There's also a limited edition version, but I have no idea what it brings to the table. Regardless, Dead or Alive is worth picking up for the Sega Saturn. And finally, but no means last, is Darius Gaiden. This game is a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up, which means I basically died all of the time. Anyway, the game opens up with a fun intro that explains the story and your goal. It just looks really good and I had fun watching the visuals play out. When you jump in, the game only has 2 buttons to worry about. Firing the main gun and the bomb button, which disintegrates everything on screen and causes massive damage to the bosses. The spaceship you control starts off weaker than a turtle trying to eat grass, but these power-ups from different coloured ships will assist you greatly. Red increases your attack power and spread, green gives you better missiles and spread, and blue gives you a shield. If you get hit once without the shield, yes, you die. You also lose most of the power-ups you gained. Joy! This means getting hit is not fun. You only get 3 lives and 3 continues per game. Once they run out, game over. Luckily, I found a trick way to continue. Simply put the controller into port 2 and bam! 3 more continues, baby. The game is certainly no cakewalk, even on easy mode, but I kept playing. I wanted to see the bosses and beat them. I loved the graphics and the soundtrack, which was just weird. It has this creepy vibe about it and yet keeps me on my toes and allows me to focus on the action. I also love how this game has multiple paths to take after each level, which should improve replayability. Darius Gaiden is worth it, and if you get the Japanese version as you see here, it will not break the bank. There we are folks, some more Sega Saturn games, and while not everyone was a winner, all of them gave me something unique to experience, and I'm glad I managed to buy all of the games in question. More importantly, as per usual, I hope this has given you guys at home more reason to enjoy the Sega Saturn library of games, and if you are looking to get one for yourself, well, I now have 3 episodes dedicated to the system and some of the games you can purchase. If you want to see more games, check out these videos for more Sega Saturn goodness. Well folks, please let me know what you thought of the games I showed in this episode, and until my next video, I will see you soon. In an earlier video, I talked about Tekken 4. In that video, I mentioned that not many people liked 4 as much as 3. This statement had me thinking, why not play Tekken 3 and see if this could indeed be true? Good idea. So here I am playing Tekken 3 with a twist. First off, this is the arcade version that came with Tekken 5 on the PlayStation 2, not the PlayStation 1 port unfortunately. Secondly, this is the debut of my OSSC device, and I'm using Premade Boot to change the resolution output to 1080i, which the OSSC is then handling via its pass-through mode. Oh, and yes, all of this, what you see right now, is real hardware. Anyway, let's jump straight in. Tekken 3 starts with a montage of different fighters, showing off both the graphics engine and the super smooth motion captured animations. It's simple, awe-inspiring for the time, and I love the music. I have no idea what genre or type of music it is, but who cares? It sounds great. I especially love the part of the song when it gets to Law and Lay. There's also an FMV cutscene which shows Jin Kazama, Ogre, and even Kazuya and June from Tekken 2. That was pretty cool. Finally, time to pick a fighter. There's 18 to choose from. There's many new fighters introduced for the first time, and all of them are playable from the get-go. Sadly, no bonus characters to unlock here, but hey ho, we're spoiled for choice. Right, now it's time to kick butt. Tekken 3 is a 3D fighting game. Unlike the previous Tekken games, this one aims to improve the fighting engine in massive ways. Where do I begin? I guess the difference in speed is the most obvious change. Unlike Tekken 4 and older Tekken games, Tekken 3 is a blur in comparison. The general fighting speed is faster for sure, and the recovery times are almost non-existent now, even from the more devastating attacks. You can also perform a quick roll when you land on the ground, getting you back into the thick of the action in mere moments. Straight away, the action keeps on moving, thus keeping the players more engrossed in Tekken 3. Another big change is the ability to sidestep and the tweaked jumping heights. Only certain characters could sidestep in Tekken 2, and only rolling to the side when a fighter was down wasn't always helpful. Now, sidestepping allows you to dodge attacks, and return a well-timed comeback could be on the cards. Yeah, eat that, Dust Eater! The reduced jump height is rather helpful, as I can now more precisely jump over someone and execute my idea of punishment. Works every time, trust me. While watching, you probably noticed the animations. They look superb. Even today, the motion captured animations just sell the game. The game not only looks more lifelike, but the hitboxes feel more dynamic too. This reduces the unfair hits players used to sustain in older Tekken games. Oh, by the way, grabbing opponents is far easier. It also animates more smoothly instead of just cutting animations like the older Tekken games used to do. When my foes got up quickly, I would grab them to show them back to the floor, exactly where they should be. I loved using Lay's grab in particular, where he kicks the foe far away because I simply charged in and caused massive damage with a headbutt. Or sometimes I stomped on them, whatever felt good to me at the time. I must say, while everything I spoke about so far sounds minor, in the grand scheme of things, these little changes add up to make a big difference. Just try playing Tekken 2 after playing Tekken 3 and the differences are so stark, going back to older Tekken games just makes them feel incomplete somehow. Namco really brought their A game here. I also forgot to mention the controls. Playing older Tekken games felt like playing with concrete. It was fun for a bit until you got stuck. In this case, the games felt primitive and somewhat limiting, whereas Tekken 3 feels fluid, responsive and as tight as a well-tuned Japanese drum. In other words, you control the game, not the other way around. This alone is already more than enough to make Tekken 3 the top dog in 3D fighting games back then. Job done, right? Well, no, Namco is not going to stop there. Are you kidding? Nah, they pushed all the boundaries. The sound effects are all new. Finally! The kicks, punches, body slams and bone-crushing noises sound far more modern and sophisticated than before. It's much more convincing now and only helps to engross you into the mayhem. I mean, when it sounds painful to hurt someone you can't defeat, that only inspires you to carry on the pain and push on to victory. I will admit, the older sound effects are more nostalgic and I do miss the punch sound effects from Tekken 2, but I can embrace these new ones with open arms. The arcade music in Tekken 3 is the best in the series hands down. Every song lasts ages before it repeats and the sound of the music holds up today. And while there's a mixture of different music genres, mostly rock and, I don't know, trip hop or whatever, look, I'm no music critic, okay? But I'm telling you, the music here is awesome and it fits the game like a glove. The hidden character theme is my favourite. I could listen to that all day. I love when the game makes me fight multiple hidden characters in a row. The theme never gets old. Ever! I will get hate for this, but the arcade themes are better than the arranged themes found on the PS1 port of Tekken 3. No, please don't throw tomatoes at me, I didn't mean it! Nah, you guys are kind enough to not do that, right? Finally then, the graphics. Yes, I know I'm using 3McBoot at 1080i output so the game shouldn't look this good, but even without it, the game still holds up graphically. Characters now blink, yes that was not a thing in older Tekken games, and the overall detail has been improved dramatically. The 2D backgrounds have seen improvement too. They offer more detail and clarity, plus the locations themselves are more interesting. From a fairground, basketball court, random field, dungeons of death, and a dojo, you won't be bored fighting wherever the game takes you. All this proves is that Namco knew exactly what they were doing to make Tekken 3 the best it can possibly be. Add in the still solid foundations of what did work in older Tekken games and well, I can now understand why Tekken 4 was not as appealing as this game. Almost as if Namco forgot what made Tekken, well, Tekken. Thank God Tekken 5 fixed Tekken 4's issues tenfold. Tekken 3 without doubt still kicks butt. More than 20 years later and after playing the game for 3 hours straight, it's still not hard to see why this game is up there with the best fighting games ever made. Well folks, that was Tekken 3. This is one of those fighting games that really stick out from the rest. Everything was done so well to the point of almost being gaming perfection. Namco was on top form at this time and thankfully they changed the gameplay features and mechanics from past games to make this one feel fresh yet keep the core identity and functionality of the Tekken gameplay. Of course they knew what did work before and never broke those aspects in the process. There's many fighting games out there that are worth playing, but Tekken 3 isn't just worth playing, it's a must own. You cannot miss out on a gaming legend of this caliber, right? If you haven't played Tekken 3 yet, find a way, you won't regret it. Alright folks, please let me know what your thoughts are on this game and until my next video, I will see you soon. The PSP. I love this handheld. As a kid, I was blown away by just looking at it. It was a sleek yet lightweight handheld that packed power beyond my wildest dreams. You know how laptops were compromised for the longest time due to battery concerns? The PSP showed the world that a powerful, portable device could indeed work. Because smartphones were not invented yet, the PSP had a lot of forward-thinking features. This was 2005, and yet I can't believe Sony managed the impossible here. Before I get too far off track, the simple fact of the matter is I've always loved what the PSP could do, and the games. Damn, I could talk about them all day. That's what I plan to do in this series, talk about 9 or 10 games per episode to see which PSP games are worth a damn. I just want to say I'm capturing these games on a real PSP using component cables and upscaling the footage with the OSSC at 2 times, making these 480p captures 960p captures. To make my life easier, and since PSP captures look like this unedited, I've made them full screen and 16:9 aside from some of the fighting games. Enough talk, let's go.
Street Fighter Alpha 3!
Let's look at Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max first. It's the third game in the Alpha series and sadly the last one Capcom made. I wish they made Alpha 4, that would be wicked. Anyway, Street Fighter Alpha 3 is a 2D fighting game that began life in the arcades. It was later ported to consoles like the PlayStation, Sega Saturn and even the Dreamcast. This PSP version feels complete. Look at the menu screen, there's so many choices, it's like being in a coffee shop. You do not know where to start. However, I just want to talk about the arcade mode, okay? Good. There's a ton of fighters to choose from. My favourite is Chun-Li, but everyone handles differently and I'm sure a fighter here will play into how you choose to fight. The gameplay though is where the game shines. As you know, I play these games at turbo speed 4 in this case. There's a turbo level 7 which was too intensive for me. Anyhow, the game makes use of all of the PSP buttons. Every character has 3 types of punches and kicks. Yes, the good old weak, medium and strong attacks, all individually activated. I love this control type and it enables a lot of animations for the fighters. The action is super fast and full of great moments. Things that make you go, damn. Everything controls perfectly, although playing on the PSP is a bit weird at first due to the widescreen. Still, you get used to it and man, it's pure satisfaction when you do. The graphics and animations are all top notch and look beautiful. Capcom clearly went all out back then and the graphics still hold up. Don't forget there are modern games that use this style of graphics, so this is certainly up there. Even the menus look incredible. It's all flashy, colourful and it really makes me think I'm playing an over-the-top arcade game. I want more menus like this, please. The soundtrack is marvellous. It has lots of energy behind it and it makes the fights way more engaging. It's one of the best Street Fighter soundtracks, period. I especially need to mention the Vism mode. If you can use it, your character will be super fast, will be able to rack up more combos and pull off more difficult moves much more easily. If you get hit though, you lose the power, so be aware. This game is a no-brainer. You need this in your PSP collection and it's cheap. I got my copy for £8. Next up, it's Darkstalkers, the Chaos Tower. In a nutshell, the game is basically all 3 Darkstalkers games in one neat package. You can pick from the 3 games and the styles too. For example, you could pick Darkstalkers 3 but have Night Warriors mechanics instead. I do find it quite cool, but otherwise this is the Darkstalkers experience through and through. Great controls, great graphics and a fantastic soundtrack to wrap up the exciting action. Not to mention you can now play this anywhere you want. Neat! As a launch title, this game shows off the PSP's power, and it's great to see ports like this come home to the system. If you are wondering why I'm not going into much detail, it's because I've already talked about Darkstalkers 2 and 3 in depth already. If you want to know more about the games, check out the videos in the description. For me, this game is a must own and it plays wonderfully on the PSP.
Ridge Racer.
Now let's look at Ridge Racer, yet another PSP launch game. It's a reboot of the Ridge Racer franchise that began life in the arcades before becoming a PS1 launch title. So, the PS1, PS2 and now the PlayStation Portable have had Ridge Racer as launch titles. Anyway, this game is worth a damn. It was 6 too long years since Ridge Racer had a quality title. So the game is basically an arcade racing game. It has your standard racing career mode where you not only earn trophies but new cars for performing well in each race. The tracks are a mix of old and new, which I found nostalgic. Playing on the Ridge Racer Type 4 track made me realise how great the course designs are, and the beautiful PSP renditions made me feel nice inside. It's really good to return to the past, you know. The gameplay though is where this game shines. Yes, the graphics are sweet and have that Ridge Racer Type 4 feel, but racing and drifting cars is so easy yet satisfying as heck. Older Ridge Racer games did this too, but it was uncontrollable and the steep learning curve always made me not want to drift cars. Here though, complete opposite. Drifting is easy, fun, and taking these difficult corners at high speed makes me feel like a driving god. Another reason to drift is the boost meter. Yes, you can now build up a boost meter. There's 3 types of boost: weak, medium, and strong. So you can have a bit of boost, or more boost, or wait for it, Ultra Boost! Oh my word! Lastly, the soundtrack. It's just brilliant. Honestly, the best soundtrack since Ridge Racer Type 4. It sounds more modern this time with techno beats along with the crazy rhythms. It sounds like something Sega might have done. That is very high praise since Sega made the best arcade music in my opinion. Namco did not hold back and the result is a soundtrack that would be worth listening to outside of the game. Overall, this was a great way to launch the PSP and Ridge Racer was able to find new life and recover from the not so great games on the PlayStation 2. MotorStorm Arctic Edge is the spin-off to the MotorStorm games from the PlayStation 3. Released in 2009, this was a nice way to bring the mechanics of the MotorStorm series to the handheld. MotorStorm basically is a racing game where there's lots of open-ended ways to win a race. You can pick from a number of vehicles and depending on what you pick, your automobile will have advantages and disadvantages over certain terrain. An example could be big rigs, which will easily take care of heavy, rough or muddy terrain, whereas a car will bog down and be unable to get through the same patch quickly. Of course there's jumps, shortcuts and many paths to try out. This makes each race a strategic affair as you won't know which route will be the quickest for the vehicle you pick. You do have something to aid you though. Yes, the boost meter. You can press X and use it as much as you dare. I say dare because as the meter builds up, the car will overheat. Overheat for too long and don't boost too much basically. The game is a lot of fun once you get the hang of the mechanics. The handling engine is a little floaty, but you can actually pull off some really neat drifting and sharp turns. Although the trucks I struggled with, I was simply trying a bit too hard to make these feel like sports cars, which they aren't. The crashes will set you back too. It makes the game feel like Burnout somewhat, and I like that. The game looks pretty good for the PSP, not the best but certainly detailed enough, and the frame rate is fairly solid for the most part. I will say the scale of the tracks is more impressive, and it does make you think that the tracks are bigger than they really are. The soundtrack is licensed and full of great rock and heavy metal songs that fit the action perfectly. You will be enjoying your time here, and if you wanted MotorStorm on the go, the PSP does a good job emulating the PS3 experience quite well. Guilty Gear XX Accent Core Plus is an updated version of Guilty Gear X2 which was first released in 2002. Anyway, this PSP port manages to capture the spirit and the feel of Guilty Gear very well indeed. There's a lot of modes to choose from, but for this video I'm just playing the arcade mode. There's a decent amount of characters to pick from, many returning characters and new ones are present. I only truly know the characters from the first Guilty Gear, but the new ones seem cool. So, Guilty Gear is a 2D fighting game that is fast and furious. It's a game that requires total concentration and aggression to win. Flip up even for a moment and wham bam boom, game over. Thankfully there's a lot here to help you gain the advantage. The controls are simply perfect. Every button input is quick and instantaneous. The only blame you can have for losing is yourself and not the game. Yes, the controls are that good even on the PSP's widescreen. There's many combinations to pull off, and fighting airborne is also a good choice. I feel the game is at home when in the air. It's easy to start a combo and really punish those who mistime their defense or counter attacks. The game also makes stringing combos together a breeze. Simply put, you just have to go for the attack and make sure to counter or break an opponent's combo as quickly as possible. So, the gameplay alone is already worthy enough. Thankfully the sound, music and graphics are all well done too. I'll admit the music is somewhat old as these films have been done to death at this point, but you can't fix what isn't broken, right? A great soundtrack is always going to rock, and this game certainly rocks. I love the Guilty Gear music, and thank God it still holds up. The graphics are great with good detail and a sort of charm that most other fighting games lack. I'll admit, the game does look a bit fuzzier than I'd like, but it's only a minor issue. Don't let that get in the way, because this is a fighting game of the highest caliber. If you need a great 2D fighting game on the go, Guilty Gear is worth a look. Pursuit Force is my kind of game. The game is about a city basically under siege by multiple criminal gangs who want nothing more than to cause chaos and to steal valuable items. The city's mayor then makes the Pursuit Force, an elite police force tasked with getting rid of the crime that's infested the city.
Noted. Starting today, we're taking back the streets.
And what should we call this new initiative?
The Pursuit Force.
I just love how over the top the premise is. It's so campy and reeks of 80s over the top action. Simply awesome. This trope continues because you then get to see which gangs you're up against and their skills. Honestly, 13-year-old me loved every second of this game. Pursuit Force is basically a mission-based driving game. You drive on a linear path and you get given a set of objectives to fulfill. From stopping cargo to protecting important people of interest like the mayor, Pursuit Force certainly keeps you on your toes.
Hey, we're being tailed.
So you can drive and shoot, but the best way to deal with these crack wannabes is to jump onto their vehicle, shoot them in the face, and then take their automobile.
Hurry!
You can duck for cover, and if you get flung off, you need to get back on using the D-pad. This is without a doubt the best part of the game, and I do love this technique. As you play the game, you will unlock new cars, modes, and even abilities. I also need to stress that strange looking bar in the lower right corner. It's the pursuit meter. Inventive name, I know. Basically, it will fill up as you do acts of justice, and it will decrease as you do acts of bad things. Basically, be good. Being bad is, well, bad. When it's full, you can do two different actions. Either replenish all of your health, which is sort of useless later as your health will regenerate via an upgrade, or the better use of it, jumping in slow motion to other cars. Oh my god! That is so 80s and so rad. I love doing this. It's awesome!
Breathe in some toxic death.
Anyway, the controls are solid, although the boat handling is a bit rough but usable. The game's graphics are quite good. Lots of detail for the time, and I love all these insane stunts your character performs. Too bad the frame rate keeps chugging all of the damn time. As a teenager, I don't remember the game slowing down this badly. This sucks because trying to play a game in slow motion half the time is not desirable. The sound is satisfying and the music is great too. The voice acting is well over the top, but you know, in a game like this, it fits perfectly, and there's a charm about it that makes you want to hear more.
Ha! Who's swimming with the fishes now? Those delegates ought to throw you a party. Well, aren't we proud of ourselves?
Pursuit Force is not a perfect game, and it's not an easy ride. This game will destroy you if you dare start getting lazy with it. But this is one of those games that is worth buying alone for its over-the-top nature and solid gameplay.
Who sent you on a cruise? They're almost at Aspen Town.
Here is the Sega Mega Drive Collection. It's a collection of Mega Drive games for the PlayStation Portable. There are some decent choices here like Golden Axe, the Sonic games, and even some RPGs. Yes, for a cheap price, the Mega Drive games included in the package are not bad at all. I wish Streets of Rage was here, and some of the games are not my cup of tea, but the emulation is decent and works fine on PSP. It's just an uninspired release, but again, for a cheap price, this is not a bad way to play some of the Mega Drive games on the PSP. This is more like it. Burnout Legends might be an early PSP game, but damn, it's amazing. It's basically Burnout 3, but with elements of Burnout 2. I don't need to say much more, but I'll elaborate a bit more. Burnout Legend is an arcade racing game where you take part in many events. In the career mode, you have a world map with different events and tracks to participate in. You can even do the crash mode and one-off special events as you unlock more races in the game. The game is so much fun. The boosting is awesome, the crashes are amazing, and when you do crash, you can take control via impact time. You can steer your car into other opponents to earn takedowns, which will increase your boost, or during crash mode, use it to place your car to cause maximum damage. All of this on a game that runs smoothly and just presents over-the-top action. I need to say, the crash mode is awesome. It's basically a puzzle type mode where you need to make the traffic jams pay. Yeah, take that, Rush Hour! So great to see the cars crash and burn, baby. Burnout Legends is a no-brainer, and it's one of the best PSP games of all time. One day I'll fully complete it, I'm sure. And last up for this video, it's Rengoku, the Tower of Purgatory. I've never heard of this game and no one talks about it. Let's see if it's worth a damn. It starts off so well. There's a cinematic cutscene that had my attention. It looked really cool, foreboding and somewhat creepy too. I thought I'd actually found a hidden gem. That was until the tutorial started. After that, well, the game began to go downhill. The game's attempt to teach you the game's mechanics is laughably bad. The text disappears too quickly and you can't actually control what's on screen. You simply forget everything you just saw within moments, and I'm sorry, the dodge mechanic looks ridiculous. How did anyone see this and go, yes, that looks fine to me? Seriously. When you actually play the game, the nightmare continues. There's so much going on in the menus and simply lots of functions you couldn't care less about. But I don't want to go on a tangent, so I'll simplify everything. Rengoku is a 3D beat 'em up game where you go into various rooms, beating up anyone in your way to unlock doors to progress. As you fight, enemies drop weapons and items that you can equip at this room here. You can also destroy these boxes here for pickups, mainly health and ammo refills. Once you can equip weapons, you go to a screen showing all of the body parts that can be equipped with said item. I was very confused at first until I realised the face buttons on the PSP were individual limbs. For example, I could equip 2 swords and a gun on my head. I could use all of the weapons here by pressing square, circle and triangle. I'll admit, once you get the decent weapons, the game becomes somewhat easier. Until you realise whenever you use a weapon it runs out of ammo or health. Makes sense for the gun, but the swords? Even swinging them in midair wears them out. What? That's dumb, man. It gets worse because the combat sucks. The controls are mushy and I always felt as if I was controlling a brick. It's slow, unresponsive at times, and there's no flow or punch. Simply put, this game is no fun to play. The dodge roll still looks stupid, although it is the most responsive move of the game. Yay, I guess. The lock-on function is basically broken. Moving towards anyone with the lock-on engaged is a challenge in itself. What's worse, when you take damage, the lock-on immediately disengages. The amount of times I've shot at the air or wall because of this cannot be understated. If you die, and you will, you get set back to the save point and you will lose everything your character had equipped. You might have spares in your infantry box, but if not, prepare to be throwing these weak punches and fighting the worst way possible. As in, one hit, dodge a million times over, and repeat. Yep, this game really wants you to hate it. The graphics are okay, but lack colour and the level design is very uninspired. Just long corridors that are all grey and look very much the same. Yeah, the visual candy is at a minimum here. The sound effects are stock, and not even good stock either. You start to get the sense that the cutscene was where the budget went and not the actual gameplay itself. The music is very annoying. It repeats all the time and only serves to make your ears bleed. This game had great potential, it really did. Ultimately, this is one example of when someone's ambitious ideas do not translate into a video game that's worth experiencing. Sorry Rengoku, you tried, but I'm certainly not playing you ever again. There we go folks, there's 9 PSP games for you. Not every game was amazing, but that's okay. I'm willing to show the good and bad just so you can see what might be worth buying for the system. I had a ton of fun playing these games for you guys, and I will definitely continue to buy PSP games and to conduct reviews on them from time to time. Alright, let me know what your thoughts are on the games I showed off today, and until my next video, I will see you soon. If you guys have been following my channel for the past few years, you'll know I love the Sega Saturn. What started off as a passing interest has now become one of my life goals, to collect as many games for the system as possible. Over the past year, I've successfully covered over 30 games in my personal collection. Quite amazing when you think I had no idea what the Saturn even was until late 2018. Recently, I did my third volume of my Sega Saturn games collection, and Panzer Dragoon 2 stood out above the rest. Because of this, I've decided to give this game a second look in more depth. After all, this game is worth a damn. Let's see why. When the game begins, we see villagers killing a strange creature. Turns out these creatures are seen as pests to the community, and since they cannot be sold easily, due to their strangeness, they get executed. It's also part of a code that the village has. However, a creature named Largy has a pair of wings, and the man refuses to kill him. Sometime later, the two are riding back to the village when a huge battleship destroys the town. Now it's up to us to take down this ship and possibly save the world. Panzer Dragoon 2 is an arcade-style rail shooter. Largy will move on a predetermined path throughout all the levels, and you will be going from ground combat to airborne combat as you progress. There's only 3 things to worry about in Panzer Dragoon 2: the radar, the movement of Largy, and the special meter. Sounds pretty basic, but when you see what you have to deal with as you play, these factors will be vital to keep an eye on. Of course, the movement is pretty simple. You can go from side to side or up and down if Largy is airborne. Dodging attacks is quite easy while in the air because as you swing the camera and aiming reticle, Largy will move up and down, whereas on the ground levels you can only go from side to side. You will have to be a lot more focused and on your guard when fighting on the ground. Then, the special meter will end up being your best friend. As you destroy enemies or cause damage to the bosses, the meter will gradually fill up. Once it hits green, you can use the special attack at any time. Using it fires these special beams of light, and you will be invincible during the time that the meter is activated. This is invaluable during boss fights, and if you feel overwhelmed, you can also clear the enemies that are just a bit too much for you to handle. The main attack style will be your laser gun and these beams of light that can lock onto multiple targets. I love using the beams as they can damage multiple spots of an enemy, useful for boss battles. Otherwise, it seems like a simple action game, right? Well, Panzer Dragoon 2 might be simple conceptually, but this is just a facade. The levels are huge in scale and have multiple paths to take. You will not only fight different enemies, but this can change the story, thus affecting the ending cutscene you get. It also extends the replay value as you can try a new path when you start over. I also found different death animations for bosses depending on how you take them out. That is a nice touch of detail and one that I didn't notice until I played the game again. I also need to stress that this game's controls are simply excellent and natural. There's no compromises and everything makes me feel powerful and able to complete my mission. Yes, not many buttons are used, but what is used works great. Even changing cameras is easy, and having free aim that doesn't fight you as you try to use it certainly helps to make the game easier. Speaking of easier, aside from this fight in the 5th level and the final boss fight, I got through the game fairly easily. It only took me over an hour to finish, and although the game is short, that is okay with me because this is one of the best experiences I've had in a long time playing a video game. No joke, from start to finish, Panzer Dragoon 2 was awe-inspiring, well-paced, very engaging, and I was on the edge of my seat. I even got angry and I nearly gave up as I could not beat the level 5 boss. But I knew I could, and thanks to my self-beliefs, I killed that sod and moved on. The game does a great job making you want to see the adventure through to the end, and it's backed up by other great features. The graphics are not only detailed, for example, but animate well and have lots of scale and depth. Look at these mountains, I feel small in comparison. The bosses, they are so huge they look unbeatable, and how is my small dragon supposed to beat them? Sheer guts, of course. Oh, before I forget, depending on how well you do in each level, Lagi will transform and grow stronger. The health bar will increase, the special meter will also grow, and the attack power also gains a nice boost. Not to mention, Lagi himself will look quite a bit different in every transformation. The final transformation at the end was wicked. I felt super powerful, and it was clear I'd come a long way since I started the game. The sound effects are punchy and satisfying to hear, but it's the soundtrack that pretty much dwarfs everything. It's one of the finest soundtracks ever made. You can just tell that the composers had passion and soul for the project. The dark, heavy beats give a sense of foreboding during gameplay, and once the boss battles start, the music gets more upbeat and dramatic. The unearthly sounds feel like I'm fighting in another world, as if I'm not on planet Earth or something. All this done on that wonderful Sega Saturn sound chip, not Redbook Audio. It's a staggering achievement because the music is simply brilliant. Panzer Dragoon 2's soundtrack is a must-listen period. You're missing out if you choose to not give the music a worthwhile chance. The game is amazing. From start to finish, I feel as if I went on a massive journey to avenge those killed in the village. From the epic boss battles, to the great environment and that wonderful soundtrack, Panzer Dragoon 2 is one of the Saturn's best experiences. The gameplay might be simple, but oh my word is it involving and satisfying to play. Here is a great example of a game greater than the sum of its parts. If you haven't already, play this game, you won't regret it. Well folks, there's Panzer Dragoon 2. This game had me moved from the start. It's hard to believe a rail shooter could be this good, but here's the proof. When talented individuals know exactly what they are doing and have the tools to do it, games like this can really thrive. I know people will criticise the short length and the mostly easy difficulty, but when you are the one playing and you just experience the game as intended, I think you will understand that not every game needs to be long or difficult. A good game is a good game, pure and simple. Alright, please let me know what you think of Panzer Dragoon 2, and until my next video, I will see you soon. I love the PlayStation 1. It was the first gaming console I ever played and owned. Yes, my history with this old beast is strong. It made me look forward to playing more games in the future. These days I use my PlayStation 2 to play PlayStation 1 games and it's worked well for the most part. But what about the PlayStation 3? That can play PS1 games via discs too and in 1080p via HDMI. 10 years ago, most people would agree that the PS3 was the best way to play PlayStation 1 games. What about today in 2020? Thanks to this device, the OSSC, maybe things are now different? After all, line scaling 240p or 288p in my case to 1080p sounds too good to be true. In this video then, I shall be trying to figure out which is better, playing PS1 games on the PS2 via the OSSC or the PlayStation 3 with HDMI. Let's dig in. Before we start, a quick disclaimer. I need to address how I'm going to go about this. First, the OSSC. As you know, there are many modes and functions on this device. So that we do not get hampered or bogged down, I'm going to use the 5x mode in games where everything is how it should be on the screen, and the 4x mode when the image doesn't look quite right, as you can see here. Also with the 5x mode, I used 1920 at 1200, which works best for my particular setup. For the PlayStation 3, it's 1080p via HDMI, but when you record, the captures look like this. For consistency's sake, I've manually edited all footage to be 4:3 so that we can better compare the two consoles. Right, now let's get moving. How about Zero Divide 2? This is a forgotten 3D fighting game developed by Zoom. This was not released in North America, which is weird, but there you go. It's not a bad fighting game at all. The music is the star of the show though, and the graphics look great. It's pretty impressive visually, which makes me sad it didn't sell too well. You've been seeing the PlayStation 2 footage using the 5x mode, which works wonderfully here. The game looks really crisp and detailed. So what about the PlayStation 3? It's similar for sure, but there are a few differences. First, the PlayStation 2 footage looks more jaggy or pixelated than the PlayStation 3 footage. This gives the PlayStation 3 a smoother look to its gameplay. But the PlayStation 2 footage is sharper and more colourful too. Both sets of footage look great to me. What do you think? Oh, and listen to the sound rendition. The music sounds less forward in the PlayStation 3 capture, which is odd.
Pixel, win! Get set! Ready? Go!
Next up, The Italian Job. Based on the 1969 film of the same name, The Italian Job is a mission-based driving game similar in vein to Driver. I need to say this, the graphics are pretty lackluster. Is this a PlayStation 1 game or a freaking Game Boy Advance game? I can hardly see anything, and the draw distance is what, 1 foot? Anyway, this is the PlayStation 2 footage. It works well with the 5x mode, even though we see the game looking poor as a result. The PlayStation 3 footage is softer, slightly duller in appearance, and looks a little stretched. I actually prefer it as the game looks a bit better somehow. It wasn't meant to be seen like this, but as the PlayStation 3 makes the game slightly less pixelated, I'll go with that. Dead or Alive is interesting as the game uses interlace output instead of progressive scan. This means we get to see how both consoles handle deinterlacing. Sadly for the PlayStation 3 fans, the console doesn't deinterlace the footage at all. So you end up with these horrid combing artifacts which are not nice to look at. The only way to fix this is to use component cables, set the PS3 to 1080i, then deinterlace the footage via OBS or a capture device that does this for you. For the PlayStation 2, I put the OSSC into 576i pass-through mode and deinterlaced the footage via OBS. Here's the results. Which one looks better to you? I think I know which of these two I prefer, right folks? Let's check out Driver. This mission-based driving game is awesome. Fun as hell, I love the 70s tyre skid sound effect, and the open world was ahead of its time. As for the graphics, it's not great, but hey, could be worse. Sadly, the game's map screen didn't like the 5x mode, and as a result, the 4x mode will have to do. It still looks great and sharp too. Between this and the PlayStation 3 capture, I'm struggling to tell the difference. I guess the colours are a bit more vibrant on the PlayStation 2 capture, and it's a smidgen sharper, but that's it. The PlayStation 3 wins though, because this game uses interlacing at the menus, which trips up my capture device. Thanks resolution switching, I'm so glad we deal with you no more. Ridge Racer Type 4 was a great game for the time. It's an arcade racing game that has amazing graphics and texture details, and of course a soundtrack to die for. And guess what? The 5x mode on the OSSC works! Well, just about, but it's a pass baby. As a result, sharper picture quality, better colours, and more dithering. Yes, Diversity Avenue is back. The PlayStation 3 footage keeps up, and again, due to the menu switching resolutions, this game is more seamless on the PlayStation 3 when going from gameplay to menus and then gameplay once more. Still, they both look wicked. Although the way that the two deal with sound is a bit different in this game as well. Hear for yourself. The last game we will take a detailed look at is R-Type Delta. It's a shoot 'em up game and the first one in the series to be in 3D, or at least have 3D graphics. This game will destroy you, or me at least, because I'm terrible at it. Also, the 5x mode hides the beam meter, which is a no-go. 4x it is then, baby. So the game looks pretty good still. I think the visuals are really nice, and the special effects deserve a mention. Look at them! Definitely don't see effects look this good often on PlayStation. The PlayStation 3 footage looks pretty much the same aside from the usual suspects, as in duller looking and maybe less sharp. But I can't tell the two apart, or at least not easily. Alright, now let's montage the rest of the footage that I recorded and come to a final conclusion on which I think is better for playing PlayStation 1 games. Right, in the end, depending on the game and my OSSC settings, the graphical element of this comparison seemed evenly matched. Sometimes the PlayStation 2 footage looked better, other times the PlayStation 3 footage came out ahead. Of course, we must also stress here that the PlayStation 2 is running PS1 games on a hardware level, whereas the PlayStation 3 has to emulate PlayStation 1 games. But here's the catch, buying a decent PlayStation 3 will cost around £80. HDMI cables are cheap, and since most people download or already have PlayStation 1 discs, the cost will not go up from here too much, aside from getting more games obviously. The PlayStation 2? Well, First we need a PlayStation 2. Thankfully, at only £20 to £40, that's easy. Then we need a decent SCART or component cables, another £20 to £40. Then we need a decent upscaler like the OSSC that I've been using, or a FrameMeister, or you can go cheaper and use a rethink 2X. The OSSC was £140 for me. Then we need this audio splitter if we use component cables to get the sound to work. In other words, PlayStation captures on the PlayStation 2 can look amazing, but you pay for it, man. Most people may want to look in a different direction for that reason. No matter what you decide, I love the setup that I've made, and I'm glad I made a lot of effort to get my game captures looking this good on the older game consoles that I own. Alright folks, let me know which way you would go for playing PS1 games. After all, there are more options that I did not discuss in this video, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The PlayStation 2 is my favourite console of all time. I love the games, I love the graphics, the controller, and considering that my unit is over 18 years old and still working pretty well, I love how reliable these machines are. It's even a decent DVD and music player. Did I mention some games have 480p progressive scan modes? Look, the PlayStation 2 is amazing, and knowing it's the best selling console of all time is no surprise to me. But it's 2020, and I've always wondered how these PS2 games would look if they had a HD makeover. While some games like Final Fantasy X do actually have that honour, most don't. So it's time for emulation to step in. In this case, I shall be looking at PCSX2, a PlayStation 2 emulator, and seeing how much better the graphics can be. Here are the settings for what I used for PCSX2. Nothing crazy this time, since I never had great success with this emulator in the past. But this is version 1.6, which is new to me, so I hope for better compatibility with games that didn't work before. As for my real hardware, I'm using the OSSC. It's been set at 480i or 576i at 4 times using Bob the interlacing. Yes, there will be shakes during footage, but that's the most detailed picture I can personally get from my setup. As for the games with progressive scan support, I'm using the 2X mode. Now, let's start. Let's begin with Dead or Alive 2. This game never used to work for me on the past versions of this emulator. To see it up and running was a great sight. You are seeing the real PlayStation 2 footage right now. The game looks pretty good if you ask me. Bright and colourful and appealing despite the Dreamcast-like graphics. And of course there's the shaking, but it really doesn't bother me too much nowadays. I would also like to mention that the sound rendition might be different, so keep a listen for any changes. Okay, here's the PCSX2 footage. Well, straight away the graphics have improved. It looks almost like an Xbox version of the game. The game is cleaned up, loses any of the interlaced fields, and is much more detailed. The two side by side really shows the full potential of emulation when it works. However, notice the gameplay chugs, and sometimes there are many times when the game hitches and hesitates, which is annoying. The game is playable and works well otherwise. Changing the settings might solve these problems, so this is something I will look into for the future. For now, Dead or Alive 2 is a success. Now let's look at Resident Evil Code Veronica X. This game was originally a Dreamcast exclusive before coming to the PS2 and later the GameCube and 7th gen consoles via a HD remaster. This game looks pretty good in my eyes. The new camera helps aid in the cinematic look, and the completely 3D environments really breathe new life into the series. The zombies are tougher than ever before, and there's new lighting effects to increase the horror. The PC SX2 footage looks pretty much like the remastered versions of Code Veronica X, only better. It really brings out the details you can't see easily on the PS2, and it's amazing how clean the game looks. The menu screen is slightly messed up, so it's not all perfect. Mind you, this is a minor issue and the game plays perfectly otherwise. This is a clear upgrade with very little drawbacks if you ask me. One of my favourite games on the PlayStation 2 is WRC 2 Extreme. This was only released in Europe and it's the sequel to WRC. This rally game is amazing. It's tough, demanding, but also fun and epic. The controls are satisfying to use and the sound effects are wonderful, especially from the rally cars. I also love these long courses which are basically endurance rounds. The graphics are pretty nice too. The human models are not the best, but they do look like the drivers of the time. Still, this game gives you a lot to do and it plays beautifully. The PC SX2 footage is an improvement, but there are some interesting differences. First, the game has minor flaws here and there. Secondly, the game is looking blurry if you know what I mean. Of course, the other games showed this too. This is one of the ways which PC SX2 deinterlaces interlace content. It reminds me of the blend deinterlacing and it works, but it's not my favourite. Still, it works and the game does look much better as a result. I will admit though, the PlayStation 2 footage looks more appealing somehow. Maybe it's the colours, who knows.
Straight 100 for crest into right 2, 100 right 6, 100 for crest into...
Another one of my all-time favourite rally games is Colin McRae Rally 04. I used to play the PC version all the damn time and I was a master of it. The skills haven't quite got back up to speed, but that's okay, I'll survive. This is one game I wish looked better on the PS2. The texture quality could be better, the game looks very fuzzy, and look at the dithering. Divid City Avenue is back in full force here. It's not a bad looking game, I just think this PS2 version should have looked better. Well, PC SX2 comes to the rescue because boom! Wow, it actually looks like the PC version I used to play, just with slightly worse textures and some minor flaws. This game will stutter at first, but once everything has a chance to load, the game works almost perfectly. A game like this really receives a worthwhile upgrade when played on PC SX2.
34 left over crest and 3 left over crest. The long 4 right tightens to 3.
007 Everything or Nothing is a great game. I love the James Bond franchise and the games for the most part are pretty compelling. The first mission here will be used for testing. As you can see, the game looks great on real hardware and the 4X mode really improves the video quality. Because this game is not running at 50 frames per second and instead 25, the shakiness is reduced and the graphics shine. Not to mention, this is a fun game too. Being Bond doesn't get much better than this. Okay, what about the PC SX2 footage? Well, there are some problems. First, all FMVs are completely shot. Look at this! How can you enjoy watching that? I can't see anything! The game improves when you actually start, but there's bugs and glitches everywhere, plus the game hitches too. It's not unplayable, and again, the settings might fix some of these issues. But right now, it's best to stick with real hardware until the right settings fix these problems. Here's our first game with progressive scan, Tekken 4. I've talked about this game before and I still think it's better than what most people say about it. But now you are seeing it in its 480p glory. It's then getting a 2x bump to 960p and it looks stunning. This shows the PS2 can look amazing when used properly. However, look at this. The PC SX2 footage is simply outstanding. It looks like an early Xbox 360 game or an advanced looking Xbox game. Or perhaps a PC version if that ever existed. Either way, this really enhances the game for me. I will admit the game looks a little soft in some ways, but what we have here is a great example of PC SX2 working well and providing an improved experience for those wanting to take advantage of progressive scan. Another game that supports progressive scan is Soul Calibur 2. I can take what I said about Tekken 4 and apply it here. So, super sharp, looks incredible for the PlayStation 2, and the upscale really aids the graphical fidelity. While the PC SX2 footage looks amazing also, it's got more flaws than Tekken 4 and it frame skips and dips here and there. It's not awful, just not as optimized as Tekken 4. Still, some settings tweaking might solve these minor problems. Now, here's Black. Black also has progressive scan mode, but it's hidden away and you have to activate it. By holding down the X and triangle buttons once you see the PlayStation 2 logo, the game will prompt you to hit either standard or 480p mode. On the PS2, this game looks amazing, possibly one of the best looking PlayStation 2 games of all time. The game is also a lot of fun and the destruction is wicked. I will talk about this game properly one day in the future. As for the PC SX2 footage, it certainly looks better resolution wise and it looks like an early 7th generation game. But the lighting effects are messed up or missing, the game stutters too much for my liking and the sky is not showing up. I guess it's raining today or something. I get the feeling though that this can be fixed, and if it is, I can expect this game to blow me away. I'm still amazed at what can be done on the PlayStation 2 though. Okay, here are the last two games that I tested before we come to a conclusion, so let's have a quick look. The PC SX2 emulator has come a long way, and to see it get new updates is exciting. More games are playable now and the graphics can be extended and changed in more ways than ever. Although I didn't push the emulator to its full potential, what I've shown you today is what can be done to enhance PS2 games. Although not every game was perfect, changing the settings will hopefully fix or even solve most of the problems and allow you to play your favourite games in ways never thought possible before. Do I recommend PC SX2? Yes! While not as optimised as say the Dolphin emulator for the GameCube and Wii, the PlayStation 2 has so many games out there and a lot of them deserve to be seen in much higher quality. Although I will continue to tinker with it, I'll also be thankful that I have a real PlayStation 2 in my possession whenever I decide to play the games with no hassle attached. Alright folks, please let me know your thoughts on the PC SX2 emulator, and until my next video, I will see you soon. When I made Affro's Curiosities, I really wanted to revisit games from my past to show you guys what my childhood was like. One aspect of my childhood I love showing to you folks are the demo discs I collected from the early 2000s. I have yet another demo disc for the PlayStation 1, the Euro Demo Disc 105 from the official PlayStation Magazine UK. Released in December 2003, this was the final demo disc I got when it was new. The magazine then ended a few months later, and it was a sad time knowing I could never get these discs anymore. 2 years of barely missing a demo disc finally came to a crashing halt. So, was this demo disc worth it? Let's check out the included games and find out. First up, it's 40 Winks. This 3D platform game came out in 1999, and as a kid I used to love playing this. Anyway, you take control of this kid who is in his sleeping attire and suddenly the nightlife wants to end you. Zombies and other enemies want to say hello and then, well, end you. Time to save the world? This 3D platform game mostly has you exploring the environment, looking for key items and opening these doors. I didn't get too far as I got stuck and ended up lost. But in that time I got a decent feel for the game. The controls aren't the best, they feel heavy and turning is sluggish. When you try to attack you almost always take a hit first, which is very annoying. I really wasn't having much fun here. The graphics though are incredible. This is 3D done right and the cartoony style really has character and appeal. I can't deny this is a great game to look at. It reminds me of the Spyro games in terms of graphical fidelity. The sound is okay, nothing special, and the music, although creepy, repeats too much and gets old pretty quickly. Overall, there is potential in this game and maybe the full version is much better. Let me know if this is worth picking up for my own collection. Next, it's Bomberman World. This game is pretty cool. There's one stage to play, and simply put, you have to bomb everyone until you are the last one standing. You place bombs, get power-ups, and find new creative ways to end your foes' lives. There's a time limit to contend with, and if it hits 1 minute, the stage suddenly cages you in with these square tiles. Yes, a good way to get you more into the action. This is a simple game and it's pretty fun. As you see here, I'm useless at it and I always bomb myself, but this is a game I can get behind. The graphics are nothing special and the sound effects do get tiresome after a long play session, but it's fine. There's no music, which would have helped elevate the action a bit. Overall, this is a good playing game with lots of potential and I certainly would like to own this game someday. Buster Groove is next, and damn it, I love this game. I own the full game now, but until 2019 I could only play this game on the demo disc. Yes, I know about emulation, but in 2003 I was too young to know anything about that. So, Buster Groove is a rhythm and dance game. The aim of the game is to dance like a badass and look flashy doing so. This demo lets you play as either Heat or Pinky. Heat was always my favourite. Look at him go! The game is pretty simple. You have to press buttons within the time to the beat. A HUD element flashes with every beat, and every fourth beat you need to hit the corresponding buttons. Continue succeeding and eventually you open up new combo trees and get more popular. If you finish with a 4-bar popularity, you'll enable Fever Time, in which we see the dancer breakdance. To me, this is worth it, every single time. No kidding, I love these. I must mention you can also attack and dodge incoming attacks too. The game looks great with the motion captured animation taking centre stage. You won't have time to admire this element though, as you will have to pay attention to the gameplay. The music though, just listen. Yep, getting the full version was worth it. I love this game. Now, it's Cool Borders 4. The fourth Cool Borders game in the series had a lot to live up to since I loved the second game. If you want to see my take on Cool Borders 2, check the video description. As for Cool Borders 4, it's a snowboarding game and this demo takes place in Vermont. You race downhill with other riders trying to get points while looking cool doing it. Obviously, I pulled off all my moves with style and grace. Well, so, is this game any good? That's a tough question. Compared to Cool Borders 2, this game is much better to control and pulling off moves here is actually fairly simple. The course designs are much improved and there's lots of smooth looking hills and gradients compared to the second game. You can also punch people now, which I simply don't understand. Is this a snowboarding game or Snow Rash? As for the graphics, yes, the graphics are very low resolution, but they are well detailed at the same time. Everything is more polished looking now and less blocky than Cool Borders 2. 2 years can really make a big difference. The game's soundtrack is stock sounding, but I still enjoyed it. I do miss the techno soundtrack from Cool Borders 2. The soundtrack helped give it personality and that 90s vibe that I love so much. Overall, this seems like a decent game and if I can find it, I'll pick it up. Whoa, hold the phone! I found Cool Borders 4 and I'm now a proud owner of the full version. I'll make a future video on it and give my proper verdict on whether I think it's any good or not. Now we have Crash Bash. This is a party game featuring Crash and this thing. There are too many games to pick from. Polar Panic and Pogo Painter. In Polar Panic, you are on these bears or something and you have to knock the other characters off the stage. You simply charge into them to push them towards the edge and then you can recover if you end up on the edge and there's power-ups to aid you on your road to victory. The game mode is fun, the music is pretty neat to listen to, and listen to this noise. Yes, you will hear that a lot. Pogo Painter is the other game to play. This one sees you on a pogo stick colouring the tiles in your colour. The more tiles you colour before hitting these purple boxes, the more points you get. Have the most points at the end and you win. This mode is not as fun, but the music is definitely better and it can get frenetic towards the end of each round. Again, there's power-ups to assist you should you feel the need to use them. Crash Bash may not be amazing, but it's not bad and it's worth checking out if you ask me, especially for a good price. Let's now look at Treasure Planet. The movie was great but bombed at the box office. Will this game salvage the underrated movie? About that. Treasure Planet is a basic 3D platform game with elements of other games such as light gun games. The aim of the game is to open up new areas and to move along in the level while assisting other characters to get more of the space token things to do something. I guess in the full game we would need these to progress. The game is as simple as they come and to be honest I was bored stiff! I mean I played this game for way longer than I really wanted to. The game is just so dull and uninteresting. The platforming is boring, the level design is boring, the exploring is boring. Did I mention this game is boring? God, it's one thing to have a game that works, and I know this game was made with children in mind, but this is really bordering on torture. Kids will find this boring too, I bet. Everything else about this game is meh. The controls work but aren't the best, the graphics look alright, and the voice acting is definitely the best part of this game.
If you jump on, you'll slide along wherever it takes you. However, make one wrong move.
This guy especially really loved his job.
Now Jim, barrels are designed to resist damage from being bumped about, so...
The music gets annoying fast though. It repeats way too much and I think it's way too whimsical for its own good. If you couldn't guess by now, this game didn't really impress me. If the full version is the same as this, I don't recommend it at all. Dragon Veiler is next, and this is a special preview version apparently. Oh, exciting! This is an action RPG game where you play as this guy. His name is Clovis. Well, that's all I know. You start trying to navigate this lava pit of death while also putting out these platforms that are on fire. There's a few items to collect such as health and magic upgrades and health refills. Then there's these Val items which I assume are some kind of currency. At the end you jump into this hole and holy shit, a dragon! Fight it! Fight it! Dog! Okay, I was over dramatic there. The bosses here are apparently dragons, and to be fair, there's a decent variety of attacks to pull off with your sword attacks. The magic attacks are the best though. They do massive damage, and the ice spell in particular seems to work well on this dragon. The dragon is called Rage, by the way. After this fight, the demo ends. The graphics are okay, and the music is pretty decent. I like how it changes when you fight the dragon. This seems like a decent game, but seeing how not many people talk about it, I have a feeling it's expensive. Still, maybe I'll pick it up one day. Pandemonium 2 was one of my favourite demo games growing up. This 2.5D game is pretty cool. You can pick either Nikki or Fargus. I chose Nikki as she can double jump, and this makes platforming much easier. As you can see, the game is pretty unique. The camera changes and tracks the character as you move forward. The camera also loves to remind you of the 3D graphics, and I like how the angles show off the dangers you face as you play. As Nikki, you cannot attack, but you can use power-ups to aid you and get rid of those in your way. I have no idea what these coins do, but I can't help collecting them. They make a satisfying noise when you pick them up. It turns out if you pick up a certain amount of coins, you get an extra life. Neat! This is not an easy game. Aside from not having a natural attack besides jumping on your enemies, you can only take 3 hits and your lives are limited. Trying to jump on enemies can be tricky, and I lost a lot of health sometimes trying to time it right. The camera can also make seeing ahead tough, and I took a lot of cheap hits trying to progress forward. The one thing that keeps me coming back to this game though is the soundtrack. Just listen to it, I love it. It really sets the scene, mood, and it's just fun to have in the background. Whoever composed this song, thank you. This is a decent platforming game with a quirky style, and I for one approve. If I can find this game, I'll certainly pick it up.
Street Fighter EX2 Plus
was the first Street Fighter game I ever played. You can choose from Ryu or Saga and fight 2 to 3 rounds. This is a 2D, 3D fighting game. You can pull off many combos, special moves, and activate the EX mode, which makes you faster and able to pull off your ultimate move. This is a decent fighting game, but to me it's a bit slow and it just isn't as good as the 2D Street Fighter games. It works fine, it's just the game isn't as great as it perhaps should have been. Mind you, the game looks good, and the soundtrack, my god, it's absolutely amazing. As a kid I only played this so much just so I could listen to it. I would drag out the fights on purpose so that I could hear it as much as possible. I want the full game, just so I can listen to the whole soundtrack and maybe save it on my iPod for my own listening experience. Overall, this is a decent game, but it's not the best Street Fighter game ever. If you can look past that fact, this is worth a consideration for your collection. I bet this game is pricey though, knowing my luck. And the last game on this demo disc is Toy Story 2. I loved the movie this tie-in game was based on. Even in 2003, Toy Story 2 was all the rage and this game helped cement that. Actually, this was a time when Disney movie tie-in games were very good and helped players dive into the world the movie set for us to ponder and explore. Toy Story 2 gives you all of level 1 to explore, Andy's house. This level is the biggest on the demo and will take time to finish. There's a few different tasks for you to do, from defeating this robot boss, to helping out Piggy Banks and I forgot her name. Anyway, you will need to collect pizza tokens which will unlock more levels in the full game. Get them all and, well, nothing. Of course nothing. It's a demo after all. On a more positive note, this is a fun and charming platforming game. Everything feels well made and the game can get hard at times. But as Buzz Lightyear, you can fire your laser gun, spin and double jump. You can also fall great heights and take no damage. I love the noise he makes as he falls. Yes, I'm sad, I know. The game definitely looks like the movie and exploring all of Andy's house is a joy. Now I get to see what his kitchen and basement looks like. How am I beating an RC car? Anyway, this demo is great fun. Great music and level design round out a fairly impressive game. Toy Story on the PS1 is definitely worth buying. Well folks, there you have it. Another demo disc for the PS1. It's sad that this one was my final demo disc for the system. By this point, I collected over 20 demo discs and thanks to my persistence, I was able to try out games I wouldn't have otherwise seen. This kept me looking for PS1 games I enjoyed on these demo discs until 2005 when I only bought PS2 and Game Boy Advance games for the next 8 years. These discs aren't just for nostalgic fluff, they're a gateway to a world of possibilities and new ways to have fun on a gaming system. So, let me know what you thought of this demo disc, and until my next video, I will see you soon. .3D fighting games are amazing. I love beating my opponents to a pulp and outsmarting them with counterattacks, special moves and well-timed defensive guarding. Of course, you can do all of this in 2D fighting games, so what makes 3D fighting games so special? Well, there's more possibilities to change up how you fight, and environmental damage can also play a big part in 3D games. The 3D fighting craze was in overdrive and game developers and publishers wanted a piece of the pie. Enter Capcom. Yes, everyone's favourite 2D fighting company wanted to try their hand with this new genre. The game in question? Star Gladiator. What's that, I hear you ask? Well, it was an arcade fighting game released in 1995 and Capcom's first in-house 3D fighting game. But what about the PS1 port? Is it worth a look? I guess we better find out. Star Gladiator begins with a cutscene, as most fighting games do. This shows off the characters and the setting. Although I have no idea what is going on story-wise, I can definitely say this game is Star Wars inspired. Look at this T-Rex! Hold on, a T-Rex? What is this? Star Wars or Dino Crisis 3? Jokes aside, I like the sci-fi setting and I know not many fighting games take place in space. Apparently, this was meant to be a Star Wars game, so this explains a few things.
Star Gladiator.
When you finally start, there's 9 characters to choose from. There's a couple of different species and all characters have different motives and reasons for trying to defeat each other. To learn more about their stories, you will need to beat the game with said fighter, or get the instruction manual that I don't have. Anyway, Star Gladiator puts you on a 3D ring that floats in the air. It's like an elevator, but better. Beating your opponent is the aim here. You need to win all the rounds to progress to the next fight. In the arcade mode, there's 10 stages in total. As expected, the fights start out simple enough, letting you get a decent feel for your character and their abilities. But once you pass stage 5, the game starts to put you in your place. Better learn quickly while also taking advantage of the mechanics this game offers to you. Right, the basics first. If you've played Soul Blade or Virtua Fighter before, the controls are pretty standard. You have a weak attack, a strong or heavy attack, a kick button, and a guard button. You can press a few buttons to chain a combo of attacks together. So an example would be 3 punches or kicks in a row. You can also grab opponents.
KO.
Handy if you come across someone who blocks a lot, or if you want to dish out your own idea of punishment. This is also a great way to get foes out of the ring, which you can do in this game. You can also sidestep to dodge attacks and even attack those who aren't quick enough in the back. The perfect counter-attack. Lastly, you can do 2 types of counter-attacks. One will turn your character blue and they will pose. If the timing is correct and your opponent attempts to attack you, you must press a button combination and you can damage them with a counter-attack. Another will turn you red and in theory the same thing should happen, albeit with more damage. Sadly, while I got decent with the blue counter-attack which is more defensive, the red one I never seemed to get working. I guess I'm just crap at this, I don't know. Oh, and you may have wondered what this plasma meter is for. Is it ammo? No! Basically, if you press a certain combination of buttons when you attack, the meter builds up. If you manage to press the right sequence of buttons and fill up the meter, you unleash a special attack that cannot be blocked. This is difficult to pull off, so when you do, consider yourself lucky. That's pretty much the gameplay mechanics for you folks. Now let's dive into how this all feels to play. In truth, at least for this PAL version anyway, the game won't be winning awards for best fighting game. The control reminds me of the first Tekken game. In other words, it works and you can master the controls, but I cannot help feel how heavy everything is. It's as if there's a slight delay to me pressing a button only for the action to occur half a second later. It's not awful, but it can often mean I'm jamming on the buttons hoping for a faster response. This game is not about speed for the most part. If you button mash, you will end up stuck in a combo kicking or punching the air. Not good. The sidestepping is also a bit clunky to use. It does work as expected, but you need to press it in advance, otherwise you will get hit. Soul Blade does this mechanic better. I also noticed that dodging outward has a wider arc than dodging inward. Not sure why they did it in that manner, but it ends up giving the opponent time to recover since you end up so far away from them. I also found myself getting up the wrong way a little too often for my liking when my foe jumped over me. Turning around isn't quick either, thus giving opponents a free shot or two. At least when you are down, getting up is fairly quick, so good job on Capcom there. It sounds like I'm hating on this game, but in truth I do enjoy Star Gladiator. Although a bit slow, the game has a decent amount of combos to pull off and all the moves look flashy and fun to do. When you get a good feel for the game, the play experience adjusts and so do you. This is where I realised how much effort went into getting the balance of the characters right, and of course we can marvel at some of the goodies on offer, such as the graphics. I think this game looks pretty good. The 3D models are well animated and are pretty detailed. The close-up shots certainly prove my point here. The effects are neat and look nice. It helps remind me that I'm in a sci-fi setting. The use of 3D objects and 2D backdrops give the locations depth, adding to the environmental aspect the game is trying to convey. The sound effects are neat with nice punch and some obvious homages thrown in for good measure. Clearly that's from Star Wars, right? The music is really good. I wasn't expecting much, but man, this soundtrack rocks. Although the space influence in this department is somewhat limited, the mostly rock songs in the background really elevate the action and keep you coming back.
Ready, fight!
I will also admit the songs are catchy and memorable too. Thank God they also last a while. One pet peeve of mine is when background music loops too much or only lasts about a minute at the most. Not in this game, it's how it should be. At the end of the day, this is a pretty decent game. It will not be for everyone, but Capcom's first attempt at a 3D fighting game was not half bad. I'm glad I found this for a decent price. Well, there we are. A good look into Capcom's first foray into 3D fighting games. It's not mind-blowing as I said before, but it's a good start and a good learning experience for the company. However, some of you may have noticed something peculiar. The game's subtitle says Episode 1. Where's Episode 2? Funnily enough, the sequel was called Plasma Sword Nightmare of Blitzdin, or Star Gladiator 2 Nightmare of Blitzdin in Japan. This saw a release on the Dreamcast in 2000. Maybe I should get it to see if anything was changed or improved? Alright, let me know what you thought of Star Gladiator, and until my next video, I will see you soon. When the PlayStation launched in 1995 for the Western world, Sony needed the games in question to wow and impress virtually everyone. The public needed to be impressed to convince them to buy the system. Journalists needed to be in awe so that they would recommend the console, and of course behind the scenes, Sony needed third-party support to get more software released as time went on. In 1995, Battle Arena Toshinden came out and helped the PlayStation sell to millions of people while also becoming a successful game in the process. A year later, a sequel was made and Takara looked to emulate the sales while improving the game that got them glory in the first place. Is this game any good? I suggest we take a look. We begin with a cutscene loosely describing the story.
Ultimate Fighting Tournament, Battle Arena Toshinden. It has been a year since the incredible tournament took place. Those who fight to find their true selves, those who fight to preserve the future, they have assembled to fight again. And so the next tournament begins.
And then we cut to a bizarre sight. Seeing actors cosplay some of the characters including Sophia and Ellis. We also see the occupation of the main characters. I mean, with the cheesy rock music in the background, it's just a bit too much for me. Still, could be worse. Am I right? When you get to the main menu, you will see there's not much to do. Hold on, versus human? Why not just 2p like any other game? No matter, the normal one player mode will do just fine. As you can see, we have a few characters to pick from. I love how you can see the actual game graphics with the characters' heads as they spin around. At least I can say that the facial graphics are nice. They even make a noise too. Well, not sure about this guy, he creeps me out. So, here's the game in its glory, and on first impressions, things are looking good. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's talk gameplay. Clear as day here, this is a 3D fighting game. Battle Arena Toshinden helped pioneer 3D fighting games as we know it. Remember, it was the first 3D fighting game to introduce sidestepping, a revolution in 1995. First, the attacks. Standard fare really, a weak punch, a strong punch along with a weak and strong kick makes up your offensive moves, while blocking will also be a vital part of any fighting game. Being a weapons based fighting game, your moves will be slower than normal and timing is everything. Again, as you'd expect, throwing opponents or grabs are also possible, and of course, the special attacks. These special attacks come in two flavours, standard and I guess I will call it ultimate. At the bottom of the screen is an overdrive meter. When it flashes red and drains, you can pull off stronger attacks along with special attacks to devastate those who stand in your path. This meter will be available quicker than you'd expect, and taking advantage of this is the key to success. Some attacks will be ranged, while others will require you to make contact with your opponent to work. If the attack is blocked, it will not activate. Yes, timing once again is critical for these moves to work effectively. Oh, and I also forgot to mention the ring outs. Very handy for when things get dicey. So far, so standard, right? Well, yes, but in theory there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, with many characters to choose from and each of their own strengths and weaknesses, you'd think this game would be rich with replay value and endless possibilities. That's what they expected me to say. Instead, this game needs fixing up because it's riddled with faults. Chief among which is that important component called the gameplay. I've never played a game that started out so promising, only to fall apart in this fashion. Before I rip this game a new one, I should explain something important. The original game was fantastic in 1995, but in 2020, we now know the truth. The first game, while innovative and nice looking for its day, plays like utter crap. Look at it! Definitely overhyped beyond belief. This game has improved over the first, but not enough. First off, the control. It's not the worst thing ever, but still, it's slower than I'd like and the response times are lacking. When you get hit, your character is stunned for longer than you'd expect. If your foe gets a combo on you, you cannot counter or break free, thus there's nothing you can do. Getting up takes about 10 years, literally, and when you finally get up, you only get knocked down again and the cycle repeats. As time goes on, you start to realise the only real way to win the later stages is either to knock the opponent out of the wing or to spam your special moves until you win. Of course the AI will do this too. It's a case of who can get the first hit and keep you there. I also have to stress that the dodge roll is far too slow and you're not invincible when you use it. You can sidestep faster by running and quickly hitting the dodge button, but it's hard to attack and do this at the same time. Basically, dodging in this game is almost useless. The collision detection also seems buggy. For every time I should be hitting someone, I don't, and I seem to get caught when I should not be. It's like a dice roll, which I should not need to tell you is a no-no in fighting games. The special moves look unremarkable and lack imagination, almost as if the board meeting put in the most stockish moves you could think of. Oh, and the animation is pretty much all over the place. Sometimes it looks convincing and other times Is he breathing? Yeah, guys, stretching up and down like that is not how a human being breathes. I don't get it, plus some moves look awkwardly stiff in motion like EG's backflip here. Before I keep going, I will say there's a few things I do like. First, the graphics overall do look good. There's a good amount of detail on the characters, the lighting used is fantastic and adds atmosphere. The 3D backgrounds have great textures, until you fall off and see this, but anyway, the game overall does look good. The lip syncing is great too, which is always nice to see, and proves that the PS1 is capable of a lot more than first expected.
なかなかやるじゃないか。
地獄で会おうぜ、ベイビー。
お前は十分やった。
I still think the facial details are the best bit about the graphics, especially when the characters do their victory stances. The sound effects do the job and are decent, if a bit uninteresting. The voice actors sound very good even though the voices are in some other language, most likely Japanese. Still, it sounds good. The music though, honestly, this was the only reason I kept playing. Every song rocks. There's so much energy in every song and the compositions really hook you in. This is epic stuff. No, seriously, listen for yourself. Even the credits are worth watching alone for the song that plays over it. The only flaw here is the music will restart with every match, thus you only get to hear 30 seconds of each song at most, which is disappointing as the music here is so well done. This game, while not the worst thing ever made by any means, falls too short in too many areas, and unless you are someone like me who likes to collect games or is willing to play less common titles such as this one, I don't really suggest buying this game for a good time. A shame, as the good parts do shine through, but not enough to overshadow the flaws this game has. What a complete disappointment. Battle Arena Toshinden 2 is just mediocre overall then. There's too many flaws and as a fighting game it's substandard at best. But that soundtrack saved it from a further bashing from me. It deserves to be in a better game, quite frankly. What makes this whole experience quite troubling is this here. Yes, special thanks Capcom? You mean this Capcom? Or this one? Yep, Capcom somehow was involved in this game. Oh, I hope they weren't the ones who developed it because God forbid if so, then how did they screw it up? I guess we can end it there. What do you folks think of this game? Did Capcom develop this game in secret or something? Let me know, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Wipeout, a fantastic racing series that has managed to survive for a while now. It's one of those games that sucks you into its frustrating world and keeps you there thanks to the great gameplay and the soundtrack, which always puts a smile on my face. Today then, we will look at Wipeout 2097 or Wipeout XL if you live in the United States. This game is usually called one of the best games in the series, and today I want to revisit this sequel and see if this statement holds up today. A twist, however, is we will also compare the PS1 original with a port that appeared on the Sega Saturn. Which of the two should you aim to buy? What are the differences between the two? Let's find out. Alright, let's talk about the game first, starting with the PS1 version. The intro FMV looks pretty good. It's nice and simple, with a really cool electronic soundtrack in the background. I also need to say, even the title card looks badass. I mean, come on, that's looking nice. The menu itself has that 90s fuzzstrick look, but it also manages to not look flashy or complicated. Nice and simple, driving the point home without making players wonder how to actually start a race. Sadly, not a lot to do here, just the arcade mode, 6 tracks with different difficulty settings, and 4 different ships. Yes, Wipeout 2097 seems pretty Spartan, but don't worry, wait until the game starts. Also, just notice the Red Bull advertising here. It's all over the place, and it definitely worked. The Americans only found out what Red Bull was thanks to this game, which is saying a lot. Anyhow, the gameplay. This is a track-based racing game where you need to finish in the highest position that you can manage while trying to beat the clock. Yes, if you're not quick enough, you will lose to a clock, so try to make that not happen. In Wipeout games, the trick is to use the power of the craft with the air brakes. The air brakes can be used individually from one another. In other words, you can activate the left or right side brakes to aid you in cornering, or you can press both to slow you down for tight bends. Using these effectively and carefully will see you through the corners. This game is not forgiving should you choose to not use the brakes. You'll come to an almost dead stop if you make contact with a wall. You can sometimes get lucky and scrape the wall, but don't count on it. Unlike the original Wipeout, this one introduced the energy meter, or a health meter in other words. This means too much damage will see your craft destroyed, and thus a restart will be needed. Luckily for you, this means weapons are now more than just a nuisance. You can actually blow up your competition and knock them out of the race entirely. There's a few different power-ups to use, including these blue arrows for a burst of speed, and then you have different weapons such as missiles, rockets, turbo boosts, shields, mines, and a few more. The best one is autopilot, which not only steers your craft for you, but also speeds through everything as well. The downside is it only lasts around 3 seconds and will turn off at the worst times, such as in mid-corner. Still handy, mind you. There's also a pit lane now to repair any damage taken, which is handy, although it uses a longer lane than just going straight to the finish, meaning that you could easily lose a place as a result. Oh, and you can pitch your craft up and down, which I found handy on this track here with its very sharp jumps, thus keeping my speed up. So that's the basics covered, now let's get technical. First, the gameplay is sharp and satisfying as heck. The controls work so well and feel natural here, almost like I'm one with the craft. The air brakes are very powerful and taking advantage of them is not a problem. I'll admit, a newcomer will find the game very challenging at first and perhaps will complain of the steep learning curve, but once you realise those air brakes, the game is a breeze. The response times are a dream too, adding to the confidence that you really can take these corners at breakneck speeds. The track designs are mostly narrow and closed off, which adds to the sense of speed but also reminds you that your room for error is small. Again, hitting the walls in this game will be a common occurrence. There's also jumps and gaps to navigate, and of course other races that will be out to end your racing days. Thankfully for you, if a weapon gets used, an announcer will warn you ahead of time. Isn't he a helpful chap? Speaking of that, the speeds that you can achieve are insane! Over 400 kilometers an hour? Holy shit, look how fast it is! Man, I love the rush I get from just doing this. I tell you, not many racing games get the speed rush correctly, and yet this game gets it bang on right. The sound effects though really need a special mention. I really like the bloops and bleeps throughout the game, from the menu sound effects, to the funk sound of hitting walls, to the announcer, and other suitable sound effects that really help Wipeout feel alive here. I can't get enough of them either, it's just so much fun to listen to. But as great of all of that is, the soundtrack. My god, it's awesome! It's mostly licensed from many different artists, but every song is fantastic and fits the game perfectly. Every song is electronic greatness from start to finish. Wipeout 2097 easily has one of the best soundtracks on the PlayStation, and it still holds up today. It's timeless for a reason. This game wouldn't be the same without this wonderful soundtrack in the background. We cannot forget about the graphics. The game looks great, easily more detailed than the original, with lovely lighting effects used throughout the game. I love the thrust light that emits from the crafts, and the tracks are full of life and personality. The only thing I'm not sure about are the explosion effects. That looks weird to me, almost out of place somewhat. Otherwise, for a late 90s effort, I can't find anything to complain about. Oh, and the game sticks to its frame rate and it's as smooth as butter. It makes playing the game even more fun. Okay, so that's Wipeout 2097 in a nutshell. Great game and still plays beautifully today. Now, let's check out the Sega Saturn version. Right, here we are, and I'm sad to report things aren't looking good here. The FMV is of lower quality than the PS1 version, but nobody cares about that. Then you get to the main menu and it does look pretty good. So my fears here were put aside for the moment. There's even different music in the menu, which is interesting. More on that later. But when we start the game, oh boy, where the heck do I start? Well, the frame rate is the biggest difference. It's very choppy and runs at a lower frame rate than the PS1 version. Actually, it runs the same as the original on the Sega Saturn. How did they not improve on this aspect? It makes looking at the game in motion very difficult to do, and it's really disappointing. The graphics themselves are great for the Sega Saturn, albeit with some issues when transparency effects are involved, but it's still not quite as good looking compared to the PlayStation version. The popping is also more noticeable, and enemy ships are less detailed overall. Also notice the game looks more jagged compared to its smoother PS1 counterpart. Oh, and no Red Bull advertising in this port either. I wonder why only the PlayStation version got the Red Bull endorsement. What else is different? The sound effects are slightly different in some areas. The funk sound is slightly different sounding, and the sound effects where echoes occur are more pronounced on the PlayStation version. I also noticed when using autopilot on the Sega Saturn, the sounds pretty much cut out and the craft hardly speeds up, whereas on the PS1 version, the sounds are all intact and the craft really takes off. The Saturn port also has more glitches and it's easier to run out of time, I find. You get the sense that the developers who ported this didn't quite get the best out of the Sega Saturn, almost as if compromises had to be made at every turn. The Saturn port also has no 2-player mode of any kind, which is very sad to see omitted. The PS1 version did have it, albeit you needed to connect two TVs and PlayStations to make it work. The Saturn port also has no extra content, and it takes a few more seconds to restart a race, although loading into a new race from the menu is quicker than the PS1 version, so that's a plus. Some of the effects have also taken a hit too. The explosions look really out of place now, and some of the light source effects don't seem to occur anymore. At this point, most of you probably think the Saturn port is a write-off and is without doubt a waste of time. Well, think again, because the Saturn port is actually better than it looks. You see, despite the bashing I inflicted on it, this game is still amazing. The controls, although slightly worse, the air brakes themselves feel more natural and easier to use here. Doing tight turns on this port are simply a joke to me. Yes, the frame rate is a disaster, but so what? The speed is still here, if not more so, and at least it's consistent so nothing on the control department changes during gameplay. Pretty much everything that made the PS1 version amazing is still here and intact, so you get a fast and furious game that will challenge you right to the end. The same great courses are also here and nothing has been altered. In other words, you can play both versions and you won't be missing out on anything. The soundtrack though. I knew Cold Storage was a genius, but the music here is so well made. The Saturn version didn't get the PS1 soundtrack, so Cold Storage composed all of the music just for the Saturn. Clearly, he loved the system because the soundtrack is just marvellous. It's hard to explain, but when I hear it, I just feel at peace somehow. The songs are more chilled out and easy on the ears, yet still manage to be engaging with great build-up and great instrumentals. It's far more original, creative, and I have to argue, it might even be better than the PS1. Yes, I know I will get downvoted and everything for saying that, but I really do think it's better. I was more engrossed and played for longer just to keep hearing it. It's spectacular. But look, it's pretty clear that the Saturn is outclassed, and it doesn't help that this port is 3 times more expensive compared to the PS1 version. However, if you take a chance on it, the Saturn port will certainly put a huge smile on your face. So, that was Wipeout 2097 for you folks, and it was neat to see the PS1 and Sega Saturn versions in action. As mentioned before, the Saturn version is ultimately a tougher sell for most people, but it's still a class game with a brilliant soundtrack and great gameplay. Sometimes you really have to look past technical limitations to unearth a great game. Still, I urge most people who would like to try this game out, direct yourself to the PS1 version and be happy you played a great racing game that still holds up today. Alright, let me know what you thought of Wipeout 2097 for the Sega Saturn and PS1, and until my next video, I will see you soon. There are some consoles that really wow us when we first hear of their existence, and boy oh boy, the Sega Dreamcast was just one example. The Sega Dreamcast was Sega's final console and they really did make it memorable. Advanced 3D graphics for the time, VGA support, and of course internet support, which was new to a console for the time, especially because it was built in. The controller was also interesting with this little LCD memory unit which I love seeing during gameplay. This particular Dreamcast has been modified so that I'm able to play any Dreamcast game from any region. Although PAL games aren't super expensive most of the time, the Japanese market is still my choice for most games that I'm actually interested in. One game in particular had me really wanting to try it for quite some time: Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Third Strike was the third refresh of Street Fighter 3, and although I do own W Impact for the Dreamcast, which includes Second Impact and the original Street Fighter 3, Third Strike was the one I wanted so badly. Now, let's see if the £30 I paid for this game was worthwhile or not.
Whatever, yo, it's time I moved on. I booked my title up. Everybody got to beat it. It's time you hung it up. Optional. The level you want.
When the game starts, we get this. One of the most energy-filled intros ever. The song, the graphics are all over the top, and I love it. This reminds me that I'm playing an arcade game, and it's nice to see a game embrace that. The menu music stopped me in my tracks because, well, listen to it.
The third of the third, prepare to die for. Your life's on the line, so I'ma take yours. So who wanna blood dance with me? Leave your body wrapped up, or even a street fantasy. In the square, yo, you best to beware. Street fighter, we ain't playing over here. One-on-one.
If a rap song can stop me from progressing any further, you did well. More on the soundtrack later. Then, once we start picking the characters, it's pretty clear that the roster has expanded greatly. There's a good selection of new and old characters here, hence the slogan of the original Street Fighter 3. You can then choose different arts, which are basically your special moves that can be activated and can produce alternative attacks or even heal you during battle. Anyway, let's move on because none of this makes sense being confined to a menu screen. Oh, and you can pick who you fight during each round, which I love. It helps me keep interest since I don't need to fight the same person if I keep losing. So, the gameplay. It's basically what you'd think Street Fighter is all about. It's a 2D fighting game that uses all of the Dreamcast's buttons to good effect. You have your basic light, medium and strong punches and kicks, blocking, throws or grabs and jump attacks. You can even do reversals and, if you input the right button combinations, pull off more powerful and devastating attacks. Grabs for certain characters can be multiplied, and yes, you can pull off mid-air grabs just for good measure. As mentioned before, you have these special arts that you can pull off during battle. At the bottom of the screen, a special meter builds up as you fight. A maximum of 3 can be stored at once. By performing an art attack, your character glows, and then if contact is successful, the move will do a lot of damage. But not all arts are equal and everyone has different abilities. Some arts will heal your character, some will increase attack power, some will require contact to be successful, while others will work regardless of whether contact occurred or not. Basically, the game encourages you to try out different arts to see which one works to your fighting style. Of course, being an aggressive fighter myself, I always made sure to pick an art that allowed me to keep my foes at bay. I also forgot to mention, if you take too much damage too frequently, you will be stunned and open to attack. Believe me, this happens a lot later on since your foes go from a piece of piss to oh my god, why? Later on, there are 2 bonus rounds to go through. The first one sees you beating up an SUV, which I found really funny. It's just cool to see how much destruction the car can go through, and it's just satisfying to see the vehicle fall apart as you pound it. Yeah, take that, you piece of metal. The second round, well, you are supposed to defend yourself from killer basketballs, but I never got a single point no matter what I tried to do. I didn't like this round very much, so I didn't care to figure things out. In this game, you fight 10 stages until you get to a guy named Gil. He's the final boss and he can suck my donuts. He's as cheap as they come. He will always use long range attacks, freeze you in place and destroy you. What is this, Street Fighter 3 or Mortal Kombat? Point is, this guy really was too much for me. Even when I finally beat him, what? How is that fair? I could barely beat him normally. This guy is a word beginning with B, ends in D, and it's not Dad. One day, I'll get him though. Just you wait, baby. But we're not done just yet. Now, let's talk about if this game is worth a damn, and why. First off, the controls are so responsive. Everything is fast, fluid, and weighty. Nothing was out of place, and each move at my disposal was easily pulled off. Aside from the arts attacks, as the Dreamcast D-pad didn't help. It's just too stiff and hardly moves enough that I always failed to pull off the moves. My hands also started to hurt where the triggers are, since the space for my fingers was narrow. Yep, taking a break is required. Also notice, there's no speed adjustments, meaning no turbo modes. The game is so fast paced, a turbo mode would just break the game. So the game is quick and easy to control. We must also mention that every single character performs differently. Pick the one that suits your fighting style the best. Chun-Li is my favourite Street Fighter character, and I managed to do the best with her. Chun-Li's quick speed and agile nature meant I could jump out of trouble and then counterattack with my idea of punishment. In other words, using lower sweeping attacks, the occasional strong punch, and then my arts move to reduce my opponent's health if I needed to. Now we need to talk about the rest of the game. The graphics are, without doubt, fantastic and just a sight to behold. Yes, bearing in mind this is using RGB on my OSSC and not VGA. If I did have VGA, oh my god. Even with RGB, the game is just incredible. The animations on the characters are just really amazing. It all looks fluid and done with care. I just love watching these fighters interact with each other, and it's fun to see how they react to each hit. Character detail is the best I've seen for a Street Fighter game released at this time, and the Dreamcast really proves its worth here. It's not just a 3D monster, it's perfect for 2D content too. The colours just pop off the screen. Look at it! The bright, vibrant colours are simply perfect. I cannot think of too many games that really put their colours to good use while making the game look appealing. I can see why people certainly took notice of this game in its arcade days. If I was at the arcade and saw this, you bet your life I'd run over to play it. I cannot stress enough how much joy I had just admiring the way the game had no problems making everything as colourful as possible. Simply beautiful. The backgrounds are also amazing as well. With both 2D and 3D elements included, some of it is actually destructible, and as you fight, the ground will shake and make objects shake too. It's a minor element, sure, but it's a nice touch, and details like this reminds me that I'm playing a next-gen game. Also, look at that sunset. It's incredible. Of course, games like this wouldn't be complete without a good soundtrack to listen to. Actually no, the soundtrack isn't good, it's fantastic. Why doesn't anyone talk about it? It's amazing. The drum and bass influenced soundtrack here normally wouldn't be my cup of tea, and yet, Capcom made it work so well. The music is full of energy, personality, and has some of the best beats you'll ever hear. I feel like I'm in the arcades all over again. It's a joy to listen to every song that plays, and a nice touch here is that every round has a different section of the music, so that as you play you hear more and more of the song. I thought that was a great way to keep the music fresh sounding for longer. I think this is my favourite Street Fighter music. Yes, even more so than the EX series or the Alpha series. I've already put the songs on my iPod for good measure. Listening to these tracks in the car always puts me in a good mood before work begins. Makes me ready to kick butt when I arrive for duty. If it's not obvious already, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike is simply awesome. I've always wanted to play and own this game, and thank God I finally managed to achieve this. I love playing this game and you should try it out if you haven't already. Oh, before I forget, you can also get this on the PS2 if you so desire, if you can't get the Dreamcast version obviously.
Weak.
Alright, that was Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. This game had me thrilled from the very beginning, and although the boss at the end was cheap as hell, this never stopped me from wanting to play it some more. Simply put, this game is very underrated, and to those people who said the game sucks, you are not telling the truth. Sadly folks, Season 4 has finally come to an end here. I've enjoyed putting out weekly content for you all, and it's been great to hear all of your thoughts as time has gone on. It's been a great year for me on YouTube, and all of your support has been greatly appreciated. I do plan on informing you all of what's to come next, so please stay tuned for the upcoming updates I plan to announce. Otherwise, let me know your thoughts on Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Halloween. Normally, it's an occasion that's celebrated by millions of people every year. From costume parties, trick-or-treating, to watching horror movies at home or in the cinema, Halloween is a pretty much legit holiday that occurs on the final day of October. While I'm not a super Halloween buff myself, I do appreciate the effort people go to celebrate the spooky season. Due to the great pandemic of 2020 however, Halloween is probably going to be a bit limp this year, so I figured why not reminisce about a game that I loved playing as a kid to provide a distraction. Sounds good, yes? The game in question then is Demolition Racer. This PS1 game was first released in 1999 before coming to the PC and Dreamcast a year later. A spin-off from the Destruction Derby franchise, Demolition Racer aimed to really step up from where the second Destruction Derby game left off. Was it any good? Let's jump in. I love the FMV intro to this game. It's a parody of driving safety messages of the 1950s interspersed with what could go wrong in spectacular fashion.
Orderly and safe. Ignoring or breaking rules is doing the unexpected, and suddenly you become a threat to others.
The music is awesome, and the humour is pretty stellar too. Definitely one of my favourite game openings ever.
As long as everyone follows the rules and is considerate of others, we can relax and enjoy driving. Enjoy driving, enjoy driving, enjoy driving. Without rules, the unexpected can be trouble.
Once we hit the main menu, there's not a lot at first. Just the single player, 2-player and Demolition League modes. Now, if you go to the single player portion, most of the game modes, tracks and cars are locked. That's because the Demolition League is basically the career mode of this game. You do a series of races trying to finish as high as you can. The league start out fairly simple by letting you finish as low as 5th, before suddenly jumping up to 3rd, then 1st. If you manage to complete all the races, you will unlock new cars, modes and tracks to use. Neat! Of course, this takes a while, and I'm sure you all want to see everything this game has to offer, so cheat codes baby! Now, let's get into actually playing the game. Demolition Racer is a combat racing game where you simply have to get to the finish line intact. Of course, that's too easy, so along the way you must bash your way to every car you see to earn points. The amount of points will vary depending on a number of factors, including the severity of the shunt, wall impacts and spins. From as low as 5 points up to 75, or even more if you include some spin and wall collisions. Basically 80 points maximum normally, rising up to 105. Not bad, right? The best part though is the point system encourages you to go on the attack, which I love. In Destruction Derby, the point system rewards you more for spinning out opponents, which is boring. Demolition Racer fixes that and allows you to really have fun smashing everyone to pieces. Of course, as you get crash happy, your car's health depletes. It will start at 100 before gradually going down. At 25, the car will catch fire. At 15, the health meter blinks to remind you any more punishment will be fatal. Then at 0, yep, you die. Oh, I need to mention the death from above technique. How does it work? Simple. Land on the roof of your opponent and hasta la vista, baby. This is hard to pull off, but when you do, 500 points will be awarded for your troubles. Basically, instant first place, baby. Anyway, in every race, power-ups will be there to aid you in your time of need. You can get bonus points, mechanical repairs that restore 30 health points, and armor to make you invincible for a short period of time. Using these carefully will prolong your path of destruction. Watch out for the Grim Reaper boxes though, you will lose a quarter of your life bar if you hit them. All this sounds pretty conclusive so far, right? You go about bashing cars, getting as many points as possible, then surviving while maintaining the highest position possible. This last part is important as the higher you finish, the more bonus points you get. There's a bit more to the story here. After all, what makes Demolition Racer fun are the other elements that come together to make this game as fun as it currently is. There are 8 different cars to pick from once all are unlocked, and they each have different stats along with different body shapes. The 4 main attributes are acceleration, armor, handling and top speed. I personally like the Mantis car the most. It's very fast but handles well and has decent armor. Plus I love how it looks. Until I smash it up, obviously. Another favourite is the van, aka Vandal. Yeah, I don't know. It's so fast and it's basically a tank in disguise. I mean, come on, have you ever seen a van hit 200 miles per hour, smash 4 speed into another van and still drive? Damn, it's good. Too bad the van is twitchy as hell. Keeping it straight and true is a rather hard task to accomplish. I hated the Bobcat vehicle. I was all over the place. I was kissing the walls more often than other cars. Yeah, don't use this car. It's terrible. The rest are fine, and whichever one you like will come down to personal preference. The Predator car is the fastest and handles like a dream. But its weak armor means it can be destroyed in seconds if you're not careful. The track designs, of course, need a mention too. The 10 tracks are all really cool. You will race on construction maintenance sites, a parking lot, industrial facilities, dirt roads, and more. You can also race on these tracks backwards later in the game too. Most of the courses will be filled with narrow paths, wide open spaces, debris to hit, and alternative paths to take. Because you race with 16 cars at once, the tracks aid in the destruction by making sure you get crammed into the mayhem. How can you not look at this and go, oh come on, that's feeling nice? Oh, I forgot to mention you have 3 stadiums for the modes that require them. They look okay, but it's just a circle. I mean, yay, circles are yummy, I guess. I may as well talk about the available race modes in this game. The demolition mode is simple. Race and get points while surviving the onslaught of disgruntled office workers. At least I think they are office workers. Then we have the chase. No, not that one. Sadly, it's just a 3-lap race, but that's it. No points for causing destruction? Shit! Next up, chicken. You drive in the other direction, trying to finish the race as quickly as possible while avoiding the oncoming cars. This mode is fun. It's tense as hell, and knowing there's no power-ups to help you out of this situation is quite sobering. Plus, look at the damage sustained. I'm surprised the car still moves. Next, last man standing. Easy this one. You're in a bowl, which is circled by the way, against 16 cars in a fight to the death. Earn points and take out as many cars as possible. This is definitely a great way to relieve stress from work. Yeah, take that, sucker. Last is suicide. Same as last man standing, only this time you need to destroy your car as fast as possible. The first one to do it wins. Oh, I did it! Victory is my... Oh, how? Alright, those are all of the game modes. Now, let's talk about graphics. For a 1999 PS1 game, this is a great looking game. The cars are well detailed and they all break apart in very impressive ways. Seeing the cars slowly fall apart is visually exciting and it's really well done too. The general graphics on the track design and effects are also top notch too. I love how much detail is on display here and no corners were cut. I especially love all the foreground elements. It helps make each track feel more real. The only real hit on graphics are the opponent cars. They are not as detailed as your car model, but there's 16 of them, so this is not a big surprise. Still convincing despite that fact. Other effects like dirt sticking to your car, skid marks with smoke, along with fire, and seeing pieces of cars flying around really round out a great visual package. The sound though, that's a mixed bag. On the one hand, we have great music and some decent sound effects. The crashing sounds are serviceable and the jump sound effects are pretty good. The music again is also pretty good too, especially in the menu. The songs rock here. What's the issue then? Well, too many of the sounds are stock sounding. The skids, the crashes, the vehicle sounds, all of it lacks true impact, and did I mention every car sounds the same? Yeah, there's an air of cheapness about the sound production, and it does lessen the fun factor a little bit. It's not awful, far from it, but good sound effects do make games much more immersive, and in a game where cars crash a lot, good sound would have gone a long way in making you feel good every time you pummel another car. The music though, although good, repeats a lot on most of the tracks. So, although you have 10 tracks and can race on them in reverse, you only really hear 6 pieces of music at most. Repetition is a recurring theme here and you will see it throughout your experience. Right, that was Demolition Racer, and it was an interesting game to play again. While the game is fun, looks great and has great damage visuals on the cars, it also feels repetitive at times and a bit cheap when it comes to certain aspects of production, mostly in sound. However, despite not being perfect, Demolition Racer is good cheap fun, and come on, who doesn't like smashing up cars? I will say quickly that this game was ported onto the PC in 2000, which is where I first played it as a demo. The Dreamcast also got a port called Demolition Racer No Exit. It looks different though, so maybe that game is a sequel? Anyway, please let me know your thoughts on Demolition Racer, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The PSP is easily my favourite handheld ever. It's powerful, easy to use, has many forward-thinking features, and it can emulate many past consoles and systems, especially true if you love playing PS1 games on the go. I sure do. Playing Gran Turismo 2 on the handheld is fantastic. But in today's video, I want to look at the latest version of an emulator called PPSSPP. This PSP emulator has been around for a while now, and I think it's time to see what you can expect should you choose to use it. As per usual, here's how I captured both platforms. On my real PSP, I used a PSP 2000 model with component cables running into the OSSC. On the PSP, I selected Progressive, which enables 480p video output. Afterwards, I upscaled the footage to 960p by use of the OSSC's line doubling mode. Of course, PSP games are displayed in a small window, so I manually had to stretch the footage to full screen since my TV has no zoom function. As for PPSSPP, here are the settings I used. For the most part, all games tested used the same settings across the board, although with a few games I had to play around with some modes to get more playable results. I also want to mention that I went for high-ish end settings as I wanted to see how much we could enhance the base PSP experience. Now, let's get into it. Tekken 6 is first up. This is a fantastic fighting game for the PSP. In a not too distant past, I dismissed this game thinking Tekken 5 was better. Man, I'm an idiot. The game kicks ass! Anyway, despite the best attempts of the PSP capture, the game still looks good, sharp enough to appreciate the detail, and I can definitely see everything no problem. You can see a lot of dithering on the screen, mind you. What is this, the PSP or the PS1? Oh well, I'm still glad the PSP 2000 and newer models have video out in the first place. What about PPSSPP? Well, this is definitely a huge step forward, in some ways. The text and picture icons look smeary to my eyes. You can change all of this if it's not up to your liking. I found this though to be the best choice considering the 7x upscale I applied to all of the games I played. But once you start actually playing Tekken 6, the results speak for themselves. The game has quite literally transformed and looks outstanding. The detail on display is incredible, and details I once couldn't see or found hard to notice show up as clear as day. Not to mention using my DualShock 3 controller is much better than the PSP controls. Although I did notice that 2D elements also got a smeary look and some textures don't look that great, but otherwise this is a clear step up from native hardware. Okay, what about sound? Put on your best headphones or speakers or get your best phone and see if you can hear a difference.
Round 1. Fight! Round 1. Fight!
I'll quickly mention Tekken Dark Resurrection since the results are basically the same. This is still a quality title that you need should you own a PSP. Everything I've said for Tekken 6 applies here. Have a look at some side-by-sides and sound samples and judge for yourself.
2. Fight!
Tomb Raider Legend also got a PSP port. This attempt to bring the PS2 game here was quite good. It's not perfect though. The game's frame rate seems to be a big problem. The title screen is choppy, the cutscenes are stuttery, and the gameplay always dips under 30 FPS.
Just because no one's ever caught one, doesn't mean they're not real.
That is very true, but perhaps they don't wish to be found. I've heard they're rather fierce.
Yeti only look fierce. They probably don't like being so cold all the time. I should.
This is still very playable and looks good for what it is, but I feel most people will skip this port in favour of the other console versions. What about PP-SSPP? Yes, the graphics are better as usual, but check out the frame rate! It's so smooth and looks far better than what was going on the PSP, don't you think? Even the cutscenes ran smoothly with no performance issues at all. This is really cool to see. I had to remind myself I was using PP-SSPP and not the PlayStation 2. And despite the performance increase, the audio doesn't go out of sync either.
They probably don't like being so cold all the time. I shouldn't like it either.
You never have to be cold, my Lara, if you don't want to be.
The game also plays better since the DualShock 3 is the DualShock 2, but with less buttons, because obviously PSP port. Still, you can see the environmental detail takes a hit somewhat as the texture quality is pretty poor. It reminds me of an N64 game. Still, Lara herself looks very nice, as to be expected. Bottom line, this is far better on PP-SSPP.
Ascending. Alistair, meet Tuanak. She's a lovely pre-Incan civilization.
Let's check out Darkstalkers: The Chaos Tower next. This is a compilation of Darkstalkers 1, 2 and 3. I love the Darkstalkers series, and having this package on the PSP is nothing short of awesome. Seeing it on real hardware here, you can see it's a bit blurry once upscaled, but it's pretty good looking, especially thanks to the great 2D graphics on show. As for PP-SSPP, well, it definitely looks sharper and it's easier to see certain details. Not to mention the 2D look is not spoiled by PP-SSPP, which considering the other games, this is good news. It's still a bit blurry mind you, but PP-SSPP does a good job overall, and I do recommend playing it, especially now that the game actually works on PP-SSPP. It never used to for me, so this was a great surprise. Pursuit Force Extreme Justice was interesting to try and run. On the PSP, no sweat. It looks great, plays like a champ, and I really had a lot of fun revisiting this game. I used to play it all the time 12 or so years ago.
Ski inbound. It's probably a scout.
We're gonna feed you to the gators, pig.
On PP-SSPP, things looked good. At first. Once I got into gameplay, oh, big problem. Looks like the game is missing some important aspects such as being able to see.
Escape.
I went back to the settings and used OpenGL instead. Ah, now that's more like it. Too bad the game is playing slower than normal and sounds awful. Alright, let's try to use these speed up hacks. Wow, now that is impressive. As you can see, some games may need a bit of tweaking to get running, but once it works, it really works. It's amazing how much you can see once the game is upscaled.
I'm gonna turn you out, pig.
Excellent. 2 down and 2 to go. Step on it.
I wish the frame rate also doubled like on Tomb Raider Legend, but oh well, this is still awesome.
I'm bringing the hurt now.
Gran Turismo on the PSP is a technical masterpiece. It runs at 60 FPS, it's definitely the best looking racing game on the system, and it really is just a sight to behold. No one thought a game like this would even work on PSP, and well, here it is. While not perfect, I really enjoyed playing this game, and I'm glad the gameplay is fun too. Anyway, while the PSP capture was no sweat, PPSSPP was a different story. The game looked jaw-dropping. It reminded me of Gran Turismo 4 on the PS2 upscaled, and that is no easy feat. The car details that were fuzzy on real hardware showed up as clear as the sun on PPSSPP. Too bad the frame rate doesn't lock to 60. It's always stuttering at certain points on the track, and it's really annoying because this game looks so good. I'm certain this can be fixed. I just haven't figured out how yet. If someone in the comments knows how to fix this, tell me because I really want to play this on PPSSPP. The last game I'll take a detailed look at is Blaze Blue. If you know Guilty Gear, then you'll be right at home here. This 2D fighting game is a joy to play and look at. The animations and special effects look nifty and sweet. To see this running on a PSP is just the best thing ever. Well, almost. Still, this is a great looking game. How does the game play on PPSSPP? The game works well for the most part. A lot of the text and background elements are blurred, and there's even some strange seams in the gameplay, almost as if the upscale breaks this element of the graphics. The game plays well for the most part, but certain effects and transitions can cause slowdown from time to time. So, it plays well enough, but still needs improvement. Also, I bet in the settings somewhere there's a way to make all 2D elements look cleaner and less blurry. Right, let's take a quick look at the last few PSP games I compared before I make a final conclusion. Well, the results are very interesting indeed. On the one hand, PPSSPP can drastically improve the graphical quality of PSP games thanks to heavy upscaling and use of software techniques such as anti-aliasing and some clever hacking features. You can even speed up PSP games that never ran great on real hardware. If you had a PSP 3D game that ran awfully, then this might be for you. Of course, PPSSPP is not perfect and you may have to tinker with settings before you get a playable experience. I also feel a lot of games that use 2D elements in their graphics don't seem to fare that well since many of these games looked blurry or smudged when upscaled. Still, PPSSPP is a great way to play PSP games, and using a controller makes playing PSP games a little less painful at times. On the flip side though, playing PSP games on real hardware is still a feature that impresses me to this day. Thank you for giving us the video output port, Sony. Right folks, let me know your thoughts on PPSSPP, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The PlayStation 3 is a really interesting system. It was supposed to be cutting edge and the ultimate console experience. This is especially true when you think of its backwards compatibility, the HDMI port, and the improved graphics performance thanks to the cell processor that lay within the console. All this, and yet the system still supported composite, S-video, RGB and component cables. The PlayStation 3 would be the last Sony home console to support analog connections, as the PlayStation 4 became HDMI only. In today's video, I want to find out just how much of an improvement HDMI is over RGB. I mean, everyone loves RGB video quality on prior consoles, so it still must hold up, right? To find out, I tested a few PS3 and PS1 games to answer the question. To make this more interesting, I used the OSSC with RGB, which ran at 576p, which was, in turn, line doubled to near 1080p. The PS3's HDMI video resolution tops out at 1080p, but most games I tried only ran in 720p. Let's see the results. Colin McRae Dirt is first up. It runs at 720p and it looks pretty good. This was a game I so wanted when it first came out. I think the game has aged better than expected. Anyway, it's still looking decent, and HDMI certainly helps here. As for RGB, amazingly enough, the quality drop isn't that bad. Yes, it's not as crisp as HDMI and a tad soft, but overall, this is still a great image. I did notice though that the frame rate was lower, 25 versus 30 frames per second. On the PlayStation 3 settings for video, 480p for RGB was not available. Maybe it's because I'm using a PAL PlayStation 3, but it makes no sense. Why would HDMI be 60Hz always, but not RGB? Anyway, playing Dirt with RGB is certainly not a bad way to go if HDMI isn't available.
Right 1. 40, left 5, long and right 6. 100.
Now it's Gran Turismo 6. Gran Turismo 6 uses 1080p in HDMI, so this should be interesting. I'm on the Silverstone circuit using the Ferrari 288 GTO. I love this car. Anyway, the 1080p visuals look pretty sweet, don't you think? Granted, Gran Turismo 6 could still look even better, but overall everything is sharp and runs pretty well for the most part. HDMI is definitely recommended for this game. Sadly, RGB gets decimated and it's apparent as soon as you read the text at the startup screen. Look at that, I can barely read it in RGB. Play the game and do you even need me to tell you the difference? Look at it, it's like Vaseline was put all over the RGB footage. Of course we have a lower frame rate to deal with, thus making the RGB look more jumpy and less smooth overall. If you had a small CRT TV, this might look great, but in the modern age, this is very hard to recommend. I love RGB, I really do, but sometimes you have to admit defeat when something is as obvious as that. Well, Tomb Raider is next. I didn't need a lot of testing here, as you can see which one is clearly better. Look at that! They didn't even try with RGB, did they? The HDMI footage renders at just 720p, but the difference here is greater than that from Dirt, which also used 720p. How is this possible? Honestly, I see why most people didn't bother with analog cables once HDMI results started showing up across the world. Right, the last game we will take a deep look at is Soul Calibur 2 HD. This game upgrades the visuals to HD, at least with HDMI. The resolution is 720p. Amazingly, RGB, despite being 576p, holds up well, and although softer looking, still puts up a good fight to HDMI. Why the results are so different from game to game is beyond me. This looks even better than the PS2 Soul Calibur 2 running at 480p on the console, which is saying something. Right, I will now hush up and let you folks see the rest of the PS3 footage I have along with all the PS1 games I recorded for this video. I hope you enjoyed the montage. Overall, it's pretty easy to say why HDMI is the cable standard for video output. The picture quality was superior in all tests, sometimes by a convincing margin. In the PlayStation 1 games, it was still better, but I felt RGB actually kept up rather well. Considering that RGB was the best cable for PS1 games natively, I guess that's no surprise. This was a lot of fun to do, and I hope you folks enjoyed seeing the differences between the two cables. Did any of you out there use RGB for the PlayStation 3? Let me know, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Yes, I know, the PlayStation 5 is finally here, and I'm sure 5 of you want me to talk about it or some of the games I've played. Don't worry, I will. This beast was meant to be played. But for now, I really wanted to do a quick test for the PlayStation 2. As you know, the PlayStation 2 mostly used 480i or 576i interlaced resolutions for video output. For CRTs, this was fantastic, and it worked great. Not so much today on our progressive scan TVs. Now, some PlayStation 2 games did utilise 480p progressive scan modes, and today we're going to see how 480p and 480i compare. To make it more interesting, I'm also throwing in the Line 4X mode for 480i interlaced content from the OSSC, just to see if it can make a big enough difference to trouble 480p. Let's get going. Right, Tekken 4 is first. This 3D fighting game is pretty underrated these days, but to me, it's more fun than you'd think, especially if you give it a good chance. Anyway, let's look at 480i pass-through. Yes, it looks okay, but very blurry and a lot of detail is hard to see. Thankfully, the 4X mode is far sharper and more pleasant to look at. Well, apart from that vibrating look we now have. That's because the OSSC uses Bob de-interlacing when upsampling the video output. Now, this method is fast and it means there's no added lag. The downside? You get visible shakes in the picture and it can put people off. I'm used to it, but it's not my favourite look. Still, side by side, it definitely looks better. 480p though is the way to go. It's cleaner, more detailed, and it really shows how great this game looked back then. Side by side, the 4X mode does give 480p a run for its money, but for me, 480p is the clear winner. All this using RGB SCART and not component video, by the way. While we are here, Soul Calibur 2 also has 480p just like Tekken 4. First though, the 480i mode. Huh? Is it me or does this look worse than Tekken 4? Side by side, the 480i quality is not the same. Soul Calibur 2 looks even blurrier and harder to see. I have no idea why this is the case, but it's very noticeable. Does the 4X mode help out? Yes, well, sort of. It's much sharper as expected, but it still looks smeary looking. I also noticed the background stands out a bit more using the 4X mode. You'd think the characters would be in focus a bit more, but I guess not. What about 480p? The good news is it's far sharper than the other methods, and now the characters and backgrounds are equally sharp. But notice the HUD elements. For some reason these parts are still blurry, as if they were rendered at a different resolution. Aside from this, 480p is the clear choice, even more so than Tekken 4. This is Hunting Ground. This survival horror game can make use of 480p. Usually this should be the best choice, right? I have to be honest, I had a hard time seeing obvious changes. Yes, the 480i mode is softer than the rest, but the 4X mode and even 480p modes look very similar. Even 480i keeps up to some extent. This game runs at 30 frames per second, so the wobble look of Bob the Interlacing is lessened. In some moments, the game doesn't even shake. I have to be honest, while I would still pick 480p, this game looks great at all tested modes. It's a bit shocking, don't you think? Now it's Black. Black seems to have similar results as Hunting Ground. All three results are almost identical.
Size plus and strength.
Copy. Let's not get caught sleeping.
Of course, the 4X mode and 480p are better.
And maybe they're getting ready for a garage sale.
The 480p mode is definitely the sharpest and cleanest looking output of the three, but the dithering is much more noticeable. PS2 games with dithering? Yes, even the 6th generation of consoles sometimes used dithering. This I never knew. Anyway, Black will look good as long as you use component, S-Video or RGB cables. If you are expecting composite to look anything like this, then... Tomb Raider Anniversary is a game that looks good already, and 480p should be the clear choice, right? Right? Well, no actually. For some reason I can't explain, I think the game is slightly sharper in its 480i modes than 480p. I mean, the game all around looks very jaggy and soft in any mode, but to see the 480p mode make no difference, or perhaps look worse in some ways, really shocked me. I can't understand how this is even possible. Without question, Tomb Raider Anniversary has the strangest and most perplexing use of 480p I've seen so far. Our last game for today will be Street Fighter Alpha Anthology. I'll be taking a quick look at Alpha 3, my favourite in the Alpha series. The good news? 480p is definitely the superior choice. It's a little sharper, and the vibrated look of 480i 4X mode is very distracting. It's pretty clear that games with a higher frame rate target makes the Bob the Interlacing effect much more noticeable. It's still a decent way to play the game if you can't enable 480p. I do have more 480p PlayStation 2 games, but ultimately I felt I'd just be repeating myself, and these games showed the most interesting results when going from 480i to 480p. Some games utilise 480p better than others, and when it works, it can look great, even today. When it's not used well, it makes you wonder what the point of it is then. Almost as if the feature was tacked on, instead of being made with that video output in mind. Of course, I would love to know your thoughts on PlayStation 2 games with 480p video output, and until my next video, I will see you soon. You wanted it, and I have it. The PlayStation 5 is awesome, I mean it. I've had so much fun playing with it and experiencing the next-gen goodness that comes with it. Of course, my purchase won't be fully justified until next year, when more next-generation games finally get released on this console. As you know, here on Affro's Curiosities, we don't do the norm. When I first started thinking about covering PS5 related content, nobody seemed to be testing out the various resolutions that the PS5 can output, especially the 1080i mode, which makes no sense to include in 2020. So I decided to test it out for myself, naturally. You folks know that I often like to test out things that most people won't be debating. Not to mention, if anyone wants to see how the different resolutions affect the graphics, well, this video is here for that very reason. For this video, I will be using a few PS5 and PS4 games in different video outputs and modes to see what differences occur between the three. Yes, I'm not testing 720p, sorry. Without any more time to waste, let's jump in. Spider-Man Miles Morales is first up. This incredible game is a sequel or something to the 2018 Spider-Man game, and damn, I love it. The graphics, the characters and the gameplay are all first class here. I could just beat up enemies forever, and swinging around the city is just exhilarating. Anyway, this is the 4K visual mode you are seeing now. It looks incredible and holds a stable 30 FPS. I'm wowed, that's for sure. Although most people will want to use the performance mode, which gives you 60 FPS, albeit with less graphical effects and a lower base resolution. Regardless, this game rocks!
Put down your weapon!
Now let's bring in the 1080i and 1080p modes. The 1080p mode is basically a lower quality version of 4K, while 1080i looks very aliased and sometimes shimmers depending on what's happening on screen. The deinterlacing process is handled by OBS on my end, and I'm using the Yardiff 2x option. Without this, the interlaced footage shows massive combing artifacts. Ugh. Now see which of the three you like best. The remastered version of Spider-Man 2018 has all of the same modes and upgrades as Miles Morales. As a result, both games have the same look and only the weather changes between the two games. See which modes and resolutions look the best to you.
Literally didn't see that coming.
Hey guys, you got prescriptions for this stuff? I got him good. Come on, get up! Take this!
Dirt 5 is next, and I left the game running in image quality mode since the game already targets 4K at 60 frames per second across all modes except 120 frames, which I don't have. Anyway, Dirt 5 is an impressive looking launch game. Certainly nice to see what can be achieved so early in the life of next gen consoles. Not to mention, the game is just flat out to the wall fun too. The sound design also impresses me greatly too. As for the graphics, I think it's pretty clear which modes come out on top. The 4K mode will use dynamic resolution scaling, so it's not always presented in native 4K depending on what's going on at the time. I still can't understand why 1080i is supported though. Side by side, 1080p easily crushes it and 4K just pulls way ahead. Here's a weird game for you, Worms Wumble. I love the Worms franchise, but I'm not sure it needed to be an online 2D shooting game. I miss when the games were all about strategy and watching your little worm suffer the... Okay, I'm off topic now. Anyway, This game has no toggle for graphics, so I guess it's native to what resolution you picked in the menu? It's no contest by now. This game looks really rough in 1080i, more so than the games I've looked at so far. I just don't get it. Why is this interlaced mode even included on the PS5? If this device could output component video, then sure, no problem, but over HDMI? Why? Now, here's a quick look at both Bugsnax and Astro's Playroom. These games have no option to adjust graphics within the game, so as you'd expect by now, 1080i is the worst, 1080p is in the middle, and 4K is the best. Actually, while I'm here, why is 1440p not supported? I think that resolution would be perfect since it's better than 1080p and gives the PlayStation 5 more headroom to hit 60 FPS or better in these next generation games. I really hope Sony supports 1440p resolution in the future. I would happily use it if it meant more games could hit 60 FPS and have some of the advanced graphics like ray tracing enabled at the same time. Right, let's see if PlayStation 4 games respond differently to the various resolution changes. First, Gran Turismo Sport. I'm using a replay I saved since I can easily compare all three resolutions using this method. So, both the 1080i and 1080p resolutions have the replay mode running at 60 frames per second while the 4K mode only has it running at 30. I guess the PS4 Pro's quality mode had 4K replays locked to this frame rate. Anyway, it looks as if, just like PlayStation 5 titles, the video output does have a difference, although some of it has to go in favour of lower resolutions, just because of the frame rate differences shown here. I guess with PS4 titles, the choices are not perhaps as clear cut compared to the PS5 titles. Combat X surprised me. This game has very little differences between 1080i, 1080p and 4K. Yes, 1080i looked more aliased than the rest, but other than that, all three look very identical to my eyes. I guess this game didn't get the PlayStation 4 Pro treatment. I'll let you decide if you think my statement holds up. Crash Bandicoot N. Sane Trilogy is the last game we shall test. I'm using Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped for this one. Like Mortal Kombat X, this one seems to have little differences when switching resolutions. Even 1080i keeps up, possibly because of the lower frame rate. This is weird, as I'm sure this game runs in 2K on the PS4 Pro, or so I've heard. I was expecting a bigger difference, to be honest. What's the conclusion then? Well, for most games I tried out, especially on the PlayStation 5, the 1080i mode always looked quite a bit worse than 1080p and of course 4K. Although that's pretty obvious, the bigger question is, why is 1080i even included in the first place? I tried to do some research on this, but to be frank, all I got was people stating there's little difference or it's a TV standard thing. While true, the TV standard thing anyway, There's clearly a difference when looking at the games, and please bear in mind, depending on how your television deinterlaces interlaced content, the added lag might be worse than you'd expect. I can't think of a reason to recommend 1080i over 1080p in this day and age. If you folks out there can, please let me know what reasons why you'd personally use 1080i over 1080p, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The mid to late 90s was the time for 3D games to shine. Fighting games in particular stood out since the idea of moving around a 3D plane was still a new concept, and many companies had a crack at trying to get it right. Not everyone who tried succeeded or had long-term success, and sadly, Zoom's Zero Divide series was one such casualty. Today I will be looking at the second game, Zero Divide 2. This game was released in 1997 in Japan before Sony themselves gave the game a European release in 1998. Sadly, the American market never got this game, which is a shame, but hey, the original game isn't exactly remembered fondly. I do own it, so maybe we should cover it one day. Now, let's see if Zero Divide 2: The Secret Wish is worth a second look. The game doesn't really have a cutscene or anything to begin with. This is highly strange at a time where video openings were very prevalent. If you wait a moment, you do get a sort of intro which I shall show here. If you hit the story mode on the menu screen, the game will basically tell you what's going on in the game and what your goal is.
Sometime in the 21st century, after the release of a secret data library by a group of mysterious hackers caused shock to the information bureaus around the world, commonly known as the Xtal Tower incident, it was finally brought to its end by destructing the suspected virtual program Xtal, which controlled the library. The operation was almost a success that the information confusion was reduced to the minimum. Out of the data collected after Xtal's breakdown, some information regarding the mysterious group they thought pulled the hack was retrieved. As a result of the investigation, the existence of some people whom the information bureaus thought to have conspired as a group came to light, and thus the search began.
The cutscenes here look fantastic actually, and the artwork is first class.
The worldwide chase to track down the escaping hackers took a year to succeed, and the perpetrators were finally identified. Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals from various countries were rounded up and taken to custody. These individuals created the suspected virtual program to become the root of the incident and release them over the network, eventually to develop as the Xtal Tower Library. They seem to have acted in accordance with one particular belief. Surprisingly, they were not directly acquainted and have never met each other personally. A few years ago, the 4 met over the network, referred to each other using code names alone, and maintained a relationship.
The voiceover, on the other hand, is not. The man constantly stutters and doesn't pronounce his words properly half the time. It ruins the otherwise excellent presentation of the story. It's safe to say that Zoom hired an untrained individual and perhaps had no more money to hire a professional. Perhaps they should have hired me. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, that's not important since, after all, this is a fighting game. When you pick a character, there's quite a few to choose from. You can unlock 2 more characters to use in the game, but we'll get there later on. Personally, I used 3 characters. First, Pixel, this woman rabbit nurse medic robot thing. Zero, who looks cool actually and has this double kick move that I love. It's like swatting a fly, but with my foot, baby. Lastly, I used Eve, who's naked. At least I think she's naked? Eve is the final boss of the single player mode, so... As for the gameplay, Zero Divide 2 is a 3D fighting game. The arenas vary from enclosed spaces such as a hospital or open areas like this Arctic-inspired area here. Most of the locations do at least have a wall or two to jog your foes against, and let me tell you, managing to pin them there is well fun to do. As for the controls, there's a block, punch and kick button. Pressing the punch and kick buttons together turns into a grab, which you can then change up by hitting various direction buttons to get different results. You can also run, sidestep and dash too. In other words, Zero Divide 2 has the tools to compete with other 3D fighting games of its time, although it doesn't push any boundaries. Thankfully, every character behaves differently, thus you cannot expect to pick one character and then immediately master another. Pixel's moves require multiple taps of the directional pad to execute more devastating attacks while pressing punch and or kick at the same time. Zero's moveset focuses more on pressing the punch or kick buttons multiple times. In other words, press a direction, then use the face buttons in quick succession to get a second or even third attack to catch foes off guard. The double flip kick, as I call it, is definitely my favourite move of his. Yeah, fuzz off you insolent fool! Eve? Well, she seems to be mostly overpowered. Her moveset is heavy damaging attacks that, if they land, will completely destroy anyone in her path. The moves are also fairly easy to pull off, thus getting through the single player mode with Eve was pretty quick. Other gameplay aspects to note include actually being able to get back into the ring when you are forced out, and you can even hang and shimmy from side to side. I wish more fighting games did this. I also found out you can do mid-air recoveries, which helped out a few times during my playthrough. Lastly, and most importantly, the character's armour can be broken off during battle. Every character has many pieces that over the course of battle will break in spectacular fashion. The best part about this feature is that it will stay until all the rounds are completely finished. Seeing the bare shell of characters after finally finishing a fight is very satisfying to witness. Unlike Sega's Fighting Vipers, where the armorless characters would receive more damage, this is a purely cosmetic design choice. The characters will take the same amount of damage even if the characters are completely stripped to the core. I wish more games had this feature. It's brilliant. What about the controls, I hear you asking? Well, overall I would say it's Tekken 2 quality-esque controls, meaning it can be a little slow to your inputs and you need to take time with how you choose to attack. No, it's not awful, and once you get used to the pacing, it's a lot of fun. Admittedly, trying to jump and stomp or body slam opponents was a bit more of a hassle than I'd like to admit, and I don't completely know how to sidestep. It just seems to happen when the game feels like it. Bottom line, not bad, not amazing, it just works. Yes, there are better fighting games, but considering what we have here along with the fact that these characters aren't human, the controls work well enough. As for the other aspects of the game, the graphics are really nice. Colourful, detailed and pretty convincing. The use of 3D characters and walls along with high quality 2D backgrounds really adds to the immersion. I mean, have you ever seen a 2D background on the PlayStation 1 look that good? The animations are solid too. Zoom really improved a lot here from the first game, and the efforts don't go unnoticed. The frame rate is a constant 50 frames per second due to its European nature, yet feels PAL optimised. Unlike the Tekken games of yesteryear, for example. Clearly, the PlayStation could produce great results when used to its full potential. Although Tekken 3 looks better, you can't say this game looks bad, not even slightly. The sound effects are pretty good too. The clash of metal, the thuds of hitting the ground and wall impacts are well done, and there's a decent variety of sound effects to keep the blood pumping. I've always said good sound makes you want to continue playing games for longer since you feel satisfied with what's occurring in front of you. Zero Divide 2 does well in this department. Even the voice acting is interesting. I mean, admittedly it's kind of hard to hear what they're saying sometimes, but it's not bad and it does fit the robotic theme the game is going for. Mind you, this is nothing compared to the soundtrack. Man, this game delivers on that front. The music presented here is nothing short of utterly fantastic. While I'm not able to precisely determine what type of soundtrack this is, who cares? I love it. Every song is long, full of fantastic and memorable melodies, plus it's just damn catchy too. I don't know if Zoom's in-house music team composed this or an outside composer, but whoever worked on the music needs a medal. It's that good. It's so good actually that if you never played the game, give the official soundtrack a listen. It now features regularly in my car or computer whenever I work on a script, just like now as we speak. No doubt about it, this is the best part of the game by a huge, huge margin. Oh, before I forget, when you reach the last boss, Eve, this is how she introduces herself.
Welcome. I have been waiting for you. I have access to all the information in this network, and I have been given the authority to move in complete freedom by Master Exec. But I can't understand the reason why I am here. Why you have come to destroy me? And why were you tolerated to do such a thing? I will not allow that! Come, yield and give in! You shall become part of me! And then tell me, why do I exist?
And then, when you win, you get a very short, unique cutscene.
It's over now.
I wonder if she'll be alright. I just don't get it. Nobody can wipe me out?
And then these credits.
Even knowing its own reason for existing, the large-scale network program referred to as Eve was brought to its end. For the Extel hackers who never had any political background, Eve was their own, an entity who was bound to rule over the network. For them, the network program was a way of life. Though it was supposed to be their ultimate symbol, they have left an opportunity to cause its destruction. Rather than claim it like a challenge to humanity, kind of an exaggerated theme, it was probably more like a game that had gone too far. An action without any real purpose, a fact they have even noticed and knew beforehand. If, from now on, the speed of the communication circuits greatly improve, and softwares like the offensive program unit exist and disperse data over the network, and on its own free will lurk around the world's network, and if that time is indeed coming near, who can tell what we may have in the future? And if the future gets controlled, what good does it bring the human race? And yet, a godlike domain remains too far to reach.
Not exactly the best way to end the character's journey, but it could be worse, right? That was Zero Divide 2: The Secret Wish. I had a lot of fun playing this game. I found it much better than expected. It's just a shame that many people will never know or even attempt to play this game. It's a solid playable experience that just got overlooked by many more successful 3D fighting games of its time. Heck, even Battle Arena Toshinden 2 was more successful, which is saying a lot. Still, if you can, give this overlooked game a chance. If not, at least listen to the music. It's pure satisfaction. Oh, and before I forget, this game also saw a release on the Sega Saturn in Japan only. And yes, you bet your life, one day I will get that port, just you wait. Alright, let me know what you think of Zero Divide 2, and until my next video, I will see you soon. As 2020 draws to a close, we've endured one of the worst years possibly ever. The pandemic is still ongoing and a lot of events have been even cancelled or reduced in size. Hopefully, 2021 will be much, much better. However, to keep up the spirit, I've decided to revisit one of my favourite racing games, albeit with a twist. Here in the UK, Tokka World Touring Cars was a huge hit and I remember renting the game back in 2000. I was in love with the game and a few years later, I finally got my own copy. But in the United States, the game was renamed Jarrett and the Bonte Stock Car Racing. My question now is, does the game hold up more than 20 years later, and is there any differences between this and my European copy? Let's dig in and find out. Before we start, you might be wondering why the footage looks a bit more blurry than usual. Well, it's because I'm playing the game using my PlayStation Portable. This is a good test for how well the PSP video output copes using component cables and the OSSC at Line 5X mode with PS1 content. Although a little blurrier than real hardware or the PlayStation 3, it still looks pretty good if you ask me. I'm running this using the interlace mode on the PlayStation Portable. Now, back to the video. The game starts off with a video intro. It's memorable for me as it gave me a good idea of what was to come. The racing action, the iconic music in the background and the crashing and smashing looks intriguing. Can't wait to jump in. Menu screen is here and it looks pretty sweet. We can change various options, enable widescreen mode during gameplay, and even input cheats. Unlike the European version that I'm used to, every track is already unlocked. Only the bonus and later faster cars are locked. To unlock them, you need to do the career mode. Unlike my version, this one has you pick from drivers Jason Jarrett or Justin Labonte. You get to find out about their careers up to that point and how well they are getting on so far. One thing to note, they're both NASCAR drivers. Why are NASCAR drivers being used to promote a touring car game? This is an odd thing to do. I guess Codemasters hoped their image would sell more copies in the United States. Anyway, the career mode has you pick a car from a country, then you may or may not have to pass a test. Yay, tests, just like being in school all over again. I did not like school, so... If you pass, great, you drive that car, get set an objective to meet before the end of that season, and good luck baby, you'll need it. You have just 6 races to prove your worth to the team, and let me tell you, it's not easy. Before we get too ahead of ourselves here, I just wanted to show some of the career mode just so you can see how deep it can be. I wasn't here too long, but if you were to play the game for a longer session, this might be the mode of choice for you. Alright, it's time to dig into this game properly and explain to you folks out there why I still play this title often, even to this day. First off, I love how we can customize the races and how many opponents we can face. Up to 14 maximum, and I can even choose exactly what cars they drive. This enables me to make some interesting battles between touring cars and road cars. We can also choose the weather conditions, how many laps to do, and whether or not mandatory laps are in place. If they are in place, making a pit stop at the right moment will be vital to victory. There's over 50 cars to choose from once all are unlocked. Trust me, not all of them handle or perform the same. The road cars also get extra customizable traits such as paint jobs or stripes. Once everything is set, you then get to see a bit about the track you've chosen, which is nice. Oh, I forgot to mention, there's 23 tracks included in this game. This will keep you busy. You then get taken to a screen where you can fiddle around with the car settings, although I just concentrate on the gearbox and perhaps the suspension sometimes. Once you finally jump into a race, it's pretty clear that this is a special game, one that is practically perfect for the PlayStation. Allow me to explain. First, the controls are just great. Unlike previous Tucker games that focused on realism, this one is more arcadey than the others. You can now throw cars around with the carefree abandon of someone who just won £1 million. While you can over and understeer as expected, it's not as big of a deal here, plus the handbrake is there for a reason. Check this out. Not too shabby, right? Handbrake turns are sexy, at least that's what the girls say, right? Okay, perhaps they don't. Mind you, the track designs are worth a big mention. The team at Codemasters tried their best to replicate the real tracks of that time, and oh boy, do they deliver. The detail is of course great, but every track is so different you do not feel as if you're racing on the same basic design foundation. Nope, not a chance. Cities, countryside, industrial facilities, the list goes on. To see how much work went into making these tracks look the way they do is a sight to behold. Racing on them is pure fun. But what good is track design when the game isn't fun? Good thing the action here is intense and never seems to let up. The artificial intelligence will dog you when you block them, they will nudge or even crash into you just to get past. When they do overtake, they will attempt to block you so you can't pass easily. The contact is real here, and each race will see you pushed into the thick of the action. If you think you can race with your car fully undamaged, I have news for you buddy, you simply won't. Besides, why race cleanly? It's way more fun to crash and pile on the pain towards those standing in your way. Yeah, take that you sod! While on that point, the damage engine in this game is simply the best on PlayStation. Even more modern games than this will still struggle to achieve the level of visual damage this game provides. It's incredible. Every aspect of the car can be broken, cracked or outright bent and buckled. All of it is dynamic too. You will never see the car damaged in the same way, and to me this makes the game far better than Destruction Derby. Come on, why play that kiddies game when this game has better crash and damage visuals? I'm kidding, I like Destruction Derby too, you know. I just love trying to damage my car as much as possible just to see what can happen. This alone would keep me playing for a very long time indeed. I will say this game allows you to turn on or off the mechanical damage. If it's on, the wheels, gearbox and engine can all be damaged. Wheels can even fall off or explode in sparks. I left it off so I could better show off the dynamic aspects of the crash visuals. Another reason I played so long was the inclusion of the interior or head camera. Just look at it! The head tracking camera is just wicked. I love how much I can see of the inside of the car, and it's all fully detailed with working dials. Not to mention, the head cam reacts with collisions, bumps and even the slopes of the corners. Every car has a different looking interior, and considering there's 50 plus cars, how did Codemasters achieve this in only 1 year of development? I cannot stress enough how much I love trying out every car just to see which interior I liked the most. Also, just look at the texture detail in these cars, both in their interiors and the outside. Only Gran Turismo 2 beats this game for outer car detail. While we're still here on the cars, I really like the interior of the Honda Accord, the BMW cars and the Dodge Viper. Even the TVR Speed 12's interior was great too. In reality, all cars get great treatment in this department. This leads me onto the cars themselves. Yes, there's over 50, and yes, all handle or feel different. It's incredible how much variety is on offer here, and believe me, you will find a car you like. The Subaru Impreza was my favourite overall for its 4-wheel drive and handling, plus it accelerates like a champ. Now, let's get into the sound aspect. It's very well done. Everything that needed a soundbite or effect certainly does, and then some. I love hearing the tyres squeal in pain whenever I lock up the brakes, or skid around corners. The crash sounds are impactful, and the car engines sound great too. You hear exhaust pops, turbo whines, environmental effects such as the wind or rain, and even water from your car as you drive through the rain. All of the effects in question never interrupt one another either. Pretty sweet. The biggest difference for me was the inclusion of music. Taco World Touring Cars has no music during the racing, but Jarrett and Labonte Stock Car Racing does. It's great at that too. The music makes the racing so much more fun, and every song makes me want to race harder. Codemasters picked mostly rock and electronic songs, and they couldn't have done much better. The music is perfect. Sadly, it has one glaring flaw. There's only 5 songs. Only 5? It's such a shame. You will hear the same songs over and over again quickly. It doesn't help that all of them are short too. I still love the music though, and I definitely say keep it on. If only this game had 10 or 15 songs, then the soundtrack would be a 10 out of 10 easily. Despite this, and the fact that the frame rate isn't always perfect, Jarrett and Labonte Stock Car Racing or Taco World Touring Cars is pretty much the best track racing game on PlayStation next to the Gran Turismo series. If you haven't, check out this game. It's awesome! Right, that was Jarrett and Labonte Stock Car Racing or Taco Bell Touring Cars for you. What a game indeed, the racing action was simply excellent through and through. There's so much to do and every aspect was executed almost flawlessly. Yes, it's not for everyone despite the more arcade nature. Yes, the music is limited to only 5 songs, and yes, the frame rate isn't perfect, but what we do get is one of the PlayStation's best racing games ever. This is just a fact. If you somehow overlooked this wonderful game, what are you doing? Hop on board and have some fun! Alright, let me know what you think of this game along with the PSP's video output quality, and until my next video, I will see you soon. What you are seeing right now are pictures of generic upscalers. They come in different forms, different analog connector types, and sizes. They basically allow you to take an analog signal like composite and allow you to see the picture via HDMI. Sounds great until you realise 99% of them are pure garbage. Not to mention composite is a poor signal to begin with. Now, this is the Porter Component 2 HDMI upscaler. This allows you to use component cables and converts the picture and signal to 1080p or 720p. It will also convert at a fixed 60Hz. This is by far the best of the cheapest upscalers I've used, but here's the big sterling question. Is the OSSC that much better? To find out, I used my Joytech component cables for the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, along with my official Sony component cables for the PlayStation Portable. For the consoles, I wanted to find out how both upscalers handled 240p or 288p, 480i or 576i, 480p and switching resolutions on the fly. Let's go. Before we jump in, a huge disclaimer. The Porter device, no matter what I tried, would not work on my Elgato HD 60S Plus. I had to dig out my older Elgato Game Capture HD to get the footage you see here. At 1080p, the Elgato forces a capture cap of 30 frames per second and attempts to move it to 720p for 60 frames per second capture proved fruitless too. Basically, pretend the frame rates match, okay? The Porter also makes everything 16:9 by default, but thanks to my TV settings, we can display this footage correctly. Sorry in advance and enjoy the results. Right, so unlike most videos I make, I'm taking a different approach. I will go through a general talk between the two devices on the consoles I use. I ultimately want you guys to make your own decisions based on what you see on screen. Now then, let's begin with the PlayStation 1 content and we'll start with the Porter upscaler. The Porter handles PS1 content about as well as you'd expect. This upscaler forces everything to run at 1080p all of the time. Yes, both progressive and interlaced content. Sadly, this device mishandles 240p or 288p as 480i or 576i. Oh, and if you play interlaced content, it smushes the fields together. The colours are also off, too oversaturated, and the black levels are far too high. Everything looks too dark. You can also see anomalies in the picture and strange artifacts that just shouldn't be there. The Porter does have one advantage though. If you play games that switch resolutions like Dino Crisis or Silent Hill, this won't trouble the upscaler at all and there's no dropout, so there's that. Now, the OSSC. The OSSC handles everything differently. Unlike the Porter, this will use line multipliers to upscale the footage. For 240p to 88p resolutions, we are using the Line 5X mode, which gives us 1080p or close enough anyway. For the interlaced content, I'm using the Line 4X mode. The results of this upscaler speak for themselves. Not only is the frame rate correct for once, but we also get a much more accurate look overall. Of course, customizing and having options for the picture is just the beginning. The colours are handled much better, and so are the black levels. Interlaced content though, while great, isn't the best. The Bob the interlacing effect, while fast and it does look sharper, the jumpy look is not for everyone. The pass-through mode requires de-interlacing, and depending on your setup, this might add lag. Lastly, this device is slow to switch resolutions on the fly, so games that do this often like Dino Crisis or Silent Hill will border on unplayable. Right, here are some more samples, and listen out for how the two devices handle the sound from the PlayStation. Next up, the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 is an interesting beast. 480i or 576i interlaced resolutions are most common here, but we also have a few games that have 480p support and even 240p, well. Anyway, the PlayStation 2 sees the porter do better than the PlayStation 1 results. 480p for this device is definitely the upscaler's preferred resolution. As you can see, it handled this particular resolution better than I expected. However, the picture quality is clear to see. The image looks over-sharpened and blurry at the same time, which is an interesting oddity. Usually it's one or the other. We also get strange and off colours, strange artifacts in the picture, and mishandling of 576i due to running 50Hz games at a forced 60Hz. There's no lag to report though, nothing major anyway. The OSSC handles PS2 games as well as it can. Sadly, Bob deinterlacing, while sharper, especially at the 4x mode, has the jumpy look which some of you will dislike. Otherwise, the line multiplier upscaler handles everything beautifully. 480p content looks accurate and sharp when using the 2x mode to make it 960p. Of course, the aspect ratios are all correct and all regions' respective frame rates are processed properly by the OSSC. If the Bob deinterlacing bothers you, try pass-through mode. Now let's see how the two upscalers handled the sound coming out of the PlayStation 2. Will one be better than the other? Last but certainly not least, the PlayStation Portable. Right, the PSP is very interesting because it has two different outputs. Progressive for 480p only, and interlaced which can display 240p or 288p, or 480i or 576i. PSP content on my PSP 2000 can only work in progressive scan mode. Sadly, PSP games are played in a small window, so I had to zoom it in into 16:9. Yeah, this can look ugly when played on a poor upscaler. As for the PS1 on PSP video output, it's pretty much the same as my PS1 section of this video, just worse looking as the PSP's video output is slightly blurred. The dithering patterns also show up very heavily in PS1 video output, thus making the image look even more blurry. As for the OSSC, it does wonders for PlayStation Portable content. Its upscaling prowess really shines thanks to the 2x line multiplier for 480p. I believe this is the sharpest video output you can get from a stock PlayStation Portable. Where things do get more interesting to me though is the PlayStation 1 video output. The results are the same as I said for the Porter. But the 5x mode does wonders and makes the PSP a very good choice for playing PlayStation 1 games on a TV outside a PlayStation 1 native, PlayStation 2 and a PlayStation 3, of course. Also, here's a neat little trick that I found out. While I recommend playing 240p games using the interlace mode for the best results, if you are playing a game that outputs interlace only, such as Dead or Alive, watch this. Switch the PSP output to progressive 480p and wow, look at that. The game looks even better than you'd expect. Although not quite as sharp as the OSSC 4X mode on a real PS1 or PS2, the results are truly impressive and the game looks so clean. I would rather play Dead or Alive on the PSP using this method. And what about the sound output? Which upscaler sounds the best on PlayStation Portable? Here are a few samples.
Shield active.
At this point, the differences between the two are pretty conclusive. The Porter falls behind in every way, and the OSSC for the most part is a great tool for making retro games look fantastic. The Porter is the best cheap upscaler I've personally used, and again it will display faster frame rates, just not using my Elgato Game Capture HD. The HD60S Plus I would normally use just didn't want to work with this upscaler. Bear in mind the price difference. The Porter component to HDMI was 30 quid for me from Amazon. The OSSC which I got from eBay was £140. That's £110 more expensive. I'm sure a lot of you out there don't want to pay that much, so here are some alternatives for you. Get the Rad2X line of cables that are HDMI for the console in question, or use the RetroTink 2X line of products. They are all cheaper than the OSSC and give a great image quality for the consoles in question. The products all top out at around 480p resolution when using the line double feature and usually cost anywhere from £45 to £90. While the Rad2X cables can be bought from Retro Gaming Cables here in the UK, sadly the RetroTink line is an American product, so if you want that, you'll have to import it. You can try and search for the ODV upscaler which I've used on my channel in the past. These episodes in particular here were all recorded with that upscaler. It's basically a RetroTink 2X, but cheaper. Still, if you can find it for £40 to £60, it's worth a look. Hopefully folks, this video has shown you why a cheap or non-branded upscaler can cause you pain rather than pleasure. If you have any more questions, feel free to leave them in the comment section and I will do my best to answer. But until my next video, I will see you soon. The PS1. Better known formerly as the PlayStation, this console was Sony's launch into video games in 1994 in Japan before arriving everywhere else in 1995. This console is essentially my whole world. Without it, I simply would not be playing video games today. Maybe that might be a video for the future, right? Anyway, off topic, the PlayStation was and still is an impressive beast. These days, most people are discovering that thanks to better video output and more recently the amazing HDMI mod that I so badly want. Mind you, there are many ways to play PS1 games and show them off on a HD TV. PS2, PS3, PSP, PS Vita and PlayStation TV. And PlayStation Classic, which, no. In this video's case, we're going to see how well the PSP outputs PS1 games over its component output in interlace and progressive modes. The PlayStation will be using this Sync-on Luma RGB SCART cable into the OSSC, while the PSP will do the same, albeit with component cables. Let's see what happens. A disclaimer before we start. On the PlayStation Portable, I used mostly NTSC games. Why? Because on my PSP, I like to try out games in other regions to see how they played compared to my PAL console. This should not affect the results you are about to see other than frame rates. Now, let's go. Right, let's first get a visual reference from the PlayStation. This console outputs 240p or 288p resolutions for the most part. Some games do take advantage of 480i or 576i interlaced, which is referred to as the high-res mode on the system. Some games use interlaced menus while doing gameplay, the resolution switches back to progressive. Yeah, I know, I had no idea about any of this until I started to use devices like the ODV and the OSSC. It always made me wonder how some games had super detailed title screens and menus, but not gameplay. Another thing the PS1 makes clear is its use of dithering. With S-Video and beyond, the dithering patterns stick out like a sore thumb. The PS1 was limited to 16-bit colour during gameplay, and to make sure colour banding was kept to a minimum, dithering was the solution. I know most hate it these days, but I love it. It gives the PlayStation a distinct look, and it's fabulous. Of course, in the early days of composite and CRT TVs, we never saw this effect, or not very easily. Lastly, some games do support widescreen. Yes, Tucker World Touring Cars is my favourite and best example of this, and it looks so cool. Right, that was the PlayStation. Now let's talk about the PlayStation Portable. Beginning from the PlayStation Portable 2000, which I'm using here, this device has two output modes. Interlace for 240p or 288p and 480i or 576i. This mode can only be used for non-PSP software. In other words, this mimics the PS1 resolution outputs and is also a good fit for the PSP screen size too. On the PlayStation Portable screen, every game looks fantastic with RGB quality and no resolution dropout whatsoever. I love playing PlayStation 1 games on this handheld. It's almost magical, and the PSP has a high compatibility rate with PS1 software. As for the output, using interlace and going through the OSSC, the results are pretty good. Side by side, the PSP footage is softer than real hardware, but I conclude the results are more than playable on a TV. I also noticed the dithering patterns are very different on the PSP. They're bigger and more of a diamond shape as opposed to circular dots on real hardware. It's not a big deal, although this does contribute to the more soft image seen from the PSP. We must also factor in that the PSP has to emulate the PS1, so this might also further explain the softer image. Another thing to note is the resolution switching. Both the PlayStation and the PlayStation Portable in interlace mode will struggle to display the content if the resolution switches during gameplay. My OSSC device is slow to change resolutions, incurring a brief dropout as the upscaler has to reconfigure the output. It makes certain games like Dino Crisis and Silent Hill almost unplayable and very, very hard to record footage from real hardware. The progressive mode on the PSP is a fixed 480p or 576p option, which does fix this problem. Unfortunately, in consequence, it makes 240p or 288p gameplay look very soft compared to real hardware. It's not awful, and smaller screen sizes would negate this effect. However, on my Samsung 4K LCD display, which is 40 inches, I can see the difference immediately, but I see it as a last resort rather than a viable solution. The 480p mode does come in handy for one other aspect though, 480i high-res games. This is something I discovered and was surprised to see no one else mention. Here's an easy example, Dead or Alive. Usually on real hardware, the game is interlaced, and on my OSSC I either have to use pass-through or Bob deinterlacing. Both modes have their pros and cons. Pass-through allows me to deinterlace the footage myself at the cost of added lag, whereas Bob deinterlacing makes the picture sharper with no added lag, but we end up with this shaky look. Personally, I don't mind it, but a lot of you might dislike it, and I do understand why. But the 480p mode on the PlayStation Portable cleans up the picture, and the Line 2X mode on the OSSC makes the image simply stunning. Although not as sharp as the Line 4X mode on the PS1, this is my preferred way to play the game. To prove it's not a fluke or a one-off, here's Tobal 2 for the PS1. This game runs in the PS1's high-res mode, and I argue the results here look even better. And on that note, here's Tekken 3 as well, another game that uses the PS1 high-res mode. Clearly a big improvement in some ways. I will make a dedicated video on this subject because more people should know about this trick. Otherwise though, I feel the PSP does a pretty good job outputting PS1 games to a TV, and it's an interesting although not foolproof alternative to playing PS1 games. I still think the PlayStation 3 is the better choice overall, but you can do much, much worse.
Hey, yo! Round 2, fight!
Alright folks, that was PlayStation games on a PlayStation Portable against real hardware. I love that the PSP can even do such a thing, and it's something I'm thankful was actually possible on this powerhouse. The PlayStation Portable continues to impress and surprise me after all these years. Of course, playing on real hardware will always be the preferred option, but hey, this is why we have choices in life, right? Well, let me know what your thoughts are on this subject, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Well, the PSP is back for one more video. In my last few videos, I discovered that PS1 high-res games could look better when the PSP output was set to progressive, not interlace. This interested me so much, I decided I had to look into this phenomenon more closely. With this in mind, I took to the internet and found this, an incomplete list of known PS1 titles that used the high-res mode during gameplay. Today, we shall look at a few of them, both in progressive and interlace output modes on the PSP. We will use 480i pass-through, 480i Line 4X and 480p Line 2X thanks to the OSSC. At the end, I will also compare the 480p results with the ported device so that you folks can see what happens when a budget upscaler takes on the same task as the OSSC. Now, let's get started. So, here we go. I won't spend too long talking about every game as I want you folks to decide for yourself which modes look best to you. We start with Tobal or Tobal 2, a Japanese exclusive PS1 game that uses the high-res mode. I think all three modes look pretty good in my opinion. Pass-through looks a bit soft but runs well and has a clean display when deinterlaced. The Line 4X mode is sharper for sure, but as always, the now vibraty look won't be everyone's cup of tea. The 480p mode though is the mode I would use. It's sharp and clean. It really makes playing this game in interlaced modes a redundant feature. Any issues with those modes are fixed and it is nice to see this great looking game looking its best. This makes me happy I discovered this feature by complete accident. Dead or Alive has the same results as Tobal 2. In other words, 480i pass-through looks good enough. Line 4X is sharper yet possibly unpleasant to some people. And 480p transforms this game for the better. I can't stress enough how much this 480p output works with high-res PS1 games. I wish actual consoles could do this, but maybe in the future this might be a reality. Tekken 3 also sees the same benefits, albeit to a lesser degree. All three modes look blurrier than the prior two games, which is pretty interesting. 480p ultimately still beats out the interlaced modes, but again compared to the other two fighting games, the results are not as compelling this time. I have no idea how to say its name, so please forgive me, but Gekio Shooting King didn't look great with any mode. Yes, at a much closer look between the three, 480p is the cleanest and has a less jagged look, but it's hardly any sharper. Overall, only the locked output gives this a win, but otherwise just play and enjoy. Not to mention I'm not very good at this game, so forgive the gameplay. Kenzie Scared Fist is a tactical based fighting game, and here, comparing all three resolutions, it's pretty clear which one is best. The interlaced mode still looked the part, and if you have to play the game this way, it's still a decent experience. Yes, 480p once again shows its class and shows why it's worth trying out on these high-res PS1 titles. Okay, we've got another name here that I will struggle to pronounce. Iritz, I don't know. Anyway, this game basically has the same results as Kenzie the Scared Fist. In other words, 480i and 480i Line 4X look fine, but the 480p mode looks the best, and the most cleanest without question. Can I say, this game was not easy for me to play. The controls are just weird. Not a bad game, far from it, it just takes a lot of time to get used to. Looks great though, very nice looking game overall, and the 480p mode definitely helps its case. It's made by the same team who developed Tobal 2, so these people clearly knew how to get the most out of the PlayStation. Kickboxing was not fun to test. Its gameplay was hard to understand and I never got the mechanics. Needless to say, getting this game will not be a priority for me. Still, as before, 480p is the best result here. Not that it helps the game out, as the experience left me bitter. Formula 1 has a hidden high-res mode. The game usually plays at 240p or 288p, but once you start a race, hit pause and at the screen options you can change between widescreen and high-res mode. Both modes use 480i, so I used the widescreen mode for a bigger picture. Overall, 480p worked the best and was much easier to play than 480i. Mind you, the game has aged quite a bit and later F1 games such as F1 2000 look far, far better despite lacking a 480i mode. And my last game for testing will be Dragon Warrior Terenko: The Last Hope. This action RPG game was pretty cool to see, and maybe if I can find a copy, I'll go for it. Anyway, the differences between the resolutions were pretty minor. 480p was, again, the sharpest, but not by a huge margin. The game still had a blurry look regardless of the resolution. It was only when I took control did I note the sharper picture quality using 480p. Once more though, I must stress it was minor at best, and to be frank, you can play this game in any resolution and it won't really matter too much which one you choose. 480p will only help out when it comes to the changing resolutions of the cutscenes and gameplay. Right, now using a montage, let's see how 480p output fares between the OSSC and the porter component to HDMI upscaler, and then we will come to a conclusion. There we are, folks. The PSP seems to do a respectable job of playing PS1 high-res games no matter which output you choose. Although the 480p results were cleaner and sometimes sharper, this was not always by a huge margin. At times the differences were at best minor. Still, if you have any PS1 high-res games on your PSP 2000 or 3000 and want to output them to a TV, 480p is a great way to do so. Interlaced modes might work better if you connect to a CRT TV, but all of that is completely up to you. After all, different TVs deinterlace well differently. Your particular TV might work better at deinterlacing and look the part. Okay, let me know what you think of PS1 high-res games being output from a PSP, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The Sega Saturn. It's been 2 years since I got the console for myself and I've been loving it. The games are great and there's a charm about this device that has won me over. I also have to thank the Saturn for making me want all my consoles modded in some way thanks to the Action Replay cartridge that I use for playing Japanese games. Now, let's look at 10 more Sega Saturn games in my personal library and see if any of them are worth including in your own Sega Saturn collection. First up, Destruction Derby. This is a port of the PlayStation game from 1995. I actually have the PlayStation version and although not the best game ever, it works well enough and is fun in short play sessions. As for the Sega Saturn port, oh boy, where do I start? First, look at the menu. Why is everything so slow? The loading and the animations take forever. Changing cars is no longer seamless as the game pauses to make a change occur. The menu itself looks blockier too. Okay, so bad menus and loading times, big whoop. It can't get worse, right? Yes, just look at the gameplay.
Second place. Nice.
The frame rate is about, what, 12 frames per second or something? It looks hideous. So does the game actually. I know the Saturn hardware was not easy to develop for, especially importing PlayStation 1 titles, but come on, this was the best they could manage? It's pathetic. Everything looks so blocky in fact, that the wheels don't appear to move very much. Oh, and the sound is just god awful. Listen for yourself.
Nice move.
What is that noise? An airplane breaking down? It never stops either, making the sound come off as static sounding and less dynamic. It's just noise, that's all it is. The background music is also too quiet and you can barely hear it. When the sound mixing is also wrong, you know your port is not fit for purpose. Did I mention the glitches? Yeah, going through cars is not my idea of a Destruction Derby game. It happens more often than you'd think too. Right, I think I'm done with this game. The only thing intact here is the handling, which is not affected, thankfully. Although, turning around is a huge headache thanks to the narrow track design. This game is a complete disappointment. Don't buy this poor excuse for port.
Your car's about finished. Take it easy. Oh no! Your car's wrecked!
Now it's Daytona, USA. This early Saturn game was a port of the popular arcade game of the same name. While this game was slated in the press for being a far cry from the original, this game makes up for it in other departments. First though, we need to address a few things. This arcade racing game has you racing against time in these NASCAR-like vehicles. You will be pushed to the limit as turns of the tracks and other opponents aim to take you for a ride you won't forget. If the time limit bothers you, the Saturn mode will remove it, thus reducing some stress on you. This is the mode I prefer, plus you get up to 4 cars to choose from. Let's be frank, this game isn't great looking and the frame rate will turn off many people, especially those who first experienced this in the arcades. It's pretty disappointing to say the least. However, the gameplay is very strong. The sense of speed is wonderful, the controls are excellent, and drifting around is easy to do. As you can see, I need more practice as I did not manage to win a race. I did keep trying for a while, mind you. The sound and music are also key selling points, especially the soundtrack. It's the happiest, cheesiest soundtrack I've ever heard in my life. It's so happy it's endearing. I love the vocalist. He is giving it everything and clearly loves his job. Why can't all soundtracks be this 90s?
Careful, you'll melt the tire. The white flag is out. This is the final lap.
Wonderful stuff from the masters of Sega's music division. Don't let this game's problems put you off. It's cheap and worth owning. Also, a familiar jingle caught my attention while I was playing the game.
Advanced. Please choose manual or automatic transmission.
Is that you, Guru Larry? Right, on to Street Fighter Alpha 2. I love the Alpha series and Street Fighter Alpha 2 is a great one to get, especially on a budget. I haven't played the first one yet, but I will attempt to get it soon so that I can have all 3 in my collection. As most of you know, the Street Fighter series are 2D fighting games. Born from the arcade first, the Saturn port is a great way to experience this legend. There's a ton of fighters to choose from, many locations to see along the way, plus the action on display is fast and furious. A controlled chaos, to say the least. I love this game because it takes no nonsense approach to the genre. In essence, give the game great controls with a good variety of moves to pull off, make the graphics and sound something to keep going back for, and to be sure to make the game fun to play. It's also quite difficult too, giving many people a good challenge from beginners to the experts. There's not a lot more I can say about this game as it has been covered to death at this point. All I can confirm to you is you should pick it up if you love fighting games or anything Street Fighter. Next up, Sega Ages Volume 1. This disc has 3 classic Sega games for your enjoyment, and they are... Space Harrier is first and it's pretty fun. This is a rail shooter and you go through levels, shooting everything in your path while avoiding obstacles and enemy fire. Sounds easy, but damn, this game will destroy you! Paying attention is key. Mind you, when you see what's coming on the screen, that sound advice comes off as something your mother would say. Then you don't listen and wham! Game over, sucker. Definitely a great game though, and I certainly recommend playing this on the disc. Next is Outrun. This racing game is pretty interesting. Racing against the clock, you basically do one long drive of a course. Think rallying terms, you know, racing from point A to point B in the quickest time possible. Then add the idea of branching paths and you get Outrun. You can change the layout from overseas to the Japanese one, but I left it on overseas. I loved playing this game. The controls are great, the soundtracks are classic Sega, and something about this one kept me wanting to try over and over again. The time limit is strict though. Expect to keep seeing the start line many times over. Not to mention, crashing in this game is pretty easy to do, or maybe that's just me, I'm just terrible. Regardless, Outrun is definitely awesome, certainly one of the best ones on the disc. Lastly, Afterburner 2. This is similar to Space Harrier, only now with a fighter plane armed with missiles along with a Vulcan cannon. Sounds like a oh shit! This game is out to get you! The pace is so fast and extreme, you get shot down and never know who or what caused it. Later on, planes from behind try to kill you, along with killer missiles who you must have somehow offended. Maybe you called them square or, God forbid, triangles. You can slow or speed up the plane, hence the Afterburner namesake. Although, I always got shot down faster when I tried to speed up, almost as if your enemies get better the faster you go. By the way, your weapons do get refilled every so often, and you must also engage in ground combat. Here, the killer cliffs will be your primary concern, as you can easily veer off and collide with them. Unlike the other two games, Afterburner 2 lets you continue from where you last blew up. This allowed me to get to stage 11. I must say, again, the music is awesome and worth listening to outside of the game. It's a bit of a shame that we don't get the lead melodies in this soundtrack, but still good overall, mind you. That was Sega Ages Volume 1, certainly worth a look if you can find it. On to the Japanese imports, and first it's Vampire Hunter Darkstalker's Revenge. To be honest, I've covered this game already. In fact, my last episode on this subject included this game. However, I'm including it again for two reasons. First, you can see the quality improvements going from the ODV upscaler to the OSSC. The second reason is simple. This game is awesome and I wanted to show it off again. I'm a huge fan of the Darkstalker games from Capcom, and this second one was a huge improvement over the first. Yes, I know, Darkstalkers 3 is better, and yes, I do indeed own the Saturn version. You can see my video about it in the video description. Anyway, Darkstalkers 2, as I will call it now, has great gameplay, fantastic visuals despite some animation cuts, and the music is really, really good. I also approve of the character designs too. With that, if you have a Sega Saturn, definitely pick this gem of a game up. If you would rather get this game on the PS3 or Xbox 360, Darkstalkers Resurrection is your game. Battle Arena Toshinden URA is basically the Saturn version of the PS1 game with some changes. First, this is a 3D fighting game that we all know was overhyped back in its time, and for the company behind the series, the Saturn port must have been their redemption attempt. Anyway, if you know a Toshinden game, you know the gameplay will be stiff, the animations won't be fantastic, and the music will be good. In that order. Where do I begin? Of course, the first change is the menu. It's less flashy compared to the PS1 version, and the character select screen has sprites instead of 3D models. Then you notice the game is using the high-res mode on the Saturn, using its interlaced output. Although, despite this, I personally feel the PS1 version still looked better. The Saturn version, for example, has blockier character details. The background details are pretty neat though. I also noticed that the game just looked darker to me. Heck, even in bright outdoor stages it still looked dark. big change that certainly surprised me was the gameplay. It's not as stiff as the PS1 version, and I found myself having some fun. Yes, it's nowhere near good enough to trouble other fighting games, but I did appreciate the effort. Not to mention, I loved finding out that I could do backflips at the push of a button, at least using Tracy anyway. The soundtrack is still incredible, and there's even a couple of new songs to enjoy as well. There's also these random cutscenes that pop up from time to time and they make no sense. I assume this is part of the story, but it left me confused. Let's be frank though, this is still an under par fighting game that, while not the worst thing ever, doesn't mean I can recommend it. If you can find the Japanese version cheap like I managed to, skipping this game otherwise is pretty easy to do. Next up, a better fighting game, Cyberbots Full Metal Madness. This is my kind of game, yet I would have known nothing about it if it wasn't for my mother. For Christmas, she bought this for me, saying it looked like something I would enjoy. Boy, was she right. Why is the game so good? First, I noticed that this had a free M RAM mode, meaning it takes advantage of the 1MB RAM expansion cart. I knew immediately this was a port of an arcade game. A quick search on Google confirmed my suspicions. I also found out that a PS1 version existed and was quick to add it to my PSP. Right, the game, sorry. When you begin, you can choose a pilot, then you can choose the robot to fight with. The pilot will determine the story, and the robot determines the path you go through. Now, this is where the game really picks up. Every robot is different and there's a lot to pick from. The game then throws you into a cutscene that adds a cinematic element to the story. Although I know nothing due to the Japanese language barrier, just watching these scenes play out was novel and visually exciting. The game then keeps on impressing. The gameplay has 5 buttons to use: a light attack, a strong attack, grab, boost, and lastly a sort of projectile attack. You can mix and match attacks and even use charge attacks as well. There's also an attack where you can fire projectiles using the L button on the Saturn. The moveset sounds limiting for sure, but this is just a facade. It will be up to you to figure out the combo system and to know when to use the moves at your disposal. Some of these moves look so painful. Ouch. It feels so good to destroy your opponent, and taking advantage of the situation to keep foes pinned is real sweet. I can't forget to mention how the environment breaks apart all around you during the fight. This simple graphical effect reminds me that I'm in a giant robot. The controls are fast, responsive and easy to use. You will be on the attack in no time. Mind you, this game will also kick you down to earth. By the 4th or 5th stage, I was unable to win. I kept trying and I could have carried on for a long time, but I had to stop at some stage, otherwise this video would be 6 hours long. The graphics and sound effects are also top notch here. The environments though are definitely the best part of the graphics. I definitely kept on fighting to see where I would end up next. I mean, come on, who wouldn't want to fight underwater? The music it's okay, nothing special, but it fits the game well enough. I must also mention that the game will slow down when the chaos really picks up, but it is not enough to put me off. The load times, however, oh gosh, it takes some time to get into the action, so make sure you keep patient. Despite the minor issues, this game kicks butt, and I strongly recommend you give this game a go. Certainly one you should add to your Sega Saturn collection. Another fighting game to add would be Virtua Fighter Remix. This is a port of the first game and not the first port either. The original port was rough, and so Sega decided to make it better. The graphics have been overhauled and the glitches present in the original Saturn release have been lessened. Anyway, Virtua Fighter is a 3D fighting game that is basic at its core. You can block, punch, kick and grab foes. It is up to you to manipulate the controls to figure out stronger attacks for each fighter. Although basic in principle, this game is pretty deep and thanks to the fighting system, it will be keeping you glued to your chair. The gameplay is addictive, although challenging as you'd expect from an arcade title. The graphics are very good, although the frame rate isn't as high as I'd like. It doesn't stop the gameplay from being great fun. The lack of additional modes do hurt its value, and this is not the best Virtua Fighter game. The second entry stepped up in practically every conceivable way possible. Luckily, all Virtua Fighter games are pretty cheap, so pick them all up and enjoy some splendid hand-to-hand action. Here's an interesting game for you, Virtua Fighter Kids. Yes, a more friendly version of Virtua Fighter. Big-headed characters and a more cutesy, bright presentation await you here. I guess the whole thing comes off as a gimmick, and yes, it certainly does. Don't be put off though, because actually, there's a solid fighting game here. Why? Well, take the brilliance of Virtua Fighter 2 and make it cuter? That's what they did here. Maybe a bit more, but we shall see. As noted before, this is basically Virtua Fighter 2 right down to the gameplay and controls. Although your character's reach is less than normal and the backgrounds are all artistic looking in design. I like it, that's for sure. Not so much the character reach being less than normal, but I can deal with that. The music also sees a slight remix to make it sound more appropriate for the younger audiences. There's not a lot to say about the game since it is another Virtua Fighter game that excels in gameplay and design. If you don't mind the strange look of Virtua Fighter Kids, grab a copy and enjoy the very solid gameplay and presentation from this great series. Our last game for today is Real Bout Fatal Fury. You might remember I covered Real Bout's Fatal Fury Special, a game I've always wanted and loved. How about this game? It's older and not as good, but it's still a riot to play. Of course, being a Neo Geo port, this version won't be the perfect version, but who cares? The Saturn and its 1MB RAM expansion card does the SNK classic justice. First off, the gameplay is fast, furious and exciting. There's many characters to choose from and even an overarching story this time around. The energy this game oozes out will keep you playing right to the end. Of course, there's many combos and moves to pull off, along with super and hyper moves to cause devastating damage to those who cross your path. Yeah, take that you sod! Everything is easy, intuitive and fun. I love these Neo Geo ports because remember, these games cost a lot of money on the real deal. Get it? That rhymes. I must also stress the music. I mean, just listen for yourself. I absolutely love the arranged soundtracks of Neo Geo games, and this one is easily up there with the best of them. Some of the songs I feel are better than Fatal Fury Special, but what do I know? You can also move around 3 planes rather than 2. It works, but I never use this function all that much. It's a feature that experts will make the most use of. Also, there's these ring outs which just looked bizarre to me in a 2D game, but there you go. I had a hard time putting this game down. I actually played for 3 more hours after recording this gameplay footage. The only real weaknesses to this game are the long loading times, the short music cues which seem to end when the soundtrack is really picking up, and the sound effects which are pretty weak in this one. Not only does the music drown them out, but the quality is lacking too, something that they would fix in Fatal Fury Special. Despite some problems here and there, this is one of the best games from SNK to arrive on the Sega Saturn. I love the Real Bout games and this one is easily recommended from me. I do hope to get the other SNK games that made their way to the Sega Saturn. Well folks, there's 10 more Sega Saturn games for you. I really enjoyed this gaming system. It was very underrated in its day, and to finally see it for what it can do always impresses me. It is still sad that most of its real killer games never left the Japanese market, but thanks to technology, importing these games today is a no-brainer and it won't break the bank either. You folks let me know what you thought of the games featured in this episode, and until my next video, I will see you soon. The PS5 content is back. Well, sort of. I made a video not too long ago where I compared the PS5's video output at 3 different resolutions: 4K, 1080p and 1080i. The results were pretty interesting and I've decided to do it once again, although with just 4K and 1080p this time since I can't think of many people playing at 1080i resolutions. With that, let's see if we can spot any differences. Let's start by playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. This game has 2 modes for output: 4K resolution and high frame rate. 4K uses checkerboard rendering to get to 4K, and using the PS5's 4K video out, it looks pretty good if you ask me. The high frame rate mode uses 1080p to hit 60 frames per second. How about the same modes at the PS5's 1080p output? Amazingly, using the 4K mode makes both look very similar. The 4K output is sharper using 4K, but the two look quite close. Exactly the same with the high frame rate mode. Pretty interesting how the native resolutions don't seem to make a huge difference here. The prequel, Rise of the Tomb Raider, is similar to Shadow in terms of video output. Although using the high resolution mode favours the 4K output for the PS5, it's only a minor win. I can't spot any difference with the high frame rate mode in this game. Now, let's try Dirt 5. Will there be any differences here? Dirt 5 is definitely sharper using the PS5's 4K output. If I zoom in on various places during the gameplay, you can see small details are much easier to see on the 4K resolution and the game doesn't look as pixelated. To tell you the truth though, the differences aren't as big as I'd expect. 1080p still looks pretty decent to my eye. Next up, Gran Turismo Sport. Gran Turismo Sport has quite a bit of difference between the two modes. 4K looks sharp and crisp, whereas 1080p looks very jaggy in comparison. During gameplay, you can see much more evidence of this if you look at the Dodge Viper's rear lights. The interior camera also shows how jaggy the picture is compared to the same shot in 4K. There's a definite difference in this game. Castlevania Wonder of Blood comes courtesy of Castlevania Requiem. This is a game I've always wanted to play, and so far I'm loving it. Sadly, between the 1080p and 4K modes on PlayStation 5, I'm struggling to tell the difference, if any. I'll flash the two resolutions between each other, and you can tell me which one looks better or not. The same seems to be the case for Blazing Chrome. This Contra-like shoot-'em-up seems to have no benefit from the 4K output. That's a shame, as this game would be ultra sharp, but oh well, still fun. Until Dawn also seems to not benefit much from the 4K output. It is slightly sharper than the 1080p output, as evidenced by the slightly less jaggy look from 4K, but it is not enough if you need to look hard for the evidence. Clearly, PlayStation 4 games that didn't use 4K don't benefit much from a 4K output. Spider-Man Miles Morales has 3 modes for performance: Fidelity for 4K, Performance for 4K 60 frames per second, albeit upscaled, and Performance RT for 60 frames per second with ray tracing. I tested the former two. Now, there is a difference. 4K is definitely sharper and smoother looking with less pixelization compared to 1080p. Once again, however, the differences aren't massive. A smaller 1080p panel would have the same look as my 40-inch 4K Samsung display. Alright, here's the rest of the games that I tried out. See if you guys can see a difference in these titles. Right folks, that's my second video on PlayStation 5 video outputs. It seems overall most of the titles I tried had minor differences between 1080p and 4K. Of course, there's many factors that determine whether or not games upscale properly into 4K, but for the games that did benefit, the change is pretty stark. The PlayStation 5 is a powerful beast, no doubt about it, and once more PlayStation 5 native games come out, 4K will truly be a sight for a lot of people to see. If you don't have a 4K TV or monitor yet, this might be a good reason to go out and get one. You folks let me know what you think of the results, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Recently, I've started to collect Mega Drive games, and having played with compilations to see what the fuss was all about, I'm thankful I have my very own device. One game I certainly enjoyed here was Streets of Rage. The fourth game was released in 2020 and I really had a good time with it. However, to not appreciate the original is a crime, in my mind. With that, let's revisit this classic and try to explain why it's still worth playing 30 years later. When Streets of Rage begins, you get a scrolling text explaining the story. You find out that a criminal organisation took over the whole city and a determined group of young police officers make it their goal to take back the city any way they can, even risking their lives. That's deep. Okay, not really. I must say the soundtrack here leaves a strong impression, but I'll save my thoughts on that for later. We then get the opportunity to choose the character to dish out justice. Adam, Axel and Blaze. I love how the characters' sprites perform their basic moves as you highlight them. It even comes with sound. I went with Blaze first, then Adam on my second attempt to get a better idea of the gameplay. Once we get going, we see that the game is a beat 'em up and most of the gameplay requires us to go to the right, beat everything up, even telephone booths, and not die, obviously. What abilities do we have to beat these no-gooders? We can dish out a fury of punches and kicks, grab foes and even jump over them to slam their heads into the ground. We can do jump attacks, and if we get grabbed ourselves, not only can we still attack, we can also pull a reversal on the sod who thought that this was a good idea. Oh, and if you push the correct button when thrown, you can recover and lose no health. I can't forget to mention the special attack. What is it? I hear you screaming. A random police car turns up, a man fires a rocket or a grenade launcher and takes out everyone on screen. This is so ridiculous yet absolutely amazing. Even in later stages, the man somehow has the best aim in human history. He even follows you in places that vehicles should not be able to travel in. Dedication at its finest. Imagine if the police in real life did all this. Actually, on second thought. Let's quickly talk about the characters I personally used. Blaze is a speed character who has much faster punches and kicks compared to the rest of the crew. She is not all that powerful, thus to get around this weakness, you need to not complete a combo. I repeat, not complete a combo. This will stun enemies and they will lock in place. Then knock them back with a big kick, as I call it, or in layman's terms, finish the combo off. An alternative strategy I used more often as the game went on was to do the same thing, only using grabs to finish the job. Adam was more powerful, so I just grabbed more often and actually found his finishing kick really fun to do. Kicking someone slightly in the air and delivering the fatal blow was very satisfying. Yeah, get a lottery ticket and keep the change, bitch! Why did I say that? The point I'm making is, despite how often you do the same actions, something about this game makes the task a lot of fun. I guess I don't beat enough people up in life. Alright, no. Everything just clicks in this game. I love the settings we wander through. I love the character designs, and beating these bosses at the end will leave you feeling like a winner. Speaking of bosses, oh, they hate you alright. They all have a pattern to figure out, and once you do, they can be as easy as eating your favourite fast food. As you can see in the gameplay footage though, I always took massive damage. I had to resort to using my special move every time a boss killed me. Be careful, you only get 3 continues and a couple of lives each time. Once you use everything, game over, bitch. Time to start from the beginning, again. I must also stress that the last level before the final boss will destroy you. It starts with these killer tables that suddenly come out of nowhere. Maybe you messed up their polish, I don't know. Then you realise 2 things. Every enemy you ever faced is out to get you. Every single one. Revenge on a world-reaching scale. After you beat up the entire world, do you get to the boss? He will give you a choice if you want to join him. Because I hate justice or something, I accepted the offer. He betrayed me, of course, and I ended up at stage 6 again. Sadly, I couldn't make it back there, so I don't know what the last battle is really like. One day, I'll get that little bastard. Right, let's talk about the graphics and sound. Yes, the first game looks a little in the tooth compared to the sequels that came later, but I still like what they came up with. The locations look derelict and worn down, we get some nice colours along with bland colours, and I really love the character designs. How can you not? The 80s look everyone sports makes me want to get clothes just like them. It's rad. I promise to never say that again. I'll admit though, the animations aren't the best. It's pretty stiff to watch, and it's only playing at 25 frames per second, but overall, Streets of Rage has an interesting look that keeps you wanting to see what might come next. Now, we need to address the elephant in the room, the sound, particularly the soundtrack. It's been said a million times, the soundtrack is absolutely amazing! This is a prime example of how to use the Mega Drive sound chip properly. The electronic soundtrack has many elements of dance, techno and even hip hop beats to add depth to the music. The songs are also very long for a Mega Drive game. It stops them from being stale as you progress through the game. As for the individual behind this, the mastermind who made this possible? Yes, the legend himself, Yuzo Koshiro. At the time, he was a young talent looking to bring modern trends to the world of video game music, yet he was working with supposedly inferior hardware. The Mega Drive wasn't meant to make this possible. What people didn't realise though, that this wasn't some average composer. He was the master. I call him that, okay? It works here. Just listen to some of the songs he created. If this isn't perfection, I don't know what is. The actual sound effects though are weak. The punches and grabs sound fine, but the groans, screams and other sound effects aren't exactly screaming with quality. It's really noticeable thanks to the amazing quality of the music, but you'll have too much fun to really let this flaw bother you. In the end, if you love beat 'em ups, Streets of Rage is a truly wonderful way to experience that genre. Right, that was the first Streets of Rage game. I wasn't alive when this was first released, so to look at it in more recent times, as I've started to look at consoles before the PlayStation, I can see and understand why this series was well loved by the Sega faithful. You can see this game was made with developers who knew what they were doing. It's still a riot to play too. You folks tell me what you think of this game, and until my next video, I will see you soon. In 2020, I made a video where I compared EPSXE emulation against real PlayStation hardware, and you folks loved it. It's still my most successful video at the time of recording. However, a few of you pointed out other emulators that I should check out. One such emulator was DuckStation. It has a ridiculous name, but this ducky has punch. A lot of it. When you find out that the people behind this emulator worked on the amazing Dolphin emulator, suddenly we might have a winner. DuckStation is still in beta at this time, so it could get even better. Right now, I want to see how this emulator fares compared to playing the same games on real hardware. These are the settings that I used for DuckStation. As you can see, we are not messing about here. I put everything as high as graphically possible, and I even enabled special features such as less texture warping and texture correction. The PS1 will be using the OSSC and my trusty RGB SCART cable at line 5X mode. Now, let's see what's what. We'll begin with Vagrant Story. The prelude cutscene will serve as our visual benchmark as it uses in-game graphics and we can repeat the action easily. You are currently seeing the DuckStation footage. All I can say is, wow, I mean it. Everything is so easy to see and details that I couldn't see are now easily discernible. You won't appreciate the graphical differences until you bring in the footage on real hardware. See what I mean? Now we have a lot of dithering, the overall detail has dropped or has smeared due to the 240p or 288p resolution, and 3D models lose detail when viewed far away from the camera. This dramatic change really hammers home how much detail was put into these PlayStation games, and yet until emulation and high resolutions became available, we could never see it. Let's try Resident Evil 3 next. This game has 3D models on 2D pre-rendered backgrounds, so it'll be interesting to see how DuckStation fares. One thing that was incredible to me was the detail of the 3D models. They literally fly off the screen and are just a sight to behold. But this game also highlights a few problems akin to this emulator. First, the character models animate strangely at times and their bodies seem to morph a little bit. Secondly, the 2D backgrounds are very blurry. Anything that is rendered in 3D sticks out like a sore thumb, breaking the immersion while playing the game. Lastly, after every camera cut, there is a brief stutter which can cut into the game audio. The game still works and is fun to play, but hopefully some updates to DuckStation should resolve these issues in the future. I had much better luck with Battle Arena Toshinden 2. Yes, this game isn't good, but graphically it's pretty good and fairly detailed. Even on real hardware, the details on display would make anyone happy. DuckStation takes that concept and elevates it to 11. I kid you not, I was blown away by what was on my 4K display. The sharpness and little details that I found while playing on DuckStation made me realise how cheated we all were. How dare these developers hide their hard work in a 240p 288p system? Okay, that's a joke, but when DuckStation works with the right game, holy shit does it deliver. Now, I want to test the game with true 16:9 support. Soccer World Touring Cars is the game in question. This is a great looking racing game that has many elements of 2D and 3D models that work in tandem to immerse you into the experience. Between the two, DuckStation's additional features like texture correction works beautifully in this game. Check it out, a lot of wiggly jiggly lines become this. Again, many details that flat out couldn't be seen on real hardware show up like a bright candle using the 4K resolution. I tell you, DuckStation is very, very impressive. Right, how about a 2D game with 2D sprites? Pocket Fighter will do nicely. To be honest, I can't really see much of a difference. Yes, the DuckStation emulator has a higher resolution base and looks sharper, but actual detail remains the same. I guess the use of dithering is eliminated from DuckStation, but it wasn't exactly covered in dithering to begin with. At least we can say DuckStation doesn't blur these types of games. Next up, Demolition Racer. This game is much better on DuckStation. Every detail from real hardware is replicated properly on the emulator, and damn, the turbo boost from the increased resolution is very welcome. I just love how the game looks like it could be a PC port rather than a PlayStation release. Look at how the game looks far smoother, even on the textures that curve. It looks more believable now. Just insane how much better this game looks thanks to all the changes made possible by DuckStation. Lastly, let's check out Dead or Alive. This game uses interlacing during gameplay, so I wanted to see how well the DuckStation emulator deals with this. Sadly, in this game, not very well. As you can see, there's combing artifacts everywhere, making the experience very disappointing. Even with the de-interlacing mode ticked, the results are exactly the same. If the image keeps still, you can see amazing clarity in the characters, and once again, they pop off the screen. Although this is definitely more detailed than on real hardware, this huge flaw makes me say skip playing Dead or Alive on DuckStation. Amazingly though, after recording other high-res PlayStation 1 games, they work just fine. Yeah, I know, that makes no sense to me either. Hopefully this particular game can be fixed in the future update. Okay, I'll show off the rest of the games that I tested on DuckStation against real hardware using a montage. Check them out and enjoy. Well folks, that was DuckStation against real PlayStation hardware. I have to admit, DuckStation blew me away. Although not perfect, this ducky is very good at making it easy to play your favourite PlayStation games in very high quality and without needing a supercomputer to make it possible. You can even get this on Android devices nowadays. There are some issues I'd love to see fixed for the future. Fix the deinterlacing toggle so that all games that have interlaced video output get deinterlaced. Make it possible to play my real PlayStation discs on the application, since I was not able to do this, yet I still can using EPSXE, and improve the experience with games that seem to frame skip when camera angles change or when a disc needs to load data. Otherwise, if you want to give this emulator a go, trust me, you will love what it brings to the table. Right, let me know what you think of this emulator, and until my next video, I will see you soon. Well, what we have here are upscalers. Most of them are cheap, basically under £40, apart from the OSSC of course. Today I dug out as many cheap upscalers as possible so that I could find out a question many of you keep asking me. Are cheap upscalers worth a look? Today I tested up to 6 different upscalers that work with my Elgato HD60S Plus capture card. Here's a picture of the 6 in question. The AV to HDMI didn't work, and trust me, I tried, and the PS2 to HDMI kept flickering, so those two aren't in this video. For testing, I used the PlayStation 2 playing both PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 games along with the Sega Saturn. Let's get going. For this video folks, I want to has some 480p games, and this allowed the unbranded converter, the OSSC, and the porter component to HDMI upscaler to pull ahead of the others. Which one is best for 480p? Watch to find out, along with the other games that I tested. Oh, by the way, the OSSC was set to 4x mode for interlaced content and 2x mode for 480p content. Right, the Sega Saturn. Only 4 of the upscalers could be tested here, as the others either did not work or I lacked certain connectors, mainly SCART. Anyway, some of the upscalers function differently compared to the PlayStation consoles, as you can see here. Overall though, which of the 4 upscalers work best for Sega Saturn content? Well, keep watching to find out. Phew, that's that. I always reserve from stating my opinion too much in these videos, but the OSSC licked every one of these upscalers. Yes, the 40 component to HDMI upscaler was the best out of the cheap upscalers, but with devices like the rethink line of upscalers, along with the Rad2X HDMI solutions out in the wild, most of these in my opinion are just a waste of time. Bear in mind, you are not spending too much more money on the rethink line to get far better quality than these cheap upscalers. Yes, the rethink and Rad2X line of upscalers cannot do 480p natively, which sucks, but most of you playing these types of games, for the most part, will be fine without that. Ultimately, it is up to you to decide which upscalers are suitable for you, and there's plenty of information and videos to help you make a final purchase decision. Well folks, you let me know what your thoughts are, and until my next video, I will see you soon. I love the Sega Saturn. The more I use this piece of excellence, the more I understand why it gets overlooked by most of the public. They haven't played any of its hidden gems. There's a lot to love about the Sega Saturn. Unfortunately, until more recently, Saturn emulation was pretty difficult to accomplish, and even those who could run it on their PCs didn't exactly have lasting success. Until Mundafan came along and showed how to do Saturn emulation justice. Today, I wanted to compare the newest version of Mundafan against my Sega Saturn. I need to stress two things here. First, Mundafan is billed as an accurate emulator, meaning what you see is what you get. There's no upscaling, no OpenGL features, and no deinterlacing for games using interlaced output. Secondly, my Sega Saturn will be using the OSSC with component cables at line 5X and 4X throughout my testing. With that, let's see how the two fare. Let's begin with Panzer Dragoon 2. I chose the wide option for 16:9 aspect ratio, and this is what I got. Yes, on the emulator it sticks with 4:3, even though on my Saturn 16:9 was pretty easy to get. So, for consistency's sake, I forced the Mundafan footage to be 16:9. The results are pretty clear. The Mundafan footage is blurrier than the Saturn using the OSSC at line 5X mode. It's quite impressive to see a real difference when using a great upscaler against emulation. Still, Mundafan plays great, looks accurate to the real console, and the sound is on point. I wouldn't mind playing Panzer Dragoon 2 this way. The game deserves to be played after all. Sega Rally Championship is next. This is a really fun game, and it's a great test for Saturn accuracy since this game is very common for the platform. The results are pretty much the same as Panzer Dragoon 2, although I did note that the Mundafan image looks a bit dull and the OSSC line 5X isn't ideal since some of the text is clipped out of the picture.
Easy work, easy right. Very long easy right, baby.
However, I wanted to keep the test conditions even, so I left it at that. The line 4X mode would solve this problem. I guess now we must hear if the sound is up to snuff.
Long, medium, right. Perfect one.
Last Bronx is a game that uses the Sega Saturn high-res mode, and we can test to see how Mundafan handles interlaced content. It doesn't. As you can see, there's combing artifacts everywhere. This is what happens when a progressive scan display fails to de-interlace interlaced video output. Of course, on the OSSC, we can either opt for pass-through mode so that the user can de-interlace the output, or in this video's case, we're using the line 4X mode. This uses Bob deinterlacing, which is quick, and the footage is definitely sharper. We get this wobbly look in return though, so this might not be for everyone. Still, it's certainly a big improvement. Virtua Fighter 2 has the same result. However, the coming artifacts are not as bad here, making the game more playable on Munderfin. There's a top tip for you: play the NTSC version of Sega Saturn games. Otherwise, here are the sound differences. Right, to avoid repeating myself, here's the other games I recorded, and I will also let the sound play so that you can hear the difference between real hardware and emulation.
Round 2, fight!
Virtua Cop 2.
There we are, folks. The first video of me looking at a Saturn emulator against real Saturn hardware. You could call this comparison unfair since Mendefen is built as an accurate emulator and has no ability to enhance Saturn games. Maybe Yaboos, I don't know how to say its name, would have been better, but that emulator is so fussy and unstable I couldn't make a video on it in good faith. Still, for those who just need to experience Sega Saturn games for themselves, Mendefen is a great one to start with. It's also easy to use and the picture quality is workable enough. There is a promising Sega Saturn emulator currently in development, and so far it's looking as if we will finally get an emulator that will be worthy of others such as Dolphin and Duck Station. Watch this space. Otherwise, let me know your thoughts on this comparison, and until next time, I will see you on Affro's Curiosities Season 5.